Hey everyone, Chris here. Welcome back. Tracking severe weather here for tonight. I'm going to get you over to my drivable radar. We have severe thunderstorm warning for Cass, Audubon, and just a sliver of Guthrie County right now. This is the storm in question. I think there's pockets where we're going to deal with wind out of this within, and seeing a strong signal for convergence. Give me 1 second while I get the stream up here. If you want to comment, you sure can. I would welcome that, in fact. Love to interact with people on the stream, so let me make sure I have this up here and we'll get going. All right. Drop the comment in if you have any specific questions. Here's what I'm tracking. This cell, some stronger winds along with it, pinpointed in there. Nice little convergence signal coming in, and may try to come around on something with perhaps a little bit of a spinny trying to take shape on that leading edge. That's why I'm up in here with you right now, and I'm going to continue to track things. Let me get the warning map and the looping radar going right now, and we'll just watch this at this point. But there certainly is a little bit of a suspect area right here coming out of Shelby County, so not in the Local 5 area just yet, but right on that western doorstep. 68-mile-per-hour wind gusts reported at the Harlan Airport. So, let me see here. I think I'm going to jump on and do a quick cut-in on air as well. Okay, we're getting that ready. I don't have my light on. Forgive me. There we go. You can see me a little bit better now. So a 68-mile-per-hour wind gust coming in out of the Harlan Airport. I was kind of worried about this. So this is a nasty storm riding right down I-80 at this point. Let's make sure my IFB is on. Okay. Just waiting for my production crew to get set in the booth, and we're going to jump on air here real quick to discuss what's going on out to the west. I have some concerns. This is a potent storm sliding in, and while it didn't show it right there, the Harlan Airport up to 68 miles per hour, so certainly is something to watch there. And we're going to keep tracking it here for you as we continue on. So this is one that's going to be a bit of a menace, I do believe, and we'll go from there. One second while I talk to my production room. As always, you can ask questions on the stream if you like, and I'll try to answer those as best as possible. Excuse me, I can't talk and type at the same time. It's just always been a struggle for me. Okay, this is a powerful storm. So we're watching this one now. Has the tag for wind speed to 70 miles per hour. It's moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. Okay. Just making sure I have everything lined up here that I'm ready to go. We'll go ahead and track the leading edge of this. So 40 miles per hour gets us in Elkhorn at 11:03, Atlantic at 11:08, Exira 11:17, Anita 11:26, Adair at 11:35, and continue on towards Casey 11:44, Menlo by 11:53. So it's not updated yet, but Harlan did gust to 68 miles per hour, which is definitely potent. That is one to be reckoned with for sure. You with me, Cody? Yeah. Yes, both stations, please. I am ready to go. Okay. Stand by, folks. Cody, you just give me a standby in my ear. I'm going to keep talking on my stream until we're ready to go. Okay, so this storm pushing east, 70 mile per hour wind gusts observed out of this one. That's the problem here. So waiting to get on air, and then I'll continue to drive. There's that 68 mile per hour wind gust out of Harlan. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal. We'll get you back to Jimmy Kimmel here shortly. I am tracking severe weather that's incoming into the Local 5 area. Perhaps you've seen that severe thunderstorm warning running down I-80, encompassing Audubon and northern Cass County. That is in place until 11:30. Let's take a look at the radar picture. This is the storm in question, recently coming off of a wind gust reported at the Harlan Airport of 68 miles per hour. So that's going to be the concern here as this one continues to move to the east at about 40 miles per hour. I'm going to take some of those details off screen. We'll track the leading edge. This Boeing segment appears to be the most intense at this point. This one moving off to the east, going to be into the Atlantic area by 11:05, so just a few minutes here. Heads up for strong winds there in Atlantic in northern Cass County. Exira estimated to be towards you at 11:16. Anita 11:23. Adair at 11:32. And on down the line we start to exceed the warning box, but you see a few other communities that are listed in there. I'll pull up some of the warnings, the wind gusts on screen, and you'll see that 68 mile per hour wind gust coming in out of the Harlan Airport. So let's go ahead and check out some of the velocity signals here we're looking at. There's some stronger wind being noted. We'll keep it parked right here for the time being. This is strong inflow. The wind is running towards Omaha. So this is running up and wedging into the thunderstorm. And underneath, that red layer is starting to rush out. So the two kind of subducting beyond each other. And we're finding that stronger rush of wind. It does look like there's a stronger pocket that may be trying to influence around the Audubon area that is also included in this severe thunderstorm warning. Over the last few minutes, I have been watching a couple of puckered couplets, we'll say that right here, just into the extreme southeastern portion of Shelby County. It appears that updraft's trying to come around the downdraft just a little bit, and occasionally this can lead to a spin-up tornado along a squall line of storms. So that's also something I'm watching the last couple of frames, kind of lesser of a concern on that, but that's something I have been watching in the past. So this severe thunderstorm warning for Audubon, a sliver of Guthrie County on the western edge, Cass County as well, lasts until 11:30. And the threat here primarily is going to be winds up to the potential of 70 miles per hour. Should this one hold, should enter the Des Moines metro area between 1 and 2 o'clock. And I'll no doubt be tracking things for you here very closely in the Local 5 Weather Center. We'll keep you updated here as we go through the overnight right here on Local 5. If you'd like to catch us streaming, we're also doing that right now on We Are Iowa Plus. Social media, you can catch us there and even ask us some questions. Now back to Jimmy Kimmel. All right, my streaming friends, I am back with you. Eternity, yes, this is kind of hedging towards the Greenfield area, kind of on the southern edge This is a potent line of storms running north to south and moving to the east. It does extend back west too. There's additional cells filling in. There's going to be that concern for heavy rain. Hey, in the booth, Cody, are you still with me? Okay, we'll just kind of take this as it goes on air. I think warning by warning we'll go on and update. So I don't know what you're doing in the newsroom, but if you want to stay there in the booth. Okay, sounds good, sir. Thank you. All right, so back to tracking the storm. And I know you can't hear the responses, but I'm talking to some of the producers in the booth about details and just going forward. They're responding to me, but it's through my earpiece. So, all right, those winds strongest out of the Harlan area. 68 miles per hour was reported there. It does look like there could be a bit of hail, but no reports out of that. Some of the estimates coming in here, maybe up to about an inch, I would say. A little bit larger than that, says the hail estimator coming in on that hail size. So we'll continue to watch that for you. As always, I have the regular radar looping there with the watches and warnings on the screen above me. In fact, why don't we throw in one of the cams too. We're going to lose our blue background, but that's okay. I'll leave the West Des Moines cam up there, I believe. It's looking off to the south and west. We can't quite get it pointed perfectly west because there is some apparatus on the water tower plugged in there, so kind of difficult sometimes to get exactly what you want. But as always, you can ask some questions here in the comments. I'm always willing to discuss with you what we're looking at, but this is certainly a potent thunderstorm at this stage in the game. Let's go back to the velocities and see what we're looking at. We're kind of smack dab in between the middle grounds between our Omaha radar site and Des Moines radar site. So strong inflow being noted right here at this stage. And this is the air that's rushing out of the thunderstorm. Stronger wind up here, some pulses coming out of Harlan. Looks like just west of Exira. You get southwest of, the Hamlin area, up through Audubon. We've seen some stronger wind gusts, so there's another little pulse, some areas I'm watching that appear to be the most robust. But really, at any point under this thunderstorm, all it takes is to catch that downdraft just perfectly to see a little bit of a spike in the wind. So. Ryan asking, was there a confirmed tornado in Mason City earlier? No, not to my knowledge. There was a report of a funnel. I've seen a lot of wall cloud pictures from up there, but I haven't seen anything regarding a funnel in a picture department, and certainly not a touchdown. So haven't seen that. One second here. I'm going to pull up a little something. Give me 1 minute. I just can't talk and type at the same time. All right. Carly asks if there are still tornado threats. And to that, I would say isolated in nature. So we're looking for spin-ups along this front line here. Every now and then, maybe an updraft that can punch into that wind that's rushing out, and the two kind of shear past each other. So we'll be watching for maybe some little nooks and crannies trying to spin up on us just a little bit. But at this point, it's been behaving in that department. Why don't I? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything jump off the page. Why don't I here go off to the web page? There we go. And let's see what we can discuss in this department. Okay, let's check out the SIGTOR. There is a little bit you see here over southwestern Iowa, so kind of from that storm on down south and west, the parameters are hinting that they're a little bit better for some of those spinnies to happen, localized right around that storm. So we'll have to see if one of these little head-butting scenarios where we see the updraft and the downdraft kind of punching right into each other, sometimes that can start to spin things up on us, and we'll have to watch for that a little bit. There is plenty of energy running out ahead, and on the downdraft side, some gusty wind potential, particularly on the southern edge of this cell. So from that point where it's bowing outwards and then continuing on. So a report of wind gusts in Atlantic to 54, and then about a minute later, 62 miles per hour. So yeah, this is spitting out some stronger wind in there, and probably it is not going to update on the screen just yet, but we'll watch that, the Atlantic airport, that number try to tick upwards. So these little nooks and crannies right here, all kind of what I'm looking for if it were to be something trying to spin up. So that's a good question there, Carly. Thank you for that. Benelux, what should we expect in Norwalk? I think this storm is going to come right down I-80, and it's going to create some issues into the metro, so you're well in line to see this. So heads up for that. We'll certainly have to watch this very closely as this gets in the metro. I think it's going to be about 1 o'clock by the time this one gets here. So it's moving at about 40 miles per hour, maybe a touch earlier than 1 o'clock. But certainly what we need to be watching. Each time there's a warning coming out, we'll probably jump on air given the gravity of this storm. This is a strong one. As it does get into the metro, I may take over through the overnight and continue to watch. There will be a weakening trend eventually. So far, this storm is sustaining itself. Southern end of Cass County just went under a severe thunderstorm watch. I can't get it to auto select, so let me do it manually here. This one is until 11:45 for the southern portion of Cass County. So just an extension of what's already going on the southern end of that line. All right, always fielding the questions. Thanks for joining me on the broadcast. We're always watching, so let me see here. See if we got some chasers entering the area. I don't think we have anyone out. Nocturnal events are tough. No, we don't have any chasers available tonight, so we're going to be watching this via tower cam only and continue on. So yeah, we extended that Cass County point southward, but I think we covered our bases pretty well on the last one. Mary, you're welcome. Happy to be on here with you. As always, anyone with a comment, feel free to ask it. Always willing to answer some of those relevant questions to us. So continue watch. We'll see this Atlantic tick up to 62 eventually with time. Let's go ahead. Let me find it. Takes a second. I'm looking for one of those more obscure products I don't use a ton of. This is the elevated velocity showing us 60 or more miles per hour. So this is high velocity. And there's select pinpoints there coming in out of Atlantic. I believe the airport is just south and west of town. So there's a little pocket there, a little pocket by Audubon, and then a little bit back west of Avoca in this. Let me go over to the storm relative velocity here, and yeah, you can see those pulsings that are in there. There's a lot of bad data around Audubon right now, just contaminated. Looks like the updraft in southern Audubon County might be weakening just a little bit. That's a good sign. There's certainly a rush of wind coming in out of southwest Shelby County through here. our sampling Des Moines radar. Some broad rotation coming in out of Atlantic, I would say. Patty, you're very welcome. Ryan, not sure at this point. Valerie, are there still chances for tornadoes in Des Moines? I'd say yes. A spin up, localized, but wind I think is definitely more an issue with this storm at the present. And so we're going to continue to track this one here. Go ahead and give the streams a share, and I'm going to stay on tracking this as it continues on into the metro. This one's looking to be a decently potent thunderstorm here. So shear detection does register that little couplet I was just pointing at down here. It just pulsed up. Not super strong on the inbound wind, which I'd really like to see a bit stronger before I'm overly concerned. But the outbound wind with the thunderstorm is a little bit more potent. All right, thanks, Cody, for that. I'm being told my fan down here. It's been a little warm in the studio the last few nights. The fan's picking up my microphone. Sorry about that. Just trying to find some ways to stay cool down here. So this is that area of circulation that I've been kind of telling you about. Last couple of scans, Wyoda green is headed towards Des Moines. The red is headed away from Des Moines. So when it comes down to it, it looks something like that. So those are the arrows that we're looking at. Ryan, no Skycam in Atlantic. Sorry about that. We're getting hail in Audubon. Julie, can you estimate the size for me? And I'll be sure to pass that along to the Weather Service. Small amounts and heavy rain. Hopefully that means small hail as well. So on that note, why don't we take a look at it and see what we have. Let me know if you see any significant wind, Julie. Of course, be safe. Don't want you standing next to windows or anything like that. But if you're so compelled, if you hear some strong gusts of wind, please let me know. That hail estimate was up to about an inch. Julie, thank you. I do appreciate that. Pea-sized hail. We do have the airport in Audubon, too. Let me see if we're registering any strong wind. We are not at this point. 1 second. ADU. All right, I'm going to try to look specifically. Oop. Just doing some data digging here real quick. Airport code for Audubon is ADU. And I can look up the 5-minute observations fairly easily here. We've ticked upwards to 14 miles per hour and 22/100ths of an inch of rain, so it doesn't appear to be significant wind at this point, but no doubt we'll watch. All right. Abby Tiffany, looking like storm should stay strong near Newton. Yep, I think so. I do think there'll be a weakening trend eventually evolving, but at this point we're not into that stage just yet. No wind yet in Guthrie Center. You're welcome. Looking at 83 degrees outside. How do you pronounce your name? Is it Judden? Lightning. You should start to see some flashes on that top box. That's pointed to the south and west. Should be able to catch at least the south fragment of the storm as it's incoming. With that, Ryan. Go ahead and give this video a share. Let's see if we can get some people on with us here for tonight and talk a little bit of some storm action going on. This little push out. So that's kind of the stuff I'm watching for when we're talking about spin starting to get going. And we do have some broad spin in here. So we do have that broad spin in here near Anita. It's going counterclockwise, fairly broad. It's over the course of 4 or 5 miles. Let's sample it and see. Okay, 41 miles per hour going towards the radar site and 44 going away. So 80 miles per hour, but that's over the span of a 40, excuse me, I think that was 4 or 5 miles. Yeah, about 5 miles. We'll have to watch that. Still fairly broad, but worth watching. Just cross-checking. I have a radar that I use for some easy analysis on my end for some different things, specifically thunderstorm structure that I'm looking for, and I'm kind of cross-checking here. It's a nice little system. I have a hunch we're going to see a warning extended here, and when that happens, if Cody in the back here listening, we'll probably jump on for another quick one just to update the peeps and let us know. All right, sir. Thank you. Abby, so do you think after they hit the metro they weaken? I do. Eventually, as this continues to push into eastern Iowa, I do think we go on a weakening trend. No chats on a tornado warning, Ryan. It's some strong but broad circulation at this point, and definitely outflow dominant. So the way I'm looking at it, it's outflow dominant, which usually is not the best for tornado genesis. You want the inflow to be some of the strongest. All right, Cody, this is a big thunderstorm warning. Let's go ahead and gear up with master both channels, please. Let me get to it here. All right, thank you, sir. I am going to, nope, I want that one, this one. We will get back to the radar picture here shortly. Okay, my friends, and we're just gearing up for, all right, here we go. Hi everyone, I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal here in the Local 5 Weather Lab. I'm keeping tabs on the situation with a severe thunderstorm rumbling its way towards the Des Moines Metro right along I-80. A newly issued severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect. This goes until 12:15. It's actually for this easternmost warning on this line. Goes until 12:15. Numerous counties included in on that, including Adams, Union, Audubon, Guthrie, Cass, Madison, Adair, and Dallas counties. The threat here for this is going to be tagged, excuse me, I'm going to move this over to the right here just a little bit, 60 miles per hour, and you see that tornado possible tag, and we'll highlight on that here in just a moment. First, I'm going to take some of the details off the screen for us, and we're going to track the extent of this line, and it is a longer line. We're going to track it from its northern edge on down further to the south a little bit, moving to the east at about 40 miles per hour. And while Des Moines is not going to be included in this list, I'll say about the 1230, 1245 area is what we're looking at based on the current trajectory here. But this storm is about ready to impact Anita at 1125 with potential wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. In fact, a recent report just in, this is coming in out of Atlantic to 62 miles per hour. This one will be near Guthrie Center at 1133, Panora at 1143, and 1148 in the Greenfield area. Briefly, let's go over to the wind gusts. We'll let those populate. This storm has a history of 68 mile per hour winds back closer to Harlan earlier. Audubon checking in at 38, and recently, and it hasn't updated yet, that Atlantic observation, well, there it is. It's the southernmost one. I missed it there. 62 miles per hour. So this is most definitely potent, something I'm going to continue to track here. And even after we wrap up this brief cut in here on Local 5 on air. We are continuing to stream on We Are Iowa Plus. You can join us there, and on social media if you want to ask us any comments as well. So here's why that warning has a tornado tag possible. This is some broad, albeit some faster rotation that's happening. It is over the span of about 5 miles or so, and rotating around in a circle in opposing ways at about 70 miles per hour. So we'll have to watch this for you, but definitely some stronger pockets of wind being noted all in this downdraft as it rushes out to the east. So we'll continue to track this for you. This latest severe thunderstorm warning, while it's tracking, automatically populating some of those details from the warning further back to the west, does include now until 12:15 for several communities, and the newly added ones, Guthrie County over through Madison County, Dallas County as well. You get into Adair County as well. This goes until 12:15. This is a powerful storm. It should be into the metro area, I think, between about 12:30 and 12:45. I'll continue to keep tabs on this for you on air. We'll cut in when necessary, and we're going to continue the stream on We Are Iowa Plus and on social media and YouTube if you want to join in on that fun. We'll get you back to the program here in just a second. Okay, friends, that's the update on air. Comment time. If you want that question, if you want to jump in and ask any questions, please do so. I am monitoring both of the Facebook Lives. So if you have a question you want to jump in on, do me a favor and share this video. Get it out to friends across central Iowa as this one is moving through. This is a potent storm. Yeah. So there's been that rotation on the southern edge. And I was just reading kind of a report from the National Weather Service. The last couple of frames haven't been quite as potent. When I first mentioned it, it was definitely more of an issue. It certainly was. This always takes a few seconds to add in. It's building in the data. There it is. Okay, so this is where we're at over the last 30 minutes. Some of the areas of rotation that we've been, kind of monitoring in here. Loading in some new data. There we go. So that's the history of it. I want to pull up the current kind of stats for it. Yes, I'm sure you do. There's likely a well-established shelf cloud Juddin getting in here for this one as it rolls into Guthrie County. Fortunately, Audubon so far has only gusted to 38 miles per hour. Hopefully it can stay. If it is going to be severe, it doesn't get too crazy. Because we got a lot of people sleeping, and that is always a recipe for bad news when you have people surprised and woken up. So here's the shear detection, and again, kind of that southern edge near Anita. There's a couple of little impulses up there into Audubon County. I haven't really seen much. There's a lot of bad data here, and you know what this is wind farms. Wind farms are classic for doing stuff like that. So once some of these stronger parts of the storm get overhead, atmospheric ducting can really artificially contaminate some of the data. And that may be what's happening back to the west too. I believe there's some wind farms back into these areas as well that are still seeing some bad data pulse through. So can make it difficult to decipher sometimes, that's for sure. I can see it in the lightning, but I live north of Guthrie on my porch. Yep. Well, just take care of yourself there. That one incoming here, I know you're not going to be surprised, but you definitely want to head inside shortly. The inbound wind down near Anita, it's really not, and even the outbound is not near as potent. This is where I was really starting to get antsy for this one, but the outbound is even kind of lost itself here too. Excuse me. All right, we'll watch it. Question time. Hit me with your best shot. I want to know. I want to know. Continuing to push east, 40 miles per hour. Yeah. That's going to line up with about 12:30, 12:45 in Des Moines. Okay, let me check things out. Amy, thank you. You stay safe in Hamlin. Have you seen any significant wind gusts out there? Heard some of that wind howling? I believe, Amy, you had 38 in Audubon for the wind gusts. Let me populate those wind gusts, those latest numbers. Takes a second. It'll pop up. Gauge, is Ames going to get hit? I think the worst of the storms stay south of US 30. So this is more concise. I would say Highway 44, perhaps just a little bit north of there, and then down to Highway 92. So kind of the worst segments we're watching going to be between these two lines. And unfortunately, it's running straight east down I-80. Judd asks, how long have you been doing this and why did you want to be a weatherman? So I have been doing this now since November of 2007. So that puts me coming up on 18 years of doing this. And I was just a kid. I had big old windows in my room, and just like it's happening now, when you saw the lightning off in the distance, I was hooked. And that's what I absolutely wanted to do. Let's check in on the rain component here right now. Yeah, there's some heavy marks here, and this is kind of the area I was expecting. Along and just north of I-80, if you're watching at 10 o'clock, there's some big amounts. So 2.5 from radar estimates coming in, and there is more storms out here to the west. So if this continues to back build a little bit, that's where things get really, really tricky. I think we can handle 2.5 inches of rain, but we start getting much more than that, that's an issue. Brad is asking, is the flood risk for southern Iowa less than the Des Moines? I do think so, Brad, at least here for tonight. At least north of you, down into Lucas County. So I think hugging the I-80 corridor is where we're going to pull down some of the heaviest rain. And if I'm really trying to pinpoint it, just north of the interstate as well for some of the big time numbers. Gage, you're welcome. Wouldn't want to be driving on I-80 right now. Looks like torrential rain. Yeah, it certainly is. Okay. Speaking of that, let's look at the travel scene. 1 second. 511. I'm going to pull this up over here. Looks like our severe thunderstorm watch has been extended. Give me a second, and we'll touch on that. Oh no! Looks like a lot of the cameras actually might be down. We'll see. I'm trying to find some that work, but I'm getting a whole lot of images are unavailable as we go back west on I-80. That's tough. Really tough. So I'm trying to get these videos to load, and if I get one to load, I'll pull it up, but there's not a lot. It's tough. I do have a still. Let me pull that in here. Let me get that up. And this is a still. Where was this at? US 71, so this is south of Audubon. This is a still though, it's not video. That's some torrential rain. So I believe the interstate is running right to left in the picture here, and that's looking down at US 71. Oops, can't do it that way. Let me see if I can find another one here for you real quick. This is all generally kind of out ahead of the storm. Let's see if I can get the closest one available. I think that was it. Doesn't that look gnarly? Trucks driving with flashers on, you know it's bad there. I think the effects of the camera might actually make this look a lot worse than it actually is. See, you don't quite see that effect on this one. That's a lot of lightning though. You can see those sheets of rain whipping across the highway. Those trucks are still doing a decent clip there. Mile marker 70. Let me see. I'm gonna back it up here real quick. Yeah, see, that's still kind of out ahead at this stage. There's mile marker 72. We'll see if we can get that to load. Hey, Cody, what's our programming right now? Thanks. Doesn't look like this camera's going to load. Let me go back to 70. So this is near Anita. I guess this is kind of in the heart of that rain. Come on, load. I want to load it. Let's go. Let's see, just checking in on the comments. No, stuff up near Sioux City, Heather's going to go straight east. That's Cold Pool as well. Story County for severe thunderstorm watch, yep. All right, let's go to that since cameras are being finicky. Well, Nightline, is that what you said? All right, thank you, bud. Okay, let's go to the watches. The watch has been extended. Let me get the radar up here. I'm gonna have to tone down some of those low returns. I'm actually going to put a post out to social media here real quick. So apologies, I can't talk and type at the same time. . Okay. All right, let's get it out there now to social land. It's kind of cool because I can actually just do this from my weather system. It'll take me 30 seconds, 1 second. Extended eastward and lasts until 4 a.m. A powerful, severe thunderstorm is moving east along I-80 with strong wind potential and torrential rain. This should arrive into the Des Moines Metro after 12:30 a.m. All right, let's get it out there. And if you're watching my pages, you'll see this come out in, under a minute. It'll be out there. Okay. Oh, I had a tiny O. Oh, well. I'm not going to correct it for that. Should we see if some of these cameras work again? Oh, they're all going down now. Yeah, that's a signal. There's some strong wind out there, friends. Let me show you. Okay. So watch this. They're all unavailable. Every single one I hover over. One of these is still, but that one's black. We were watching this one for a short while, and they're all just down right now. Looks like that one's working. That one's working. We'll play it. But yeah, those cameras went down. Crazy. Again, share the video, friends. Let's get some people on here and let people know that we have this strong storm coming down I-80 right now. You are welcome, Heather and Abby. Yeah, a lot of those cameras are down. That is for sure. Carly, are the west storms looking severe tonight? Yes, most definitely. This one incoming in the metro by about 12:30 is going to be potent. Thanks for being live. You are welcome, Daniel. Here to help out, and I'll be on here for a while yet. I'm going to be watching this one for you. A lot of lightning coming in. Julie is woken up by holy thunder. Holy lightning and thunder. Charles, hello. Thanks for joining us on this broadcast. So no weakening right now. Yeah, definitely not. All right, let me drive the radar. I got to get you back onto the radar. There we go. So there's this little hook right in here south of Guthrie Center. And this is the green right here, is the wind rushing out. And sometimes we can see it spin around on itself. This would be an area I'm watching for maybe some strengthening for a spin-up tornado. Actually, it looks like it was a little bit stronger right here at 11:37, and it might be washing out now. Okay, getting some indication. We're told by the National Weather Service the flash flood guidance for 1 hour is about 1.5 inches, and we're seeing 1 to 2 inch per hour rates out of the storm, but thankfully it is a little bit more progressive. So far we haven't seen any flash flood warnings come about because of this, but we're kind of on that tipping point, right? So watching those little hooks, those little nooks and crannies that are in there. Might have to go get another drink here. I had some caffeine to keep me on. All right, let's see what the NROT is saying. Adair 26. Audubon 38, Atlantic. There's 2 spots in Atlantic that reach 62. That's crazy right here. Both of those. Bam and bam. Harlan was 68 a while ago. Audubon 38. So there's several points in this thunderstorm, especially south of 44, that are quite potent in here. Oh, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Okay. Get those wind gusts off. Still snowing like crazy. This is snowing. Ha! It is not snowing out there. Quite the lightning show, and it's raining really hard out there. Abby, nothing imminent yet. Of course, we'll keep you updated. All right. Check in with those comments. You can ask questions where you're at. I'll try to answer as many as possible. This little appendage, I believe that was a new little cell that pulsed up ahead. Yeah, that one moving south to north there in southern Guthrie County. So that little appendage and the little kinks that develop are where we're most susceptible for a tornado in these instances, and kind of we don't have a well-structured bow right now, but kind of right at the tip of those bows and at the ends as well should those form, but at this point we don't really have a true distinct one. Velocity, boy, that's tighter, isn't it? North of Casey, south of Guthrie Center. Strong outbounds. Let's see what we're thinking. Okay, yep. Cody, you back with me up there? Okay, just be prepared. Sorry, I didn't realize I didn't have the radar on. We do have some decent shear detection showing up here with some strong outbounds. Why don't we go on with a quick update here? Cody, if you want to line that up. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay, I'm ready when you are. Yep. Hi everyone, I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal, continuing to track this thunderstorm as it encroaches on the Des Moines Metro, back to the west right now towards Guthrie Center, Greenfield, and Adair with the worst of the impacts of this one. No new severe thunderstorm warning at this point, but the one that is in place lasts until 12:15. At this stage, I fully expect this to be extended as we continue on over the next 15 minutes based on the way the radar has been trending. I'm jumping on briefly with you because I do see an area of circulation that does have me a bit concerned that is running just to the south of Guthrie Center and north of Casey. We're seeing some stronger signals now of some rotation coming in here with this cell. A little bit of some bad data on this latest scan, but you can definitely see the area that I am going to be watching for you very closely. And as I go to the shear detection, it's going to show you a little bit of an impulse there. And we're going to be watching all along the leading edge of this line. Perhaps we can see a quick spin-up tornado. In fact, we just got a new tornado warning issued for this exact couplet that we came online with you for. So we're going to keep it here on coverage as we continue on. We are also streaming our coverage on We Are Iowa Plus, social media as well, and YouTube if you want to join us on there. And I am monitoring the Facebook live chats for any comments or reports if you have anything to pass along, but we want to emphasize your safety with this one. So a tornado warning there, and this is for southern Guthrie County until 12:15. This is radar indicated for that area of rotation that I did note for you, especially in the last scan here, not this current one. I'll back it up. And you'll see that this scan was bright and tight. That's often what we're looking for when it comes to tornado couplets showing up on the screen. There is also a secondary little area that is trying to show some spin moving over Guthrie Center right now, but that is more loosely organized. We did see this one strengthen over the last 5 minutes or so, so that's why we jumped on with you. That radar is always looping in that box just above my head, and as we go one above that one, we do have our West Des Moines Sky Tracker 5 pointed off to the west and south and west of you. Just one emphasis I do want to highlight is that we've been monitoring our traffic cameras back to the west of the metro, and we've been seeing them successively go down. So that's a signal that there is something happening there to maybe stress the network, take down connection, meaning strong winds. And we have seen certainly some strong winds in there from time to time. This is a look back east of Adair, I believe, closer to the Casey area. This would be in that general area that has that rotation, though. This is I-80 near mile marker 79 right now. A lot of traffic going by with their flashers on. Certainly some torrential rain in there. We've been seeing some very, very heavy rainfall rates coming in, about 1 inch to 2 inches per hour that has been noted. So back to the velocity signal here, I want to note that circulation, we just got a new scan in. It is a little bit weaker in that regard, but still, anyone near Casey, Menlo, seek shelter for a possible tornado here. I'm going to put a track on this one that's moving to the east at about 40 miles per hour. So let's see where this one ends up at. I'm going to actually have to redraw that. It's a little bit too far out of the distance here for me to get it on. I'll take some of the stuff off the screen too, clean it up for you. If this one continues to hold, we're going to get it into the west side of the metro about an hour from now at 12:50. Stewart, seek shelter, please. Casey as well. Earlham, this one will be near you at 12:15. And on down the line, well outside the warning box, Adele at 12:24. So anyone within the red box here, that's where we're tracking that tornadic circulation. Quickly pulsing up. I had the concern, so I wanted to jump on here as soon as I saw that, because I saw that we were kind of trending that direction to see a possible tornado warning come out, and it certainly looks like that has been the case. So did have a report from one of our viewers, Judden, joining me on one of the streams we're having, saying that power has been lost in Guthrie. I'm assuming that means Guthrie Center. So there's likely some stronger wind in there as well. And we're going to continue to track that for you. So the latest shear detection, dramatically less. When I joined you initially, when I first jumped on, that was definitely something that was stronger in there. And I've noticed on the last few velocity scans that we've lost this a little bit. So this is kind of a history, if you will, over the last 30 minutes. This line is evolving eastward, and we've seen some of that shear go away in there, significantly, in fact, as we look at this last one. I think there's certainly some rotation going on around the Guthrie Center area, and I'll just highlight that for you as well at this point. The red going towards the Des Moines area and kind of coming back towards Guthrie Center there over the span of a few miles there is a little bit of some inbound wind into that thunderstorm. But the rotation down here to the south has certainly washed out significantly, and actually I no longer believe there to be a significant tornadic threat left in that one. Now the warning is still there. Please take that very seriously. I'm not saying come out of cover at this point, but I think we see the trend in the right direction here out of this one. So let me go back and show you. This was a thunderstorm interaction. You see that new development just north of Casey? So these two thunderstorms interacting, and we just got that right amount of spin. If you watch that cell out ahead of this main line, it's moving from south to north. And incoming from the west to the east, it kind of rotates in and around on itself. So we had that thunderstorm interaction there to kick up that little bit of spin that was necessary at that point in time. We'll keep it here for the duration of this warning as it continues on through 12:15. I have a hunch it's going to be able to let go a little bit early. Certainly is getting windy out there. Another report from Guthrie County is starting to get very windy. Let's check out some of those wind reports that we have seen. A history upwards of 70 miles per hour towards Harlan. They reached 68 miles per hour earlier while the heart of the storm was located over that locale. Atlantic, you see there, this is now dated, but 62 miles per hour. This site actually gusted to 62 miles per hour as well. Audubon with a recent gust to 38. And actually just a report coming in, wind gusts coming in out of the Guthrie Center area estimated to be less than 50 miles per hour. So still definitely a strong wind, but right there in the center of Guthrie County, we're seeing some stronger winds aloft, kind of right over town there. I think this is where the heart of that strongest wind is right now in this system. So we're going to continue to track that. That tornado warning is in place, also a severe thunderstorm warning in place right now. And I fully expect this to be continued as well. I believe both go until 12:15. I'll just sample that real quick. Yeah, both are in effect until 12:15. We had a tornado vortex signature on, I'm using a different radar product just off screen, right when this warning was issued. That gives us the computer is basically saying we have a very strong signal for that rotation, but it's since washed out significantly in the southern portion of Guthrie County, though that tornado warning does continue on. I'm going to try to round up one of our traffic cams and see how things are looking underneath this one as it continues on. We'll go to mile marker 86. This is going to be right along Highway 25 on I-80. Some very slow movement on the interstate at this stage. And it even looks like that there's some vehicles that may be stopped. Let me see here. Yeah, that's tough. Very slow movement. Getting off the on-ramp or off-ramp there in this particular image. So very slow movement. We have torrential rain in that area. Let's go on down the line and see, because this would be right about the area we have that circulation that has been washed out. This is a clear picture just to the east of Iowa Highway 25 on I-80. You see those sheets of rain drifting across the interstate right here. Some stronger wind incoming. Could be as high as 60 miles per hour with this. So something we're definitely watching. This particular image showing the traffic moving by a little bit more quickly, but I believe this is kind of right at the leading edge of where we currently have those storms. So we'll continue to track those for you. It does look like this tornado warning has trimmed up a little bit, though it has been continued. So if you're still in this red box, the bounds basically from Guthrie Center down just east of Casey along Highway 25 to Stewart and up through Panora and the Lake Panorama area. So watching in there, if you are inside the red box east of Highway 25, and some of the smaller communities showing up, Menlo included, Dale, Glendon, and Monteith, you need to be seeking shelter at this point. Let's go to the velocity signal and see what we have. Yeah, that previous circulation, I'm going to go to storm relative here, is definitely, yeah, it was very strong back here north of Casey, and now I'm rocking back towards current time. Not to say that there can't be some strong winds in there, but that circulation has certainly gone away. There's another little area here just south of Panora I would also tend to want to watch right here. So northeast of Monteith, southwest of Panora. This is just south of Highway 44. We'll watch that. And let me check out over here. Yeah, there's some minor shear. It's very strong in the outbound wind right here. Next scan coming in. Yeah, very strong on the outbound wind. Usually I'd like to see it stronger on the inbound wind. The inbound wind, I mean to the thunderstorm relative to that. That is the updraft wind, which usually has more play in tornado genesis, but we can also spin up things just on the downdraft too. In fact, on the QLCS, some of that wind rushing out and getting ahead can just curl back, and you can spin up a brief tornado. And I think that's what we've just run into over southern, southeastern Guthrie. No verification, mind you, that this is on the ground. This is radar indicated. But certainly that is what can happen. Some stronger wind, I think, between Panora and Guthrie Center. So heads up there if you're around the Lake Panorama area and getting towards Panora, right along Highway 44, there's a signal for some stronger wind to be in there as well. No big wind gusts being reported in the heart of that line. I'll say back towards Adair. This is new since the last time we checked out some of the wind gusts here. Sometimes it takes a minute for that data to build in, but right on the leading edge there in Adair, winds gusting to just short of 50 miles per hour. Another topic we've been really hounding on here as of late has been the rainfall. We are hitting rainfall rates at about 1 to 2 inches per hour. Thankfully, things have been fairly progressive on us tonight. and moving at 40 miles per hour. But some of these radar estimates coming in, they're getting up into that 1 to 2 inch range. In fact, I've sampled a few getting up to 2.5 inches in a few spots. We start rising up towards that 2-inch mark, and that's in 1 hour can be troublesome in the scenario we have. Our water basins are waterlogged, the ground, I should say, on that. The river basins have been stressed as of late, so they're going to be more responsive, meaning our capability of flash flooding is just a little bit easier than what it might normally otherwise be. So we're tracking that for you. Let's go to see the velocity signal here. Yeah, we have a couple of stronger pulses of wind up above. Let me go ahead and sample that and see what we get. So that's saying 86 miles per hour. How far above ground is that? Let me see here. So that's going to be at about 2,500 feet. Between Guthrie Center and Panora, we're registering 86 miles per hour. That gives us some very strong wind potential out of this. So please heed that severe thunderstorm warning as well, and likely we're going to be seeing this extended as we're now getting closer to 12:15. We're about 15 minutes out from that. That tornadic circulation is certainly washed out. We do have the warning. I'm truthfully no longer concerned down with the original area of circulation, but it's been kept going because of these other couplets. So if you're closer to Highway 44 on the northern end of that current tornado warning, that's probably why it's still continuing. And then also here just a little bit west of Panora. So heads up for that, very close. That northern edge of that tornado warning looks to be the most interesting at this point to me. Coming in out of the National Weather Service, is there anything new? Doesn't appear to be. I believe Stewart, Menlo, Casey, you're in a much better position as it pertains to a tornadic circulation out of this. And it's more so the northern parts of that tornado warning that we're watching at this point. So as we look to the north, this is mostly confined south of Highway 141 at this point, as far as the worst impacts of the thunderstorm as a whole, and then stretching down a hair south of Highway 92 towards Greenfield. But inside this yellow box, we're going to be watching for some wind gusts getting up there, potentially to 60 miles per hour. Haven't seen a report of that in a while. Let's go back and play the video. This is coming in mile marker 88. Where was that one? So this is going to be just to the east of Highway 25. Okay, I'm going to try to find another one. Thank you for that, sir. Not going to be a good one to look at close to Stewart. Let's check this one out. This is mile marker 96, so this is getting closer to Stewart. All right, we're going to let the booth take control, and we're going to pull up one of the cameras, and we'll let you drive here. We have Cody in the back helping us out of this one, so I'll take me a minute to be able to see it, but once it's up, here we go. What is this? We'll go back to 80. Yeah, very, very good. That's a nice pull. There is a lot of stopped traffic there, wherever this is, for whatever reason it may be. This certainly had that tornadic circulation around there. Something appears to be going on to make everyone divert off in this particular area, except for that one semi. That is certainly interesting to see right there. There's some traffic movement. Maybe the rain is just that heavy. But anyways, that is certainly an interesting cam. We can come back to the vMixer if we can, and I'll continue to drive. I actually still have it up, so we'll be able to see that as well. But certainly some torrential rain in there. It's making a lot of people stop. Adair gusting to 63 miles per hour at this point. I'll go ahead and get you back to that so you can see that. So this is a new wind gust coming in of the roadside station there in Adair of 63 miles per hour. So this one continuing to trudge its way eastward. The original tornado circulation is gone, and even one of the secondary ones I was tracking just no longer looks to be quite as impressive. What I am concerned with right now is over Panora. This is going to be the area that's most interesting to me, and I would go ahead and say you're on the northern edge of that tornado warning anyways. Continue to seek shelter. There is an area of circulation happening right over Panora at this point. Cody in the booth, if you can just keep track on a couple of the cameras, let me know which one, and I'll pull them up as needed if you see anything interesting. Thank you, sir. There is that shear detection. So this is current. Oop, got me the wrong tool. 1 second here. So that cyan color right over Panora, that's indicating that that shear is kind of peaking on us just a little bit. So it's strengthening right over town right there. So that's my immediate concern as it pertains to any tornadic action. Certainly some very strong winds being registered in here. I believe we sampled close to 86 miles per hour a little bit earlier. Certainly some strong wind in there right along Highway 44. So you saw that 70 miles per hour popping up, 61. This is about 23 to 2,500 feet up in the air, 74 miles per hour. So strong wind aloft, and it doesn't take much to punch that all the way down to the ground. And then on top of that, we have that bit of circulation. So still going to be watching that. Go back to the shear tracks and see. Nope, nothing has changed there. See if we've garnered any more wind. If you have something to pass along to us, you can join us on our social media streams where I am keeping tabs on some of the comments. Of course, if you have any pictures or videos, you can send that to weather@weareiowa.com. But definitely your safety is first and foremost for us. We are not advocating you to go out and take a look at what's happening at this point. So tornado warning currently over Panora, I think, is the area of interest. Okay, we do have a new warning downstream that does include the Des Moines Metro. Let's go ahead and take a look at this one. This warning, the details on it, they are for Dallas, Madison, Polk, and Warren. This goes until 1:15. We're looking at radar indication of 60 mile per hour winds. I would actually go ahead and say that's confirmed based on that Adair report that we were seeing previously. This tornado warning continues for another 10 minutes here. What we haven't done is talked about the overall evolution of the line here. So I'm going to go ahead and stretch this one out. It's moving at about 40 miles per hour, almost due east, equally split on either side of the interstate at this point. So you see some of the estimated times of arrival popping up on screen here. Within those red boxes extending out to the east, Redfield will be near you around 12:15. We have Earlham at 12:14, Winterset at 12:23, Waukee, so hitting the west edge of the metro at 12:34, Urbandale at 12:48, and then Des Moines by 12:54. So that's the estimations that we have going on at this point in time. So still watching some of our traffic cams. That's actually what I'm going through right now. There's still a lot of stop traffic right along I-80 at mile marker 80. So that's going to be back towards the Casey area for some of that torrential rain that's coming through. And you can see all that traffic lining the side there, pulling off into, I believe there's a rest area right there on the right side. But starting to see at least a few more cars back there on the road. We come back to that radar picture for you. It's been a while since we checked in on the velocity signal, and those of you seeking shelter in that red box, if you're back towards Highway 25, you can come out of that shelter there. The area I'm most interested in is now passing east of Panora. There's not a strong inbound wind, but we do have some wind rushing out right here. latest scan incoming. And this little void, and there's some weak reds in there, that's the signal of that opposing wind that's actually feeding up into this thunderstorm. Lost a lot on the shear detection, so let's pull that up for you here real quick. This product is about 5 minutes delayed, so we'll check back on this and see if that's confirmed to what I'm looking at. Some of the higher velocity readings. So this, I kind of cut out the riffraff, if you will, and some of those low returns. And this is pinpointing anything 60 miles and above, miles per hour and above, that is being pinpointed, localized on our radar picture. So you can see definitely from Panora stretching down south and east through Linden and the Redfield area. This is where I believe the strongest wind is right now, potential for maybe something north of 60 miles per hour. The storm does have a history of 70 back to the west towards the Harlan area earlier. 63 is the strongest we've seen out of Adair at this point. We are going to be coming to a couple of airport sites here shortly in Perry and then eventually Des Moines International. So we'll have to watch and see how things go. One second, there's some conversation here from the National Weather Service. So the tornado warning is being canceled. Well, we're very close to the expiration time, so it's no longer as much of a concern at this point. So as we kind of stated there, the original circulation's been long gone with this tornado warning until 12:15. There's kind of some suspect areas we're watching right along the northern edge, and if you are on that northern edge of that tornado warning, please continue in that safe place. If you're down closer to Stewart, I think you're good to come out of your safe place as it pertains to the tornadic threat. And even we're starting to see this run out of that tornado tornado warning box. I'll pop that up on screen. So we're seeing the areas that I'm becoming concerned with up through here. It's been this area is now out into Dallas County. So if we were concerned with that continuing on, we would certainly see a new tornado warning issued. There was briefly here, just south of Earlham, a brief little instance of a stronger outbound wind from the thunderstorm, but it looks like that couplet has kind of broadened out a little bit. So watching for these little spins right on the leading edge of this line. This is classic linear storm spin-up tornadoes. And there's some appendages in there. So what's happening is we have these new storms trying to develop out in front, and they're kind of shearing across each other, and it gets those circulations able to develop. So you're going to see here on the severe thunderstorm warning, it lasts until 1:15, encompasses all of the Des Moines metro. And the threat's going to be 60 miles per hour for the wind. Hail, I don't really think is a significant factor with this one at this point, and it's going to go away. So yeah, that tornado warning is going to be expired at this point. So that's good news. We're going to keep it with you, though, as this one rolls into the metro. We are into overnight programming at this point, so if you're waking up to the storms, you want to know what's going on with the storms. So we'll go ahead and just keep it here for us, tracking some of those wind gusts. Yeah, it's not near as coverage with those reliant observation points as I'd like to see. Earlier at 10 o'clock, this has evolved since then. The severe thunderstorm watch has actually been pushed eastward. It does last until 4 o'clock. It does last until 4 o'clock in the morning. It does now push close to Highway 63. So just keep that in mind. There will eventually be a weakening trend that evolves, but I think we're still in that dominant stage where things are strong and robust and pushing off to the east. There is actually a little bit of activity bubbling up out ahead of this main line. And you notice a lot of it's moving east to west. Thankfully, it's not filling in, or we'd really be talking about flash flooding potential at this point. But right now, winds are top of mind. Being asked about the Guthrie Center Airport, and I don't believe there's any observation site that's available to me at this point. So we do have some automated stations in the vicinity, but sometimes those aren't necessarily all up and running. I take every single observation point in the state and I plot it on the screen here, and you see it gets cluttered when you widen out the view, but I have everything that is sent into my system plotted on this map right now at this point. Latest gust out of Adair, that's kind of at the trailing edge of this storm now, 49 as it comes out of the strongest. So right here, that would have been at 11:48, so it's a little bit dated, but we do get that information. There's some stronger wind gusts in line here. And we've certainly seen that with these automated sites. It is night. It's difficult to get a lot of reports at night when there is significant issues ongoing. Okay, strongest wind, I do believe. I'm going to change things ever so slightly so it becomes a little bit more apparent. We're watching here, especially over Dallas County. So basically anywhere from Perry, you get down through the Redfield area, Earlham. This would be approaching Minburn as well, not quite there yet, and eventually Dallas Center and Adel. We'll continue on. But yeah, sampling some of these winds in here, and this is 75 miles per hour, 77 miles per hour. One second, I'm going to just see how high up is this. So that beam height now is only about 1,500 feet. It'll be interesting to see how this moves as it moves into the metro, because the radar gets lower and lower. It does have a slight upward tilt to it, so as it radiates out from that dome, as you see there, we're getting a new scan coming in. It does actually get higher up in the atmosphere the further away you get. So the closer it gets, if this is staying elevated, we'll see those high-end colors, those bright, those blues and almost the white shading there disappear if it's staying up in the clouds. And we hope that's the truth, but we have had some confirmation coming in of 50 plus miles per hour. The Guthrie Center area coming in, Adair, what was that, 63, I do believe, that we had a gust with. There's a little bit trying to circulate right here. I'm going to get off this bright mode and show you what I'm talking about here. So just north of Highway 44, kind of circulating around like that. So we're just north of Highway 44, getting to D Avenue and 210th. Now there's not a tornado warning for this, but it is certainly a circulation on the thunderstorm level. This would be rain wrapped. Most definitely. So these appendages, I like watching this just to the north and west of Winterset. I like watching these little areas, these appendages coming out, because sometimes that helps, again, spin some of that activity up. All right, I'm going to try to find some traffic cams coming in. Again, we have our West Des Moines cam. That's the very top box you see above me. Vivid lightning show. And I'm just going to step off here real quick and see if I can get it aimed a little bit of a different direction to see if we can get a little bit more. We might get some water tower contamination in there, and if we do, we'll just have to live with that here for now. But we'll try to pan it to the right, sometimes a little bit delayed there. But we'll pan it to the right and see what we end up with. There may be some poles or a railing that pops into view, but that is a vivid lightning show out there right now. There we go. We got that pole coming into view. A vivid lightning out there. I may reposition that if it doesn't move again. I've nudged it a couple times, but sometimes it takes just a little bit to get there. So I'm looking at our cameras, trying to find if there's anything significant that I need to show you along I-80 out there. I'll go ahead and show you, this is going to be I-80 at mile marker 101. So let me go ahead and get that up for you. And of course the camera is wanting to buffer on us as it continues on. Let me reload this here real quick and see if we get the get that camera to come in. Okay, let's play that one more time. There is some torrential rain. A lot of folks out there driving with their flashers on as this one comes through. Really just sheets of rain going by right there. And as you get the headlights illumination, you can really see what I'm talking about with those sheets of rain just going right down the pavement there. So that's a good illumination of it with that wind up to 60 miles per hour. This one just now starting to get into the Des Moines Metro. On the west edge, kind of hitting Highway 169 right now. That's the leading edge of where this storm currently is lining up. Let's go to the max box and you'll get a look at where that current storm is. That severe thunderstorm warning lasts until 1:15. After I get things repositioned here ever so slightly, I am going to put a track on this as this one comes into the metro. I want to let everyone know what's going on if you're being woken up by the thunder and the lightning that is ongoing out of this, and we'll continue to track it here for you. So this one is incoming to the metro. I think it does start to impact our west edge closer to 12:30 and probably continue to rumble across through the 1 o'clock time frame. So we're looking at that. I'll go ahead and bring up that traffic cam. Just let that sit there in that top box. If I see something interesting on our West Des Moines cam, I'll cycle through to it as well. But that's what I'm watching here. We have some very heavy rain and some stronger wind intertwined in here. And pull up those wind gusts quick and then put a track on it. Okay, so checking with the National Weather Service chat. Don't have any new updates. We don't have any new wind gusts coming in, but these sites really haven't been all too active. So this warning until 1:15. Let's put a track on this. East at 40 miles per hour. Right basically smack dab up Highway 169 at this stage. Moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. Here we go. So this is getting into Winterset right now. It's going to be near Waukee at 12:32, and Adel, it's going to be in your town here in the next couple of minutes. Clive, 12:44. It's tough when you have some of these elongated east-west towns, so it's going to vary depending on what side of town you're on. But take these to City Center when you hear this. So Des Moines City Center at 12:52, so a little bit earlier on the west side. West Des Moines prior to that, so probably closer to the 12:44 time frame, like Clive. Ankeny at 12:57, Altoona at 1:06, and Mitchellville just beyond the scope of the warning box, getting there just beyond 1:15. So I think this warning in place is good in the sense that it covers the time very closely. So here's the concern with pertaining to flash flooding. I'm going to shorten the time frame here to an hour, and we're going to go ahead and resume this. You see the redevelopment that is occurring back behind. And so we're going to see another round of heavy rain sweep through here. And flash flooding concerns are out there. We're stressed in our waterways. We have a moisture overloaded ground at this point. Check out the 6-hour rainfall that we've seen. And you can see some big time numbers coming in northern Audubon County. Now these are radar estimates, mind you. 3.3 inches around the Guthrie Center area, 2 inches will go down into Cass County, 12.1 up near, 2.1, 12.1 would be a completely different conversation. Near Harlan, 2.8. And that next round is coming into the region from the west. So we'll have to see, and will it fill in, right? That's going to be proving troublesome if that continues to happen, but there was definitely a little bit of vigor as that trailing storm crossed over the Missouri River. That leading edge right along Highway 169 right now. It's been a while since we checked in on that velocity scale. There's that little bit of a hook. So we have this right here, a little bit of rotation. You can kind of see that circling around. Now, I'm not saying there's tornadic action there, but that's what it stems from, right? So that's kind of the pinpointed areas we're going to be looking at as it pertains to this. Some of those stronger winds are definitely in there along this line, basically from I-80, the DeSoto area, back to the north and west a little bit, towards Perry. So we'll have to watch Perry, the airport data coming in. Okay, Cody in the back, can you relay just in our chat with the newsroom that there's significant damage being reported in Stewart, Panora, Guthrie Center, large tree limbs down all over town. So whole trees down. Significant wind through there. So you're hearing that significant wind out of several communities in Stewart, Panora, Guthrie Center, all reporting large limbs and whole trees down. So that's why we're going to keep it here with you as this one comes through the Des Moines Metro, because I do think that we are going to see that into the Metro too. The storm is holding its own at this point. Yeah, Nathan joining me on the chat here saying this one is hitting Adele at this point, and most definitely I'm seeing that at this stage as well. Right along Highway 169 is where this one is. This is going to be staying mainly south of Highway 141 across Dallas County, of course, before it curves back down. But smack dab through Dallas County is where the worst of the conditions are right now. So as it pertains to the velocity, some of the readings coming in here, 68 miles per hour, just to the west of Dallas Center, 57. 58 by DeSoto and a 60 by DeSoto, and this is only about 1,000 feet above ground. I'm going to actually double check that here, and we'll see exactly how high this is above. So we are at 1,000 feet where I'm measuring, especially closest to that Dallas Center area. So this is 1,000 feet above ground with significant wind, at least to the level that we're watching for this warning. And now with some ground truth to a lot of limbs and trees down. Cody, I don't know if you can look at if there's any fire department pages on Facebook or anything, and see if you can find some stuff up there that we can display. But yeah, they're saying there's large tree limbs and whole trees down in spots. Latest velocity scan coming in, some bubbles, some pockets of significant rain. Van Meter area, northeast of Earlham, getting up Highway 169 and continuing up through Adele. DeSoto is included on that. This one's going to be incoming to Dallas Center shortly, and then it does have that little bit of a crook back to the west along Highway 44 at this juncture. Let me see if we can find any traffic cams that have us any leads right now. And just trying to take a look at them here, see if there's anything worth pulling up for. It's always good to get some real looks outside. And of course, I do currently have our West Des Moines traffic cam, or excuse me, West Des Moines Sky Tracker 5 going on right now. So I'll merge you. This is at Highway 169 in DeSoto. Semi is absolutely crawling along right there at this juncture. You do see the sheets of rain blowing across, contrasted by the headlights there. There's some torrential rain, and there is also some really strong wind gusts coming into view at this stage. I'm going to pull up Perry Airport and see if there's any significant wind reported at this juncture. 29, that was just a few minutes ago, likely outflow induced, as just starting to get into that one in Perry. You're kind of on the northern edge, so we're watching from Minburn right now down through Dallas Center to Adele, and Van Meter, DeSoto, to Winterset even, though the velocity signatures aren't near as strong down into Madison County. That's what we're going to continue to watch here. We'll get you back over to the radar, and you can see that leading edge charging in. This one you can think of the wind kind of feeding the thunderstorm, moving back to the west, and as it hits that cold air rushing out from the thunderstorm, it gets pushed up in and slanted. It's that slanted that actually helps keep this long-lived. And as I'm analyzing the radar here, there's some rear inflow happening. Any of these weaker returns that almost make it look like that bow shape. We talk about bow echo generally in a larger sense. There's also, on a localized level, these little cutouts where there's weaker returns that can sometimes yield some localized pinpointed needle-like wind gusts that come down. Just want to reiterate, fire departments in Stewart, Panora, and Guthrie Center reporting very large limbs down or whole trees down all across town. So this is a wide swath if you look at this area. So you can fully expect this getting to the ground in Adel. I'm just going to check in with Chase Bowman, see if there's anything significant over in Adel. All right, thank you, sir. Just the back touching base with me, listening in on what they're telling me and saying they don't have any visible reports that we can pass along to you, but we're always scrounging and we're scouring. If you have anything you'd like to share with us, you can do that. We do have our Facebook live streams going. You can simply just make a comment in there if you'd like. That's certainly something that you can do. You can also send us an email, weather@weareiowa.com as well, and I'm always monitoring that for you very closely. In fact, that's what I'm checking in right now just to see if there's anything going on. But I tell you, so many people are sleeping or awoken from the sleep right now, and we just don't have very many sources at this time of night to garner something hugely visible for you at this stage. I'm going to go over to our West Des Moines Sky Tracker 5. It looks like we have a bit of a shelf cloud working into the metro right now. So you can see that well-defined incoming. So that shelf cloud's moving in. That's always indicative of some stronger winds. I'm just going to make sure our weather station is up and running. It is. We'll get you an indication on wind gusts as this one does enter West Des Moines as well. All along here, though, I see two distinct areas that signal me maybe there's some stronger wind surrounding, and now we get a new scan in here, but it's generally going to hold. Those lowered echoes are typically where we find some of the more pinpointed wind gusts. And at least on that northern one, that's where we have some of those stronger returns showing up on the velocity signal. Here's some wind down on the south side of Waukee, registering aloft to 83 miles per hour, and that's not much more than 600 or 700 feet up. 66 around Adel, and then back northwest of Adel, that was another 66 miles per hour, and we're talking a few hundred feet up. So incoming into the metro as you watch the shelf cloud roll into the Des Moines metro. That is a menacing looking sight, and so often that is synonymous with stronger wind gusts incoming. And so we'll wait beyond that line if we'll get some of those stronger gusts to push in along that. Just above my head, you see the overall evolution of the radar becoming a little bit more compact, as you see with the reflectivity returns, but still I believe we're coming in something very potent at this point. I have confirmation from Nathan in Adel saying that the wind is definitely stronger now as it's hitting town. No confirmed tornadoes here for tonight at this point. But we have had a couple of tornado warnings. We had a surprise one earlier this afternoon and this evening. We did see a second one here that I jumped on as we started this coverage with you. I'll go to the velocity, and you can see that strongest is lined up from Waukee back through Adel and then up through Perry. So we're definitely getting that stronger wind into the Des Moines Metro at this stage. I'd say the strongest activity is right over Waukee and right over Dallas Center at this point. So we're getting in here, West Metro. We have crew in the back digging for reports, anything like that. And we're going to continue to monitor very closely here on air and online for you as we continue on. But that shelf cloud definitely coming in, working into the metro. I'll go back to that here briefly, and you can get a sense on where that is. That's just starting to get into the area of our studios, that rush of wind out ahead. So this one incoming to our West Des Moines studio here right now, any minute, and definitely seeing a signal for some stronger winds with this line as it's moving through. I think the most potent activity right now is on the Dallas County side of this storm system. Here's some estimated times of arrival for that initial surge of wind. So looking at Urbandale here, anytime, in fact, probably the west edge is already getting into it. Hey, keep this in mind for City Center when it's going to be near you. So City Center, Des Moines by 12:54, Altoona at 106, Bondurant at 108. I would say Grimes coming your way within the next 7 minutes or so. West Des Moines here any minute, and then Norwalk as well. So you'd be about 10 minutes away for that, though it looks like the strongest wind that's in line here with this storm is probably more so north of the Norwalk area. Some reports coming in out of Dallas Center. Wind is estimated to be as high as 60 miles per hour hitting. That was as of 12:33, that report relayed to us. Strong winds have left numerous power outages and tree damage in portions of Guthrie County. Many personal weather stations hitting 50, 60 miles per hour. So I think we're hitting that 60 mile per hour threshold. This one wind gust report showing up at 33 miles per hour near Perry. That's south of town, mind you. And do note that these towns, while they are listed here, doesn't necessarily mean that all those stations are online. But we have confirmed estimates of winds up to 60 miles per hour now in Dallas Center and numerous locations back towards Guthrie County. All right, that shelf cloud is almost up to the station here. This is Sky Tracker 5 in West Des Moines. Still tracking those appendages, as I mentioned. There appears to be one kind of riding in on the west side of town right now, and sometimes that can be cause for some brief spin-ups when it comes to the tornadic factor of things. At this point, we don't have any tornado warnings, but that's just kind of the scenario we're dealing with here for tonight. We will go to traffic cam. This is mile marker 118 in Waukee. You can see those sheets of rain, and just going back to the camera because it started shaking pretty good here. We're starting to pick up some stronger wind. I can actually hear it on the roof here just a little bit as well. Okay. Getting a report of some strong wind in Waukee right now. Do have a report out of Waukee. It's strong wind, and we're continuing to track it. Okay, some shake to the tower cam coming in. Tough to get an estimate. Every now and then I hear a little burst coming up on screen or on the roof of the building. But watching this tower cam feed, there's definitely some shake coming in there as this one comes into the Des Moines Metro. We'll get you that tower cam feed on the top and watch it. A report of significant wind gusts here at the station at this point. Okay, so back to the radar picture full we're taking a look at. Okay, we're back on with you. Had to take care of some things behind the scene. This severe thunderstorm is pushing into the west side of the metro right now, and we're finding very strong wind gusts being reported, especially out of Dallas County as of late, with numerous power outages being reported. So this one pulling into the metro, I'll get you over to the velocity signal, and so you can see where those brightest returns are showing up, especially Waukee points and northward up towards the Perry area. Got an estimate out of Waukee of 65 to 70 mile per hour winds. Just going to relay that to the National Weather Service real quick. All right, apologies, I can't text and type at the same time there, but just wanted to relay that report since it is rather significant. I'm not feeling that strength of wind at this stage on the roof of the station, but certainly we're watching for that wind. It looks like the heart of the storm is still off to the west of the Local 5 studios, but we're going to be watching that for you. Okay, so continuing to track things. If you do want to jump in on the conversation, you certainly can by checking out our Facebook live streams. You pass along any reports that you wish. We are tracking that on the Local 5 page and the Chris Kubal Meteorologist page. You can also watch that interactive radar on We Are Iowa Plus. You can control it. I'm in control here, but if you want to look at a specific location, that's the easiest way. We have that interactive radar there for you. So continuing to watch this very closely. Thank you to everyone that is on with us. I am tracking that wind as it does move in. Just a recent estimation out of Waukee of 60 to 70 miles per hour coming in there. So certainly shaking, and if that is the case, we are going to be talking about certainly some tree damage and power outages that comes up. And let's go ahead and check out that power outage map and see what's going on here. So we'll go back over to our web browser and take a look. And this is out of southwestern Iowa. Now, this doesn't update instantaneous, but you can definitely see in Adair County, these are customers, so individual accounts. It's not people, this is accounts. Out of the customers tracked, 1,600, 543 of them are out. So we're looking upwards of 33%, a third of the county without power. 450-ish out of the 3,500 in Guthrie County are out, so around 10% there. A little bit more, maybe 15. In the back towards Cass County, this would include places like Atlantic, 460 outages, customers out of 2,800 or so. Nothing out of Dallas at this point, just a handful in Madison. Another couple of handfuls in Polk, but the bulk of the storm is not yet quite there. Watching that top tower cam for you very closely, that is on the roof of our studio, or on the tower, I should say, right outside. The heaviest rain's just starting to get into town here. Let's go to velocity and see what we can see. Yeah. We're going to get the lights turned on. We do have meteorologist Chase Bowman that is in as well. He's going to be jumping on with us on our video wall for continued coverage. And get a little break for a drink here too. So we're tracking this one as it comes in. Let's go to SkyTracker 5, and you can see that rain that's incoming right now, the shake on the camera. Looks like our weather station here on the building did go down, so I cannot get a wind gust as this one comes through. Strongest winds right now, and this is on Storm Relative, looks like stretch from about the Perry area down through Dallas Center, approaching the Grimes and Waukee area. So especially on the northwestern edge of the Des Moines Metro right now appears to be where the strongest winds are being measured. So I'm throwing a few of those estimates with that wind up on screen. Anywhere from 45, 60, and some of the estimates coming in. There's been reports of a couple power flashes looking west of downtown, north of 235, but tough to pinpoint. Okay, so that's concerning. We'd be watching there for maybe some of those stronger winds stirring across the ground. I don't see any signal of a tornado couplet there. There's some stronger winds on Sky Tracker 5, seeing a bit more balance. Yeah, and I lost my weather station here at Local 5, so I'm not going to be able to get a wind gust report as this one comes in. But we'll go back to the radar picture, and I'm going to populate those wind gusts on screen and just see what we have as this one's coming into town. I'm also going to check out the Perry Airport. That one is significantly through there now. No new report. That one's still at 29 miles per hour, 35 south of town. Minburn has nothing significant, but we have heard from Fire Chief in Dallas Center, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds coming in. Okay, so we're always watching that heavy rain incoming right now. Immediately above my head, we have the radar that circulates if you want to see kind of things on the wider scope, and also the severe thunderstorm warning, and this lasts until 1:15. Haven't shown that in a while. So you need to stay away from windows, because if these wind gusts come up, they can certainly cause some debris to run through at any point in time, and that's the concern. So we've seen definitely a history here, 60 and at times estimated plus miles per hour, and a lot of damage back towards the Guthrie County area with some large limbs and whole trees being reported down. That's why we're on with you constantly at this point. So watching it very closely. Here's the radar picture up full screen. Okay, so coordinating some stuff here in the background, so I had to jump off the microphone with you, but that wind is coming in here. So there's not a lot of details coming in. And of course, we kind of expect this at this point in the night. There's a lot of people that are not out, and it's dark. It's difficult to see at this juncture. This time of night, very difficult. Quite the bounce there on Sky Tracker 5. It looks like my weather station did come back. I'm actually going to check it out here real quick and just see what the max gust has been. We're at 64 miles per hour. 64 mile per hour wind gust just reported here at our West Des Moines studios. I'm going to pass that along to the National Weather Service. All right, 64 miles per hour. Looks like we're still at that mark, sustained at 37. So there's some of those impulses coming in within this line. It is definitely bowing out. Definitely a more defined bow echo. Were we just flashing a little bit here? Okay, must just be me.
All the cameras are.
Okay. All right. So this bow echo pushing through the Des Moines Metro right now. And the strong wind is coming in with it. So stay away from those windows. That's the best thing you can do in this situation. Likely some of the thunder and the lightning pulsing up and maybe waking you up out of bed here for tonight. If you want to jump in on the conversation, you certainly can. Let us know what's happening. Again, in a report, you can do that by joining our Facebook live streams, both the Local 5 and also Chris Kubal, meteorologist. So, getting some reports in. Lights are flickering in Urbandale. Very windy in the Raccoon River Park area. Crazy wind in Norwalk. Hearing thunder in Norwalk. So those are a few of your reports being passed along with us. Carrie Anderson saying wind is even stronger at 162nd in Meredith right now. So that's going to be on the city's northwest side. Wind is picking up in West Des Moines near 60th Street. A strong wind in Urbandale. A lot of you wishing you had some ways to measure that strong wind. Just awful is what I'm seeing. Meredith, east of Alice's Road. So that is back into Waukee, and that would be very close. Actually, that is technically Urbandale, but it matches closely to that Waukee report I had of an estimate of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. So looks like the strongest right now is definitely riding north of 235 based on the velocity signal I am seeing here. I'm just going to check to see the latest wind gusts. Latest wind gust right now is 48 miles per hour. So certainly the leading edge appears to be where the strongest of this wind is trying to take shape. It is curling back up to the north and west, so places like Granger, getting into Polk City, Grimes right now, the Johnston area, Urbandale, Windsor Heights, Clive, West Des Moines, Waukee, especially the eastern edges of some of those western suburbs, still dealing with that stronger wind right now. Pronounced bowing, and what I'm looking for is these rear inflow jets right here, and that's corresponding with where I'm finding the strongest wind right now coming in, and it kind of accelerates that rush down to the surface and actually helps create and fan that bow out even further. Just want to pass along 59 miles per hour at the Des Moines International Airport. We're well under severe limits at our Local 5 studios at this point. But 59 miles per hour at Des Moines International. Let me pull up the winds. Have that West Des Moines cam on top. Still a little bit of a shake, but it was going stronger earlier. A lot of these still reporting calm, which is still not really the case at this juncture. It takes some time to get these reports coming in here. A little bit of an interesting curve to things up near Granger. I'm going to go to the velocity signal and show you. I think it was better this last scan. Perhaps something trying to get a little spinny going on right here, just south and west of Granger. So we'll watch that. Potent burst of wind being registered on radar. I'm actually going to back this up. And you notice how those brightest colors just aren't fully going away as this approaches the radar site. So that's where the strongest wind is at the moment, I believe, kind of approaching the Highway 141 from Granger down through Grimes and Urbandale, but we did also gust to 59 miles per hour at Des Moines International and picking up a quick inch of rain in that regard. So that's concerning as well as we have more storms back to the west. So hopefully things can stay progressive enough and also don't fill in at their strongest back to the west, because we definitely do not need any more rain at this juncture. Des Moines International to 59. I had 64 here at the Local 5 studios and an estimate of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds on the west side of Waukee. No tornado action out there at this point, though I'm always going to be watching for that. Getting a report of a very large tree down in Stewart, North Gaines Street. Power outage and some small limbs in Waukee along mile 118. I'm assuming that means I-80. The worst wind gusts are past there. Okay, so it's raining in Ames at this point. Lights have been flickering in Urbandale and thundering pretty good in Ames. Thank you everyone for the reports that are joining me online via social media. We are Iowa Plus, so you can download that on your TV and catch us anytime, but also on your phones you can have the interactive radar. You can check out specifically where you want to look at and what you want to look at. I'm kind of covering this over the Des Moines Metro as it does move through. There's some stronger winds coming in out of Norwalk at this point. This southern part of the line has intensified a bit down into Warren County as well, down through Indianola. So definitely something to watch. For the last hour or so, it's been the northern section of this storm that's been the most potent. And now we're starting to see that southern end of the line moving in. We'll put a track on this out to the east. These are moving to the east at about 40 miles per hour at this point. Some times of arrival, we're getting into Ankeny now. And Altoona by 104, you'll see a pretty gnarly looking shelf cloud running out ahead of this storm. Getting into Mitchellville at 114, Knoxville at 124. We'll have to keep tabs on that camera. But in here, there are some pinpointed localized wind gusts that are stronger, the peaking that is showing up above ground. And that wind, this is measuring it laterally, but there is downward movement too. And once it hits the ground, it will fan out and continue to fan out with time. Okay, pulling myself back up on screen here so you can see that. Once the rain falls, it has nowhere to go, and so it'll fan out, and that rear inflow can propel it out as well. So watching that, I'm going to move our Knoxville cam around, point it to the north and west, and we'll get that one revved up to take as well, and see if, keep tabs on this one as this line of severe storms kind of moves in with time. So just moving that camera around. It's a long ways out, bear with me. But we're going to continue to track that. SkyTracker 5 West Des Moines is on top, and then we're always having the warnings and the radar cycle through in that middle box just above me. I did see of interest, and briefly we'll take it so you can see that Knoxville cam there. Off in the distance, this is located at the Knoxville Raceway. But off in the distance, you're getting in those lightning bolts coming in. Just refresh this, there's more power outages coming in out of Madison County. Over 500 customers, this is not individual people, 500 customers are out of 5,000 being tracked, so about 10% there. 209 in Dallas County, still a low percentage, but we are seeing the effects of this. That means there is damage happening, whether power lines are being ripped off, or trees are falling into it, or arcing that creates some sort of outage. Stuff is happening out there. So back to the radar picture we go, and we'll continue to watch cameras. We have our crew in the booth sifting and searching for pictures and reports to pass along. Getting a report that Dallas Center and Grimes definitely hit hard for tonight, and we're going to continue to monitor that as we go with time. All right. There should be a general weakening trend that evolves as this moves into eastern Iowa, but so far we have kept this on the strong side. It's remained robust ever since this one arrived into Iowa from the west. So there are several areas that I'm tracking here now across Polk down into Warren County that are showing the signal for the strongest wind. Wow, that is a significant report. 5 minutes ago, Des Moines International up to 69 miles per hour. So that is a significant wind report coming in out of Des Moines International, 69 miles per hour. I had 64 here at Local 5. Now 74 being registered by a roadside station on the southeast side. So there is some legit wind here moving through the Des Moines Metro right now. 1 second while I pass that along. That is significant wind punching through. So this line definitely has gotten some vigor on the south side. You see here just in the last 30 minutes, see how far it's propelled out to the east compared to what it was when it was rolling into the metro. So we've had numerous reports now coming in, getting into that 60 to 70 mile per hour range as this one pulls into the metro. All right, so here's that radar full screen, looking at those wind gusts, big time wind gusts at the moment. Cody, let's make sure that we have Max 2 routed up on the vid wall, please, when the time comes. And that way, Chase Bowman now in. We have team coverage going on. He's going to be jumping on with us here as we continue to track this storm rolling through the metro. So numerous reports now coming in. We just took a power flash here on West Des Moines. I believe we're still on with you, but those lights flickering. Yep, we are on, but yeah, certainly some strong winds out there when you're taking power flashes. I got a TVS here. Let me take a look at this. I don't know if I fully buy that. Let me show you, though. I'm getting a TVS coming in here just off 8035, and I tell you the truth, I really don't, but there's certainly some stronger winds in there. North side of Des Moines up through Saylor Township, Johnston area, and getting into Ankeny right now. New severe thunderstorm warning that has been extended, and you can see that in that box above me. I'll work on getting the details on that coming up. This one is for 70 mile per hour winds. I do know some of our local communities in the Des Moines Metro do sound sirens for 70 mile per hour winds. So if you are hearing those, this is not necessarily for a tornadic threat. It's for that 70 mile per hour wind threshold that can create significant damage overall. So watching this as it continues on out into Jasper, you get into northern Marion County, northeast Warren County, southeast Polk County. That considerable tag is being thrown on there with this. Okay, we have 74 miles per hour at Des Moines International coming in now. So we have some very strong winds incoming at this stage. All right, 74 miles per hour at Des Moines International. We've had estimates 60 to 70 back in Waukee, 64 on the west side of Des Moines, and a lot of reports from you about flickering lights. Lights reported flickering on the east side of Des Moines. We have rain seeping through Tanner's door in Johnston. So there's some issues there from water as well. Okay, just checking in on some of these reports. Yep, Des Moines International, 74 miles per hour. Spring Hill, that's in Warren County, with some strong winds. Winds have significantly picked up at the fairgrounds on the east side of Des Moines. So I'll show you the Spring Hill down there in the center portion of your screen. And this is in Warren County, a report of some strong winds there. No estimate on how strong it is, but also getting going out at the fairgrounds on the east side of Des Moines as well. This line has really bowed outwards, and that's strengthened that southern portion of the line. Some bad data caused that TVS. I'm not too concerned with that. I was just going to pop over to talk a little bit about that. Right near the East Mixmaster, there's some bad data that comes in on the next scan that we'll get here for you to see. Piqued my interest when I saw the icon I'm looking at on some of the data I'm looking at on the other indicators. These are our radar storm indicators, and this is suggesting that there is a potent thunderstorm right now right over the Saylorville Lake area. Not too concerned about the hail, but it would be more so the impact of the wind. And this is on an arbitrary scale of 0 to 10, so 6.5 is starting to climb that list. Don't often pull up those indicators, but I just wanted to see if that one was on there. at the moment. So right up I-35 right now, I believe, is where the strongest wind in the Des Moines Metro is. Very low to the surface too. This is down there. In fact, I'll go ahead and sample. Just see how high the radar beam is up there at this point. This is only 300 feet up where you're starting to see those peach colors coming into view. And those are some very strong signals. So likely we have some very strong wind there as we're sampling about 400 feet up, folks. This is legit, 79, 86 miles per hour. So that's a big concern, no doubt. Further confirmation that the wind is most definitely legit in Altoona as it's just starting to arrive there. There are some very strong pockets in there that stretch all the way down into Warren County, anywhere from Ankeny, rounding around through Bondurant, Altoona, Carlisle, down through Hartford, Indianola. Some strong winds happening right now. So be prepared for that. And stay away from windows. That's the best place to be. If you are so compelled, you can always head down to the basement. But definitely you want to be staying away from windows. So 51 is the latest update for the wind at Des Moines International, coming out of the strongest part of the cell. A report of 44 in Norwalk as this one moved through. And now getting off to the east side of the metro with the heart of the cells that moves through. No doubt we've had some impact in the metro with some of the reports that are coming in. At this point, 50 mile per hour wind report out of Ankeny Regional. So that's a little bit under that severe point. Okay. 1 second here. East side of the metro, heads up. I don't think there's a threat for tornado at this point, but I'm always watching for those little cutouts, those little indicators, those hooks that try to develop on the front side. Not so easily distinguished here on the reflectivity, but maybe more so where we start to see these little nooks and crannies. So north of Runnels, this is kind of the area we'd watch for some shearing and perhaps something to spin up rather quickly. There south of Swan would be another area. I'm not saying there's anything imminent right now, but those are the areas I'm watching. If we do in this setup see a spin-up tornado, that's the area that I'm going to be watching it for. Some very strong winds tucked away in there. Okay, so the velocity picture showing that Boeing segment very, very clearly. I'll get those wind gusts up for you, popping up on screen. Okay, tracking these winds as they go through. I'm going to check the power outages map and see how that one is going. I'll pull you up on it. And Polk County starting to show some outages being noted. 3,300 customers are out of power there. Let me go over to our Knoxville camera here as that one gets revved up. It's going to be watching the west side of Knoxville, looking back to the storm incoming. You'll get in on the southern part of this. You are included on that new severe thunderstorm warning that it has been extended to the east. Right on the southern edge of that. In fact, there's now a new warning on the northern edge too. This one is for 60 mile per hour winds, including Jasper, extreme southeastern Story County, and now Marshall County as well. So we're going to watch the stronger winds. Ankeny Regional coming in with 50 mile per hour winds at that point just a few minutes ago. pretty vivid looking return showing up on the camera at times, though, illuminating on that Knoxville cam. So here's that new warning I was just telling you about. It is up on the screen for you at this point. And that goes, I'm going to go ahead and move this around and so we can sample it. That warning goes until 2 a.m. The southern edge till 1:45. Now is this warning over the Des Moines Metro. The back edge of this will fall off here on us in about 8 minutes or so. That's a good question. I just had a question. Do all the sirens go off for 70-mile-per-hour winds or more? And the answer to that is no. Each community is actually distinctly different, or organization that operates the sirens if they operate multiple communities. Those are all set at the community or county level, so that's why it makes it so important that you need to know why your sirens are sounding, what they will sound for, because it even goes beyond weather at that as well. So some things to definitely keep in mind as we continue on. Strong winds moving off to the east and north and east with time. Coming out of the Des Moines Metro, riding along I-80. We'll see if I can find some of those traffic cams that may be of interest as this one continues to roll to the east. Not seeing any indicators that there would be an accident or anything at this point. But certainly some heavy rain. Let me take this one for you. This is going to be at First Avenue in Altoona along I-80. There's definitely some shake to that pole, and you can see the one that's on screen that's shaking around significantly as well. Torrential rain incoming with this, and there's some stronger wind. So power outages are starting to become a thing across the I-80 corridor as this one continues to move east. Wind gusts, they've been reported as high as 74 miles per hour. That was at Des Moines International. Of course, that's going to be in a wide open space as well. So a good area to really be able to sample those winds effectively, accurately. But that bowing segment right now is really accelerated out. So right on the tip of the bow sometimes is where we have to watch for some of those little circulations to try to spin up. Up here in the hook where it starts to turn back to the north and east a little bit. And sometimes on that southern end as well, though I'm not finding too much significance in that department at this point. Some of the strongest winds being sampled aloft right now, coming in south of Mitchellville, up to 69 miles per hour being estimated at this point. It is an active night for us here at Local 5. The entire Des Moines Metro right now is dealing with it, with some of these stronger wind gusts coming in at this point. Go to that velocity signal you see there, 69 miles per hour. And this is just south of Mitchellville. So that peaking showing up in the velocity signal as it comes out of Altoona. Now the storm is elevating a little bit. There's also a little bit of a rotation. On a broad scale, I'm not talking about tornadic here, but it kind of swings out around to the south and then to the east. Some of those brighter colors. I back it up and I rock it back and forth. You can kind of see how that evolves with time, the transfer of energy in there. Not seeing any tight couplets or anything like that. In fact, it's been a while since we've seen a significant one, and pretty much the first one that brought us on with you, and we've been on with you ever since at this stage. Okay, it's been a while since we put a track on things, so let's go ahead and go back and do that for you. Leading edge of that bow is just starting to get to the eastern edge of Polk County and northeastern Warren County. I am actually going to take all the warnings off here just to get a clearer picture of where this one is lining up. Okay, so this is for the storm, not necessarily the outflow, which sometimes that can kick out ahead of storms. Mitchellville, this will be near you at 11:13. I think that's been pretty close to the common time we've been talking about as we've gone through the last half hour or so. Colfax near 1:23. Knoxville at 1:34, that is going to be near you. And on down the line in Newton at 1:40. Okay, I'm going to pull our Knoxville cam up full, and we can watch that one. You can definitely see that outflow, the scud, if you will, running out ahead that is trying to pull in to the Knoxville area. It's illuminated by their flashes. I know there's a lot of scary appendages that try to hang down there. A lot of that is just scuddy material. It basically is a cumulus cloud forming in the updraft that is coming into view on that camera, but it certainly can look menacing. I will say, just by looking at the radar picture, there is a distinct outflow boundary on the southern edge of this bow, and you'll run into a little rush of wind a bit earlier if you're down into Marion County and what's left of Warren County as this one continues to move eastward. We have a power outage in the southern portion of Ankeny at this point. Lots of lightning all along this line as this one continues to move through. So if you're following along as well, there was a TVS, we call that a tornado vortex signature, and that's basically looking at the radar data and saying, hey, you need to look at this, Mr. Meteorologist. And I looked at it, I think that's some bad data that's been kind of thrown out. I'm not seeing a significant risk of anything spinning up at this juncture, but that can change in just kind of a moment's notice. Okay. All right, we do have meteorologist Chase Bullman in with us as we watch the lightning illuminate over Knoxville. Cody, if we can get over to the video wall, we'll let Chase take it here and talk about some of the power outages that we're seeing.
Yeah, so power outages, once again, over southern Ankeny, that section of this line has definitely maintained the most strength out of all of this. Of course, that northern edge of the bow usually will take a fair amount of strength, but at the same time, we're starting to see that edge get a little less organized, which of course is another good sign that this is starting to lose a little bit of that organization. But overall, this still has a lot of power with it. We still have, finally got that severe thunderstorm warning to expire. Now we can start looking at what is left. Now we do have this northern one, which is going to last until 2 a.m. and then one south of that until 1:45. This is all going to be at least getting, at a very good pace, getting out of the Des Moines metro by 2 to, what time are we at right now? We're looking at
1:15.
1:50. So we've got a little bit of time before all this can at least get further east of us, get out of the Des Moines metro. Still, of course, containing a fair amount of power, and that is the most concerning part with this. At least on my drive in, I was able to at least be about 5 miles ahead of it, and this has a bit of a menacing look. This is a lot of thunder and a lot of lightning, but at this point, it does have to be more of a noisemaker than anything. Still waiting for a few more wind reports to come in, because those have started to really fall, at least in terms of their speed. We saw, the 74 to 75 mile per hour one. Now we're starting to see 50s to 60s. It's a good sign for us. Of course, the southern end getting the rear flow. Always got to keep an eye on that. Never means you're completely out of the woods. That backside wind can be extremely strong and really kind of give you a second hit if you're not prepared for it. But otherwise, you're keeping eyes on this line. One more time, this has started to at least lose a little bit of structure. That always is a good sign to see this slowly start to expire. We're going to try to get this out for the last hour. See if we can get this to loop.
And while you're getting that going, Chase, in the bottom left-hand portion of your screen, we do have some power outages. Numbers may be small for you to see, but over Polk County now, 9,000 customers are out. Warren County, 430 customers are out. 657 in Madison and 550 in Adair. That is about a third of the total number that are being tracked there. Guthrie County, 545, and not much in Dallas, but we have heard of some power outages there. I believe in Dallas Center, that was the case. Chase?
It was around central Dallas County where this really started to take that bowing shape and start moving eastward. So unfortunately, with these lines of storms and these bow echoes, it's almost a strength come in, and then you get the wind report. So you can just kind of look over down towards the bottom left of your screen where we had that velocity up. Some of these colors you don't see very often with these lines of storm, so we are easily having, you could probably say a 40 to 50 mile per hour leading wind coming in with this, and then the gust topping that 70 to 75 mile per hour mark. But one more time, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning over Jasper, Marion, Polk, and Morgan County. That was until 1:45, and then the one just north of that, that one expires at 2 a.m. Forgive me for not knowing my counties just yet. Still a little bit of work.
That's all right. And in case you're just joining us, meteorologist Chase Bowman is new to the Local 5 weather team. We welcome him as he helps out with the coverage here for tonight. And as he was saying, those two severe thunderstorm warnings right now are now in place to a couple of different times. We're looking at 1:45 for that southern warning and 2 o'clock on the northern cell there. Running out ahead, southern Marshall, Jasper, and getting down into Marion County look to be where the worst of the impacts are. Tagged for 70 miles per hour and that considerable threat level, especially for the southern side. And we saw those velocity signals here briefly. Entering Jasper County, there's some stronger wind that's elevated aloft up in there at that point. So it's happening out there. It's pushing to the east through Jasper County. We're going to keep it going here until we're seeing significant easing in these winds that are coming back on the velocity signal. That's Scuddy. Ooh, that form. Did you see that there, Chase? Let me pull it up full. Just on the left-hand portion of your screen, that lowering there, that cone shape. But we got a lightning bolt to illuminate that for us. And I'll tell you, it's Scud, but it definitely scared me for a second. I'm going to move the camera so we can see it just a little bit better. But you can see how it rises. This is quite literally the inflow for the thunderstorm. Those little finger-like appendages hanging down. It can appear very menacing. This is out ahead of this storm as it moves through. This is right along the Knoxville Raceway, this camera is. But yeah, that's a really menacing looking shot. Initially when I saw it, I saw a cone, and of course that always makes you nervous. That is not rotating. That is not a funnel. It is Scud.
Now if you were to look outside and try to take a peek at this, this has a very menacing look. We can stay on the tower cam for this. It has a lot of structure on the leading edge, of course all the Scud clouds, and plenty of lightning for that to just illuminate. So it does have an extremely menacing look. Obviously it's a good sign of you to take this seriously. It's also moving very quickly. So, at least visually, it looks like it's moving very quickly. That, of course, leads into our winds coming out. But let's go back to Max 2. You can kind of see how this whole line really starts taking off, and the center part of it really starts to push everything apart.
Man, that's scary.
Yeah, so you look over towards Adele, and it just, as it's moving eastward.
I'm sorry, Cody. Come back. This is something else.
Yeah, let's go back to the camera. Take that full screen.
Yeah, let's.
My goodness.
Yeah, isn't that crazy just to see? I'm going to snap a still of that. It's almost dragging along the ground. You can see this is not rotating. You don't see the rotation, but this is quite literally the updraft of the thunderstorm as we're tracking this as this passes over Knoxville right now. That is something else. That's one of the more menacing looking layers of Scud I've seen.
It's a lot of Scud too.
Yeah, it is. And it's
Little pockets of it, that is.
it shows you how much moisture we have at the ground, though, when these clouds are hanging so low. And we've been telling you the last couple of days just how much available moisture there is.
You can even see the outflow on Knoxville, on radar going through Knoxville.
Yeah.
It's easily part of it.
Okay, we can go back to that if we want to double box that with Chase talking and leave this up. Yeah, that's what we got. I think that'll be perfect there, Cody. Thank you.
We're just looking at, we'll go ahead and stop this if we can get. So what we were looking at, this little green line, outflow boundary, classic example of summertime storms when we can get that next round to kick up. If you were watching yesterday, that's exactly what we were seeing as it was getting into Iowa. The boundary would kick out, storms would form, and it was just kind of recycling itself. That's what we're seeing with this through Knoxville. It kind of gives you an idea of where that wind's going to start. So this is probably saying probably 4 to 5 miles ahead of what is actually the main storm, but very menacing look. It's a very strong outflow, like Chris was saying, there's so much moisture in the atmosphere. The other side of this, of course, would be that flash flooding threat, as we've already seen. I wouldn't say we've got reports of about an inch and a half of rainfall, but there's a lot of indicators of us seeing around that, if not even more, just with this leading edge, and there's still the backside of this that still has some light rainfall coming in with it. But these are about, I would say, the most concerning part of this storm. We're about halfway through the warning boxes, so it is at least still making that eastward progress. No changes on our warnings just yet, but just to see this pop up and then have that tower camera go along with it, it's definitely an interesting thing.
Yeah, go ahead and keep on. I'm trying to pass something along to the National Weather Service here, Chase, if you can.
So if you're just now joining us, especially if you're on the eastern side of Des Moines, we do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. These expire at 1:45 a.m. in the south and 2 a.m. towards the north. Now, we've seen on our Knoxville camera what this leading edge looks like, and it does have a very menacing look. Plenty of thunder and lightning is going along with this, so this will be very noisy. This will have a lot of features with it that could easily keep you awake or wake somebody up as it's starting to track eastward just a bit more. But this leading edge really starting to fall apart in a good sense. This did have a much stronger look as it was coming into the Des Moines metro area. But you can really see how it it started to fall apart. It gets east of Adel, at least through Dallas County. That leading edge loses a lot of that like good, smooth texture and look. And now we're just kind of seeing how this is all going to recycle. Because we had that outflow battery that's just now moving through Knoxville. It's just now getting into Monroe. Newton, you're probably feeling the wind gust already. And that is going to give you about a 5-minute warning, or at least a 5-minute notice of, hey, the rainfall, this stronger storm is about to be here. No signs of this warning being extended just yet. But you can almost guarantee that they are going to extend this, especially based on the visual aspect of this. And of course, still getting the strong wind out of this one. So, all that to be said, this is the main section of this whole setup. Now, keep in mind, looking behind this, we have more rainfall on the way. It does have a more southwest and northeast movement, which will give this a little bit of a different feel, especially if you are radar watching yourself. This is going to go a little further northward if you're looking out far ahead of yourself. So this next batch is just behind Stewart. Not as much for it to work with in the atmosphere. That is a good sign for us, but it still could have a lot of strong features coming in with it. Now, this one is probably going to continue to take the main stage for this entire setup. But we also have more storms starting to form just to the northeast of Ames and even just over towards Carroll. So this would be kind of the second round of this whole morning in terms of storms and even heavier rainfall. They are starting to move just a bit slower, as you can tell how quickly this main Boeing line has pushed off towards the east, and the rest of these are moving a little bit slower. Not as much of a wind feature with those, just once again, a lot of noise and potentially a lot of heavy rainfall. Behind that, it does look to start clearing up, so that could give us at least a moment of once we get to the morning commute that this is actually completely out of here, and we can get on with the day a little bit sooner. So, looking back towards this northern section, because that is where a lot of the strength has been residing. That is where we've seen at least the most power outages, is that northern end. And we still have that section just to the east of Ankeny holding a fair amount of signs of holding on to the strength. Now, wind reports have not come in just yet on what could be coming our way, but at the same time, this line is still holding on to a good bit with it. So, moving east of Altoona now, getting ready to Colfax. Back to you're probably starting to feel that leading wind. And that would be probably a section where we're looking at this morning either being extended or at least expired. No signs from that just yet. But the backside still containing a fair amount of rainfall. This is, of course, where that flash flooding belt really starts to settle in.
Yeah, let's go back to that Knoxville cam if we can take my feed there, Cody. The storm just west of town in Knoxville, we'll watch that as it continues to come in, illuminated by lightning. You can see it's still just a little bit back further to the west of town. So we've turned that camera back down back west after those scary clouds move through, and we're continuing to watch it. Latest wind gusts coming in. We haven't heard of anything passed along from the National Weather Service at this point. And looking at our automated sites so far at the Neil Smith Wildlife Management Area, 24 miles per hour, coming out of Altoona at 28, east side of Des Moines at 34. And I remember, Chase, you saying these storms moving quick, and that is good for tonight because we want these things to stay progressive considering just how much rainfall is packed up in this, and it's starting to line itself back up to the west as well. So what I want to do is, after looking at these warnings, is show you the rain that we've been seeing over the last 6 hours in some of these areas. I kind of mentioned at 10 o'clock tonight I was watching the I-80 corridor, and especially just to the north of it, and it looks like we're splitting right up I-80 with some of the strongest rain reports coming in. Thankfully, this is coming in kind of two waves, but we definitely don't need to be seeing 2.5 or 3 inches of rainfall, which is what our radar is certainly estimating here. Let me see. Let me pop it up here real quick just to see what our automated sites are saying, and they aren't saying much at all. Just, I think we got some broken buckets there, and I know we were going into power outages over there, and that does influence these marks. So there's been more than just a couple 1/100ths of an inch of rainfall to the ground. So thankfully it's been spaced enough. We don't have any flash flood warnings at this point, but certainly a very ominous situation out there cutting through at this stage. Report a few minutes ago, sirens are going off in Des Moines and close to Altoona, and like I mentioned, some of the communities in the Des Moines Metro do sound for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and this warning there, the south side, does have that tag showing up for 70 miles per hour, as you see popping up on screen. Okay, just looking through some of the reports, checking in with the National Weather Service. Let's go to the power outages. That's what we're going to do next and take a look and see how things are going there. We'll go ahead and refresh this for you here quickly. Now in Polk County, 12,000 customers are reported out. Warren County still 400, 600 in Madison, and not much change back to the west. But the numbers continue to tick upwards in Polk County. A lot of outages, and no doubt with some of the numbers that were pulling back 60 to 75 miles per hour, that we were seeing some damage across town. Power poles, tree limbs, things of that nature. At nighttime is usually not good to garner a lot of pictures and video reports, especially from organizations, and a lot of people still sleeping. And so it's tough to get in the visual mediums to be able to show you this, but this cell continues to push off to the east with time. It's moving at about 40 miles per hour. I'll take all the warnings off the screen here so you can get a look at it. And this one is tracking east at 40 miles per hour. This one just on the edge of Knoxville will be in there any minute. And while you're not on the list, you'll be there here by 1:35. Pella at 1:45, Kellogg 1:47, New Sharon at 2:01, Grinnell 2:04, Oski at 2:13, and Brooklyn already hit hard once today. Got some large hail and a big funnel dropping out of the cloud over town. 2:24 incoming to you. Should we check out Knoxville again and see what's going on out there on the camera? We need lightning to illuminate to be able to see much, so we'll leave it up on there. If we want to double box this, Chase, you take over talking about the radar so we can pull the two up together. That'd be great. So yeah, tracking strong wind incoming and due into Knoxville any minute.
Yeah, this leading edge is kind of our best visual indicator of what we're seeing out of this. Now, of course, having a good outflow gives us a little bit of a caution of storms forming along that leading edge of this outflow boundary, but so far just holding on to what is most likely really dense scud clouds, what we were showing you on the camera earlier. And of course, right as you need the lighting to illuminate everything, we're just not seeing it. But so far, nothing majorly new coming out of this leading edge storm complex. There we go. That's
yeah. And one thing I noted from it, I'm looking at it nice and close. You can see the rain fanning out So that's the sign of a downburst ongoing there. So a sign of some rushing wind out of the thunderstorm. Just something I captured, and you can kind of see it right there, center to right side of the screen. There was a little bit back to the left too. So heads up for some strong wind incoming to Knoxville. That can be an indicator that it is there.
It's also an area of extremely heavy rainfall.
Yes.
So keep that in mind. This, of course, at 1:30 in the morning, no one needs to be going outside and trying to drive anywhere, but that is setting us up for what could be coming on the backside of this in terms of that heavy rainfall coming down, completely saturating everything, and then now any rainfall coming in is going to add to that flash flooding threat.
Just briefly, just want to mention the sirens are sounding in Pella. That would be for that 70-mile-per-hour wind tag that is ongoing. So just heads up for that. It's not a tornado, but sounding for strong wind that's entering.
Yeah, of course. Anytime you hear a siren, you automatically think tornado, but those strong winds can be just as menacing and damaging. So, not the time to go outside and look at this storm unless you are safely inside, and even then, it's advised you stay away from windows because some things, storms like this can start producing hail. Of course, any kind of stronger wind is going to start pushing at least a little debris around. Starting to see this leading edge shape right back up as it's getting into Newton and Monroe, even Knoxville, but probably putting a little more emphasis on areas closer to I-80. So for now, you are easily next in line, probably the next 20 to 30 minutes to start feeling that stronger wind settling in, and then of course you get the lightning and rainfall soon after that. But so far, still no new reports coming in, so keep in mind that some power outages are most likely going to happen. We are starting to see the warnings be reshaped or trimmed down. Nothing continued, or at least nothing renewed so far. The southern warning has been trimmed down to at least exclude, I believe, Polk County.
That's good. I said, just saying that's good. Continue.
Yes, that is good news for everybody.
We did have 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That was measured out of Saylor Township, south of Ankeny. Actually, that's going to be right close to I-35. That was at 8 after the hour. So just further confirmation that that northern segment still has some stronger wind in it. Go ahead and come over to vMix, please, Cody, in the booth, and we'll take a look at the velocity here. So that section of the storm, I'll back it up, was about right here when those lines were intense. And I'm just going to extrapolate this out. I believe that's about the general trajectory this pocket of wind took. So that would be riding just north of I-80 near Colfax. Some of these brighter reds are definitely showing us where the strongest wind is elevated into the thunderstorm. Just kind of change it to a different perspective here. And we can sample this about 1,500 feet up, probably anywhere from 65 to 80 miles per hour. And so it does work its way down to the surface, that is for sure. Still checking out that Knoxville cam here, and when the lightning illuminates, you can see that distinct fanning coming out. Of course, the lightning being a little shy here, but yeah, Jasper County, Marion County right now, please stay away from those windows. That's best at this juncture. Possible debris flying through. Nice striations underneath, almost look like a little bit of a wave pattern in there too. But yeah, we've heard sirens going off in places, and that's for that 70-mile-per-hour wind. I do not see any sort of couplet at this point suggesting that anything is on the ground. So power outages out there, we have 12,000 at last checked in the Polk County area. I'll just refresh that real quick. Yep, still at the 12,000 mark there. That strong wind over Jasper County right now. Curious to see how Newton responds as this storm moves overhead. We do have the airport site there that we can gather at least a wind report with. Rain just starting in Knoxville. I'll be watching that camera closely for some wind. Chase, I'll let you cover here for a second.
All right, so taking a little bit of a look at what's coming in behind this, it's just now getting into Guthrie and Adair County. This line is starting to pick up at least a little bit of strength, but it is also starting to see a lot of these reflectivity values drop down towards this Greenfield. So just west of Atlantic, you'll notice this section starting to drop a little further southward. So that would lead, of course, that stronger intensity staying down towards the south, moving in through Greenfield, and maybe even moving into Winterset. Guthrie Center just kind of missing this next line of rainfall. So these are the sections where, of course, as I mentioned earlier, the flash flooding threat comes into play, but this is also just gonna aggravate any kind of situation we have with power outages or debris being down, because you just cannot get anything cleared out with these next line of storms starting to take shape. Now, we're not seeing it connect northward. This area has really started to fade out in a good positive way for us in terms of giving at least a little bit of a breakdown, let's say north of Midday, probably go through Perry, potentially even through Ames and Winds, is trying to trend a little more towards the northeast. Still no indications of what our warnings on the eastern side of Des Moines are going to do just yet. But with this next line of storms, just because it's in a less conducive atmosphere for stronger situations, for stronger storms, we still can have a leading edge wind on that could easily still be 40 to 50 miles per hour, and that of course is enough to cause any kind of major issues. But this line continuing to just move eastward hasn't really weakened or strengthened in the last, I would say, 20 to 30 minutes. If anything, we've started to see a lot more of the numerous wind reports come down a bit. Now, continuing to move eastward, it's almost to that leading edge of the warning boxes, so I would imagine the one down towards Runnels and Monroe and Pella will probably be allowed to expire, but at the same time, we could easily see that reissued. There is no indication of it just yet from the National Weather Service, but something we'll keep our eyes on. Of course, outflow boundary is still down towards Melcher, Dallas, and Indiana. Nothing forming on the edge of that just yet, which of course is always a positive. That means we're not talking about more storms. But now starting to get out of Valeria, getting more into Newton. So Newton's probably in the meat of it right now. Grinnell, Brooklyn, Linville, Montezuma, you're all up next to potentially see warnings, and of course, this leading edge line of storms.
All right, let's go back and take a look at that velocity signal here. I'm still finding some of those strongest returns over Jasper County. They are elevated, but that rain's working down to the ground. Also been watching this Knoxville camera. The rain is working its way in. I haven't seen a significant shake or anything like that on the camera, but always watching for that. I believe. Yeah, right. And we have a ton of moisture in the air. I believe we have a vantage point of a flag out here in the parking lot. I just want to see, and at minimum, we have some trees, and we can watch the treetops and at least gather an estimate of what's happening out there. Fire department going by. That makes you a little worried there on the bottom portion of the screen. But they're probably heading out to spot, and just judging, looking at those trees over there, that's not anything to get too crazy about at this juncture. 30 plus miles per hour, just judging how the trees react. When they start being flattened, pancake down from the top to the bottom, or violent shaking, that's when we start thinking about maybe 60 mile per hour wind gusts coming into view there. So we'll be watching those trees closely, and on that velocity signal, you see right over Newton. Let's just see if any reports in from the Newton airport. No, not at this point. But you can definitely see that bright band coming in of almost that peach color through the pink, 77 miles per hour being sampled aloft. This is going to be about 1,500, 2,000 feet off the ground. That rain trying to propel it down to the surface, and these warnings extend off to the east. 40 miles per hour, this one just starting to get into Pella as well. We did have a report that sirens were sounding in Pella, and that's likely for 70 mile per hour winds versus any sort of tornado. Yep, confirmation from Hector that they're still sounding in Pella. Someone did say they saw a hook down near Pella. I'm not quite sure I've seen anything. We'll get to that warning in just a second. Chase, I'll let you cover that after I just take a quick peek here and see if I've seen anything. Yeah, go ahead and take Chase, he can cover that.
Yes, we have new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Powesheik, Marshall, Marion, Tamo, Mahaska, and Jasper County. It's a mess of a warning to an extent, but it does cover every part of this line. That is set to expire until at 2:45 a.m. So we're looking at another hour of this easily moving off towards the east, getting into Grinnell here in the next probably 20 to 30 minutes. Montezuma, Brooklyn, New Sharon in the next probably 30 to 45 minutes. Kind of holding on to that last little bit of structure to keep it under at least a watchful eye. We haven't seen this leading edge start taking great shape again, but it is still holding on to the structure that it has maintained for the last 20 to 30 minutes. Now this, of course, has wind reports of up to, as we mentioned, 70, 75 miles per hour. This is causing power outages. This does have a menacing leading cloud, so a lot of factors going into this, but this warning is until 2:45 a.m. Do not be a little alarmed if the sirens go off. It's all for these straight line winds. We have not seen any major couplets coming out of this or anything that would cause at least a rotational signature, but of course still something to watch, especially with these bow echoes. We start looking at the northern end and the southern end for those bookend tornadoes where things start to swirl out of it after that main push that we were seeing through Des Moines. Thankfully, we did not see anything come out of that in that regard, but still something we got to keep our eyes on. So 2:45, essentially just stretching from Newton all the way through Brooklyn and just about Belle Plaine, Toledo, Montezuma. In terms of counties, it is 4 or 5 different counties: Poweshiek, Marshall, Marion, Tamo, Mahaska, and Jasper County, all until 2:45 a.m. The backside of this, bringing more rainfall with it, following a very similar trend. Just not holding on to the severe strength of this. So everything moving in from the west, of course, still has some wind with it. It does have heavier rainfall. It is holding on to a fair amount of structure, so we do still have something in the atmosphere for this to work with, but that is still west of Redfield and fair amount west of Winterset as well.
Okay, so I have a couple of wind reports to pass along. Newton gusting to 45 miles per hour as this one moved through.
So that gives us a good insight of what the leading edge is looking like.
Yeah, and hopefully we're seeing a diminishing trend. 39, I had estimated about 35 miles per hour on those trees, so it turns out that's a pretty good estimate. I haven't seen anything much more than what I would classify as 39 on that camera. You can see here, look at the trees. We can go ahead and take my vMix full, if you don't mind, Cody. And I'll go back here to the radar gust so you can get a better look at those. 45 in Newton and then 39 in Knoxville. Hopefully this trend is holding. I'm going to back it up ever so slightly here. I'm actually going to do it without the warnings on here. And it had a lot more vigor in the reflectivity heading into the metro. I still have that pulses, the streaming in. So I'm just kind of analyzing this along with you. These pulses coming in from Marion County. These are the new storms being ingested into this, and it's kind of wrapping around into a comma shape and that rear inflow. The areas with the lower returns here, this is likely where the strongest winds are with this. It helps propel that rush of wind down to the ground. So over the Newton area, is where I'd find the strongest winds at this point. Just zooming in on the velocity picture again, we're finding that while it's being sampled higher and higher, I expect these colors to get brighter and brighter. It is a signal that it's not weakening on this northern edge. If these colors are still holding their own, and not, we're looking higher up in the storm, but if they're not weakening, the storm is holding its own as it moves through, and that corresponds well with what I'm looking at on radar, with that rear inflow coming in. We're getting the best lightning in this area, the strongest returns on reflectivity. I'd say Jasper County is where that strongest wind is right now.
One of the lightning strikes is the backside storm has a lot of lightning with it. This is moving through an area that's already seen a fair amount of storm activity from this. So, while of course lightning strikes are starting to fall off with the warning set up behind it, essentially round 2 for us, containing a fair amount of lightning. No warnings for it just yet. This does have a lot more of a disorganized look, kind of that more summertime power storm situation. But in the meantime, if you're in the Des Moines Metro through Ankeny and Mineola, Winterset, Adel, this next line is probably going to pass through in the next hour or so. Not out of the woods just yet, but in terms of severe warnings and severe storms, you are getting a mild break from that. So this is just now our severe warning storm, just about getting east of Newton, getting east of Monroe. It is fully moved through Knoxville, I believe. At this point, we've got the last little bit of that coming in. Pella, probably looking at the rainfall at this moment, along with Sully. Getting into Grinnell, that is where we're seeing probably the next round of wind. Hopefully we get a wind report out of there so we can see the edge of this and what it's producing. But in terms of lightning strikes, that is really starting to fall off as this whole system has progressed eastward, which is not a clear indicator of weakening, but it is a sign that it's not gaining much more strength out of the setup that is currently moving rainfall is going to continue easily for the next 2 or 3 hours.
Okay, let's come back to me, and I will put the radar picture back up. I do want to talk about a little bit about what's coming up behind. There's more cells moving through Guthrie and Guthrie County and pushing off to the east, Adair County as well, and even a couple more speckled cells back towards Harlan and the Omaha Council Bluffs area. We'll have to watch and see if that low-level jet can continue to strengthen and see development back there, because this would be the troublemaker with heavy rainfall, especially if it's near the I-80 corridor that's already seen 2.5 inches of rainfall. Doesn't really look like we're seeing much in the terms of flash flooding, poor urban drainage from the Des Moines Metro as this moved through. And some small responses to some local streams. 4 Mile Creek and Walnut Creek in Des Moines have seen some small rises, but nothing that is currently reaching the threshold of triggering any flash flood warnings, so that's good. But these storms back to the west, while they will not be severe on the individual level or have a very low likelihood of that, it becomes the heavy rain component from here on out. So I just wanted to discuss that with you briefly. The wind has been the biggest issue up here. Further to the east into Jasper County so far. Briefly going to pull up those wind gusts. This takes a second for this to come up. But you see that 45 miles per hour in Newton. That's the strongest we've seen, and nothing further coming in from the National Weather Service. There's some questions further down into southern Iowa. There's some gusty wind, and that's likely outflow related. So you see Sheraton checking in at 38 miles per hour. So you may see some gusty wind from the rush of wind out from these thunderstorms as they move by, but there's nothing imminent down towards US 34 and points southward to the Missouri border. I'm sorry, that's a little cluttered to be able to look at, but there's been some stronger wind gusts in there. It's been a very common thing to pull up here for tonight. Chase?
Just checking in on what our hydro situation is right now. So far, no issues to report. I believe that's what you were just mentioning.
Yeah.
Yeah. So nothing new coming out of this. Just keeping eyes on everything. Of course, storms off towards the west, getting into areas that have already seen this current line of storms passing through. Starting to see a few little things bubble up from the leading edge. So we're probably seeing this whole thing recycled to an extent. Let me drop this back from the last 3 hours to just last 30 minutes. Drop the speed down a bit more. Get me more.
It takes just a second to be able to get all that done, tracking real time.
Yeah, so keep our eyes on the southern part because it seems like this is all starting to trend a little more northeastward at this moment. So the whole setup is starting to curl just a bit more. And of course, the common shape Chris mentioned earlier really starting to take shape around Newton. You see a lot of these brighter colors staying to the north, making that inflow is really starting to push a bit more. And we've got a little more of a dense situation on the leading pocket of this whole storm. So this is definitely going to do at least a little bit of a recycle at this moment. Not a complete indicator that this is going to pick back up to the strength we were seeing as it was getting into the Des Moines Metro, but it is something of note at this point. So backside still holding on a sub-severe standard. We do get a bit of a break in between what we're experiencing at the station right now. Seems to be just a light rainfall, but it is still continued rainfall with this whole setup. Now zooming out just a touch, we still have more forming on the backside. You can see over towards the west, the western part of the state. Some of these storms still bubbling up, all kind of congealing a bit more, creating more clusters of storms. As mentioned earlier, that is what's going to continue to aggravate our rainfall situation for the rest of the night, even into very early into the morning. So we are looking at, unfortunately, a couple of hours of potential rainfall through this whole setup, because we have been forming to the southwest and of course due west as well. From the northern side, that's where we're seeing a lot of bulk heavy rainfall just south of Sioux City, probably moving eastward towards Fort Dodge and Iowa Falls. But no new indications of warnings just yet. Everything's still mostly radar indicated. As mentioned, that Newton County or that Newton wind gust or wind speed recording around 45 miles per hour, and then this northern side where we're seeing it still holding on to the severe standard of strength. Lightning is starting to fall off once again. But at this moment, everything seems to have been radar indicated. It's a good sign for us.
Chase, at this point, how do you think the trend is going overall with this one cell that's over Newton right now?
Zooming in a bit closer on it, we can kind of, once again, see how it's moving to the northeast just a bit, at least my experience with these. Anytime we get that northeastward movement, that's where we're going to start to see this line break up just a bit more. It's not always guaranteed, but it is a possibility. But look through areas like Sully, and even down towards Pella, we're starting to see these lighter colors mix in. So this is easily going to start taking on a more northeastward trend, probably getting towards Toledo and Belle Plaine a little bit faster. And probably seeing that new warning issue here in the next, I would say probably 10 to 15 minutes if we're going to continue to warn with this. I mean, it's the area that's been holding the most lightning signatures with this. It's where we've seen the power outages, so it's definitely the stronger part of this whole storm system.
Yeah, and we correspond very commonly the lightning signatures with more intense thunderstorms. That is a very common thing in the weather world to do. So as we come back over to my radar, I will pull the lightning up there. Actually, Chase has it up right now. I just got it on mine too, Cody, if we can take it. Let's go ahead and sample just how many lightning strikes we have here. It's counting 47. And so let's back it up when this one was over the metro. And the data needs to load in here just a little bit. Give me a second. But as we now sample this storm, you'll see compared to 47, we've been on a downward trend. And that's the right trend to be on. Now, I'm not saying the danger is completely done, but it is the right trend. I do think we're seeing things fall off on this one. There is definitely a lot more lightning back here, more energetic when it comes to that from, say, Panora down through Casey to Greenfield. This is 200 lightning strikes, so it gets more vivid the further west you go. Now, the atmosphere has already been worked over, and the likelihood of punching wind to the surface in that cold pool of rain that's already established, that's what we're calling kind of those greens and yellows that are just widespread over the map. The likelihood of getting that strong wind, if there is any in the first place down to the ground, is rather unlikely. Let's go ahead and go over the velocity. Now, there is some, but it's not off the charts here, and I'll just sample it here quickly. 45 miles per hour elevated in the storm. Now, getting it down to the ground makes it very, very difficult. So if you're asking me, will these incoming storms from the west be severe? I think the likely answer to that is no. I'd be more concerned with the heavy rain at this point that's going to come along with it. I should state that this is going to be the last warning that we have here. That is out over Marion, Poweshiek, Tama, Mahaska County, as we do get to the edge of the Local 5 area. I am seeing enough of a weakening trend. I'm going to send it back to programming, and if we see a strong signal of strengthening, we'll continue to keep you updated. Before we go there, I do want to put a track on what's ahead with the cell as it pushes off to the slight northeasterly component. Who's next in line to see it? So Grinnell getting in to your area here shortly. And if we see those wind gusts spike once again, we will be back on with you. Be prepared for 60 mile per hour winds. Montezuma around 208, Brooklyn at 216. Victor 227. This gets out into the coverage of our ABC affiliate KCRG out of Cedar Rapids. You do see that there's one flash flood warning out there towards Washington, Iowa. So definitely something we're going to be watching. We'll keep you updated on that as well. We'll go ahead and keep it here. I think as this one gets through Grinnell, we just have late night programming on at this point. So we'll keep it here. I think I'm going to pull these wind gusts up at least as this one gets through Grinnell and see if we have anything significant. This is delayed, but you see back towards the Neil Smith Wildlife Refuge, I believe, or management area, 57 miles per hour as that one went through as well. So there is still some strong wind being noted from this line while some of these reports are delayed in getting here. We're still seeing it out there. Elevated at this point, as we're sampling the thunderstorm winds, the strongest winds coming in between Newton and Grinnell elevated in the storm, 70, 73. If we are going to punch wind down to the ground, it's really going to be out of this, passing from Jasper to Poweshiek County. Chase, can you take over? I'll get those power outages lined up to take.
Right, so we've seen a lot of this main severe warning storm really drop off. This southern side really starting to fall off, especially with this lightning signatures, with this overall, call it coverage in terms of seeing these dark red bodies and reflectivity. Focusing more on this northern end as it getting through Newton and continues to trend to the northeast. Putting a fair amount of emphasis on what's coming in behind it. While it may not be a severe storm, this will be a second round of heavier rainfall. Of course, plenty of thunder and lightning. We probably still have good wind gusts coming out of this that could easily top 40 to 50 to maybe even 60 miles per hour. That is still just outside Dallas County, and we will continue to watch that trend as it gets into an area that's already been fairly worked over with this first line of storms passing through. So, no changes to our warning just yet. We will probably see the backside of this start to be trimmed out as we get a little further into the night, probably around 2 to 2:05 this morning.
So this is, why we're tracking the reports, right? We're not getting anything, but why I'm checking in on the power outages here, 1,600 people without power, or not people, customers in Jasper County. So that's currently where the storm is, and it's pushing off to the east. So out of the 19,000 that are tracked, 1,600 are without power. And so, excuse me, that's how you know that there is in some way some damage ongoing out that direction. So continue to watch that for you as this continues to push into Poweshiek County. Chase?
Right, they may not even, I wouldn't imagine they get out and try to fix this just based on what's coming in from the west. So you could be looking at a little longer than a couple of hours for this to actually start to be worked on. I could be wrong though. Some of these guys are heroes. They go out there in these breaks to try to fix things up. But that northern side still holding any kind of strength. It is, once again, taking more of a northeastward track instead of its due west to east situation. Off towards the west. Once again, Des Moines Metro in a little bit of a break right now. Still seeing rainfall, and we still are picking up on a few strikes of lightning. But looking at areas around Perry, Adel, and Ogden, and Ames is probably seeing the next round of storms moving in. We haven't seen a lot of intensity drop off with this line to the west that is still holding on to a good bit of intensity. No indications of these warnings being extended or even expired, as it is probably about at its halfway point through the entire warning polygon. It does get into areas around Montezuma, so that would be probably, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, one of the last areas with the side fronts you pick up on.
Yeah, once we get through Poweshiek County, then coverage continues on out into eastern Iowa with KCRG. Just checking in those wind gusts. It's come over to me. Newton to 40 miles per hour. Grinnell checking in at 23. We'll give it a couple minutes, but that is not a severe level type of a wind.
No, this is starting to trail off.
Yeah, I think so too. 35 down in Pella. Poweshiek County, I don't want you to feel like, we're leaving you out here. I really think the storm is now starting its weakening trend. We kind of were thinking earlier that this would happen as we continued on into eastern Iowa. And I think, wouldn't you agree, Chase, that that's kind of the route we're on here with this?
Yes, that is the route. The way that this has gone from west to east to more southwest to northeast is a good indicator that this is on a weakening trend.
Sure. So we're looking at estimated times of arrival in Malcolm at 2:07, Montezuma at 2:09. We get into Deep River at 2:23 and Victor by 2:28. Then we get out of the local 5 coverage area. Potential wind gusts in here up to 60 miles per hour. We're going to continue to track this situation behind the scenes as the storm moves through now Poweshiek and perhaps southern Tama County as we continue on through 245. That's how long this severe thunderstorm warning lasts. We're going to keep the stream going here on Facebook, social media, YouTube. We're Iowa Plus. We'll keep that going here for a while. We're going to get back to regular programming here on Local 5. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Hopefully you were without significant damage, but no doubt there has been a significant punch through, right through the midsection of the state of Iowa from west to east. I do appreciate you joining us here on the broadcast, no matter how you're joining us. For Chase Bowman, I'm Chris Kubal. You have a good night. All right. Friends, we're still streaming. I'm going to get back to looping as I need to debrief with Chase here, but thank you so much for all the comments and messages that you have been passing along. It is an immense help in this kind of a situation. Thank you so much. We're going to regroup, refocus our efforts for the morning show, getting ready for what's ahead, and we'll keep the loop going for a little while longer. Be prepared for flash flooding potential if we continue to see things really fill in back to the west. It looks like we might be on that trend. Of course, we'll jump on and update you as needed if that continues to be the case. Thanks, everyone. Take care.
decently cool. But if you start looking at the details, you're like, wow, this place is really fucking big. I mean, it's just the people who live there and work all this stuff.
Branson, Missouri.
The big joke now, well, it's not, I was saying now, but it's kind of making a comeback. This is poor man's Disney.
Poor man's Disney. Oh my God.
I mean, it's consistently
Wow.
it's consistently rated one of the best theme parks in the U.S.
All right.
So
So they wouldn't take offense to that if they're like, poor man's Disney.
no, they just kind of embrace it. Their social media person is
Lord. Did we take any power hits over the night, or?
we had a moment where Chris and I looked at each other and went, "Oh shit!" But
Damn.
you're,
Oh shit.
dude, taking a fucking power hit sucks. I hate it.
Yeah.
God, it's awful. It's happened to me twice while I was on air. Everything goes out.
Oh really? Damn. You're just in the middle of a hit or something.
I
That
was legit in the middle of a hit. And I'm like, "Well, we just got tower just got hit by lightning. It's like everything's got to reboot." So here's me on a green wall. How are y'all today? I might actually.
Looper of Peter, the QAD guy.
Yeah.
He the last 10 seconds, someone turned his studio lights off. And he's like, 3-second delay. It's nice to just have immediate. That's why. It was on mute.
It's hard for me to think.
That's crazy.
And I'm not saying that this.
Take me down tonight. One. Yo. Can you hear me? Cool. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. We still have more rainfall to come our way later on this evening. We have a weather impact alert day for that severe setup once we get to tonight. Now, getting into Saturday, some very light rainfall holding on to the early morning time frame. Then our front passes that keeps us in the low 80s, but we are back at 90 by Monday. After that, things really start to trail off, and we are looking at hitting the 70s for Thursday through Saturday without any major influence from rainfall, but we will start warming back up by the end of next weekend. Three, two, one. Weather impact alert continues through the rest of the day today. We have another round of potential severe weather for tonight, but once that front passes, that does give us a cool down for Saturday. But by Monday, we're back in the 90s. After that, cold front passes, and that'll leave us in the 70s for the end of the week. Take me out.
Thrifted his camera and an SD card from 2009 was still inside. Thrifted the
against the most popular NBA son of all time. Well, this ended up being one of the most football atmospheres I've ever been a part of, and it takes it all to a very fast measure. The energy was electric when Brian James connected on back-to-back jumpers over Cooper Flag to begin this game, and then Cooper responded with a fast break dunk, followed up by
You are not winning this morning, are you?
But you know what I did remember is my second handheld fan.
Double fans?
What?
You got double fans today? Oh, you're gonna give one to Joseph.
Joseph's getting one.
I told him he should just put the black felt on the backside and just fake talk into the mic the whole time.
I gotta find a third one somewhere, Chase, for you.
Oh, I got my fans. Don't worry about
We
me.
all have matching mini pink fans. How fun is that?
Chase has some options of fans down here, thankfully.
Yeah, fair.
I got
Oh,
options.
you guys just see that lightning on the camera?
Feel the lightning overnight.
Have y'all seen the Scud Cloud video?
What video? I think so.
I can show you a picture. Because this was one of those you don't catch very often kind of things.
Who took it?
We ran it on air.
Ooh.
And that's part of the video that Simon has.
Whoa.
That was over the Knoxville camera.
Wow.
So,
Terrifying.
well, because what you see on the camera right now, like that's your typical Scud Clouds. Something kind of blah.
Feels nice.
So out there feels better. Or am I wrong?
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, back by our desk, I feel like still feels warm. I don't know if it's because I wore a jacket today, like I wore this today,
Yeah.
but I was feeling warm over there. I won't lie. What do you think, Joseph?
I think it feels fairly comfortable. But I also wonder if this week has lowered my standards for what it feels like.
Good point.
Because let me see, what is this thing?
It feels better, for sure.
It was down to 77 earlier.
Yeah, it's at 76 now, 76.
So progress.
Yeah, sadly, I'll take that.
I think if I was in a t-shirt, like a t-shirt, I'd be like, absolutely. Now I know what you think this is.
I'm so happy. And I would let me reiterate, y'all have it so much worse in so many ways. Women have it so much worse in so many ways.
But
Dumb it. Let us skip one. It's that when you gotta put all this stuff on,
yeah.
And that's the thing is, you guys have no other option. Like, if it's like a summer wedding.
Like I can't wear a spaghetti strap t-shirt.
no.
No, I'm down for something with that.
And then the 3-button polos sometimes aren't deemed dressy enough.
Yep.
Sorry, guys. Sounds like you guys should be a girl.
See,
I'd rather not bleed out of a hole once a month,
Well,
personally.
Precisely.
If I'm gonna put it completely direct and kind of gross.
Yep.
Sorry about that.
no.
It's only my it's only my fear of my daughter getting like we're probably months to a year away from her starting all that.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm terrified.
have fun.
Look, she's already more emotional than most.
Bless her.
Wow.
Yeah.
God bless her.
Yeah.
It's like I know this might be too much, so forgive me. I know when Steph's about to start because it's that classic. She's gonna pick a fight over something that she usually is okay. She's usually okay with, but that day it just did not go okay. Like, oh no.
Not the day.
It's usually how it goes.
But
Like if I have a plate that's, you know, it's, Bleh.
I can hear you.
Oh, my IFB's not on.
Your
Dana,
voice is in my
I
head.
hear you.
Okay. Now my IFB is on.
All right.
Aren't you, iPad?
You talk to it like that.
Tell them about it.
Tell them about it.
I will.
Yeah, you know,
Bjorn, though.
this is the building you have to be real concerned about whenever you get a testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Oh,
11,
that is
12.
some rain.
When you get a rain like this.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's see how small it is. It's the tiniest little thing
Okay.
giving us rain. It's not even the.
Good grief.
It's so
Small but mighty.
doing the most.
Yeah. Like, you should really do less.
It's like now is not the time.
He said, "Oh, it's the perfect time." There. Oh, well, no, that worked.
Oh, after we start with the video wall, ha.
Yeah.
Bid ya.
Let's get it.
Okay, that'll work.
Let's make the most.
Bo, bo, bo. We'll sit down so we can
Oh,
help Phil do his
such a shock.
part of his job.
Forgot about that part.
You can't forget that.
Whoop how.
The clouds look like smoke coming out from like a concert that just won't.
Yeah.
won't
Like
go
the
away.
pyro, yeah.
Yeah.
I wore my red to say alert, alert,
Alert!
alert. Not actually, but now that I'm wearing it.
Joseph, I'm sorry I left you hanging on the no tie, but severe weather day. I should-
No, today you do your thing.
You could go no jacket today if you wanted.
Meh. I've debated it.
Yeah. I just.
If it was 80 in here when I walked in, the jacket was never going on. That was just
Yeah.
going to be my rebellion. Like, I'm not doing it.
I thought to myself, listen, I've done ties 3 days this week. We're going no tie today.
Period.
Come on. There we go.
Bill, are we good to go to the video wall, or do you want us to wait here to set the shots?
Thank you. Today is the 11th. Okay.
Did Chris use this yesterday?
I used it this morning.
Oh. Wait, were you guys on together today, this
Yeah.
morning? What time did you come in, midnight?
12:30.
Oh my god.
I had my alarm set at midnight to wake up and see, and I went, oh, many cuss words. That's a tornado warning.
Yep.
So I scurried.
Well, I bet Chris appreciates that.
Okay. I was having trouble with Max for a while, and he kept saying, hey, Chase, when you're ready, I could use a break. I was
Yeah.
like, I'm trying, man.
Got you.
Like, I'm just,
My best.
I'll be
Like,
over there in just a second.
I'm exhausted. This computer's acting
Try to get
stupid.
this punched up.
I want to cry.
Yeah, it was like this
I had to arrange that to where I could use it just because I'm tall.
Totally.
So that helped a ton. Then it cleared up some space. I don't know what that bottom monitor's for though.
Bottom one, yeah, I don't think so.
I don't know if y'all had ever seen anything on it, because
No, I mean, I didn't even know that was there. I thought it was
just the one.
I'm not very aware of my surroundings sometimes.
That's fine. I mean,
I mean,
if you're not using it,
I was
what's
gonna say it wasn't relevant to me, so I wasn't sure.
If I don't need to know it, I don't care.
okay?
Okay. 2 minutes.
Cedar Rapids is going to be underwater at the end of this. Good grief! They can't catch a break. Cool.
We will find out.
Oh, yeah, we will.
So that was like, but for now, like,
For now,
buckle
enjoy
up,
the lightning.
enjoy the ride.
Hope you enjoy the ride.
Aw.
Joseph, do you have any core memories of working like a 4th of July weekend and you're stuck at the station, so you just go hang out in the studio and watch the fireworks on the tower cam, or is it just a select few of us?
It was a long time
Yeah,
ago,
oh, it was
yes.
my very first year in TV, but I have a vivid memory of sitting on the couch, eating some crap I was able to get from the store,
Yeah.
just watching the fireworks show.
Yeah.
I was like, this is a weird, peaceful, sad moment for me.
Yeah. I think at some point you have that moment where you're just like, I could be with my family right now and do whatever. Like, I had that moment my first Christmas.
Yeah.
That one was real tough. Because it was like 3 of us in total working at the station that day.
And what do you cover on Christmas Day besides feed the hungry stuff?
Yeah,
Like,
that's it. Good thing about working at ABC, you got basketball all day.
mm-hmm.
Good morning, everybody. It is now 5 o'clock. Thank you all for waking up with us here on Local 5, and we are Iowa Plus. I'm Dana Cyril.
And I'm Joseph Holloway. As you can tell, today is a weather impact alert day. We are bringing you live team coverage to keep you prepared for obviously what has happened already, but especially what's going to be happening later on today. Megan McPherson is live inside of the Local 5 Storm Tracker. You can see the Storm Tracker right there on the left of your screen on the road this far. But let's first check in with the man of the hour, meteorologist Chase Bullman. What are you seeing out there right now?
So what we can tell, of course, the storm trackers, of course, we still have very wet roads. That's going to make any morning commute a little more frustrating, but getting in on the radar, hey, Dana, point to that giant yellow blob and say, this is a lot of rain.
Yes.
A lot of rain right now. This is not my job, so I'm going to step off.
Yeah, we're just going to switch real quick.
Here we go.
So we do have the flash flood warning that is covering the western side of Des Moines. That is where we saw that stronger bow echo move through, dropping a lot of rainfall, but also moving fairly quickly. And that along that I-80 corridor is where we saw a lot of our severe warnings as that continues to progress eastward. But off towards the east, Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, and anybody over in this like far eastern side, seeing a lot of rainfall at this moment, where the rest of us have just seen these passing lines that have had a lot of rainfall rates with it. But at the same time, it has not been around long enough to have a major flash flooding style of impact, but we are seeing that over Des Moines right now. We've seen the second line start to take shape. This isn't going to reach a severe status, but it is another round of rainfall for an area that was already seeing the severe weather earlier this evening or earlier this morning. It was like midnight to 2 a.m. Call that whatever you want, but this backside still developing. We are still looking at a risk for severe weather later on tonight, but at this moment it is 70 degrees. It is very humid. We're not going to see a whole lot of temperature movement today, but weather impact alert day for tonight now. So we've had it for 2 days. Now we're focusing more on tonight as being our next round of potential severe weather. We do have a slight risk that has been pushed a little further to the east, but at the same time, we do have areas in the marginal. But the weekend, this looks fantastic. 80 for Saturday. That will feel a little humid as we do have a fair amount of cloud cover. 84 on Sunday. After that, we do have a heat wave coming our way. There's a good side coming after that. We'll show you that in a few minutes. Joseph.
All right, Chase, thank you. And let's go ahead and get on over to our Megan McPherson live inside of the Local 5 Storm Tracker right now. Megan, where exactly are you and what are you seeing out there at this point? All right, Megan, thank you. And let's also just keep a closer eye on your highways here. And it looks like things are moving along smoothly right now. Of course, you do have the wet roads. Good news from Megan. She's not seeing a lot of ponding, but there at the East Mix, things looking good. And the same right here along 8035 there. And then we're looking at 235 and I-35. Not seeing any problems. We'll let you know if any crashes come up or any spots you'll want to watch out for.
And Local 5 is in your corner this morning as we are also keeping an eye on power outages across the state from those storms. So take a look at the power outages from the website poweroutage.us. Right now, the site is reporting thousands of Mid-American Energy customers are in the dark in Polk County. It does look like about over 8,000 customers in Polk County alone are without power right now, as well as neighboring Jasper County, over 1,000 customers are without power. Down in Madison County, just over 300. Guthrie County, just over 200 customers are without power. So a lot of power outages that we will be tracking throughout the morning as crews get out there and start to fix these things up. But right now there are a lot of power outages. We will keep checking periodically with any updates. And ahead of the stormy weather, Des Moines Public Works crews took numerous precautions. They shared this video online of an exercise testing several portable pumps. It's to ensure they're working properly and to see how they tackle flash flooding or sewer overflows. And Local 5 is working hard for you to keep you updated on this Weather Impact Alert Day. So send us any photos to news@weareiowa.com so that we can share the damage across the state to keep you all updated. And be sure to stay with our coverage on air, online, and on We Are Iowa Plus. You can download We Are Iowa Plus for your TV and watch for free.
Developing here at 505, an investigation now underway after officers say that they found an improvised explosive device at the golf course in Des Moines. They found this near the 8th hole over on the Waveland golf course on Thursday. They decided to detonate that device on scene, and Sergeant Paul Friesick with Des Moines Police says the department has some theories as to what happened. Now, the course reopened shortly after being closed for a few hours, and we're going to give you more updates as we learn more about this whole situation. In the meantime, Mayor Connie Boson is responding to the situation, commending the police department for their work. She sent a statement saying in part, quote, "I want all of our residents to know that the city is analyzing this incident with utmost care. As mayor, I will continue to emphasize the impact of our public safety officers and the security they bring to our communities," end quote. Meanwhile, Governor Kim Reynolds attended a groundbreaking ceremony for the Italian American Culture Center in Des Moines.
But amid a lawn watering ban because of the nitrate levels, protesters showed up Thursday to raise awareness about what they see as shortcomings. So they say they wanted to send Reynolds a message about factory farm waste and its contributions to poor water quality in Iowa. According to a water quality report commissioned by Polk County, agriculture plays a major role in high nitrate levels in Iowa's water. Protesters are advocating for a factory moratorium and a Clean Water Act for Iowa. What'd you say, Brielle?
23's dead.
Now, Reynolds responded to the protesters, saying the state is working to try and find a solution to high nitrates in source water. And we are learning more about nitrate levels from source water through Central Iowa Water Works. So treated drinking water coming from the Floor Drive treatment plant is at just under 8 milligrams per liter. Water from the McMullen treatment plant is just under 7. Source water coming from the Raccoon River is just over 12 milligrams per liter, and the Des Moines River is at just over 11. Now, EPA standards does say anything under 10 milligrams per liter is still safe to drink.
Developing here at 508, President Trump's disparagement of the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell really appears to be at a boiling point. He wants the Fed to cut rates immediately, but Powell says that could spike inflation. Now, keep in mind that the Fed is independent. Now, a White House official denies that a new letter seeks to lay the groundwork for ousting Powell. The letter from the White House Office of Management and Budget is about the planned renovation of the Fed headquarters. It accuses Powell of failing to comply with government oversight regulations and also lying to Congress about what the work entails. President Trump has said that he wants Powell to resign for not lowering those interest rates, but he probably can't fire Powell for that reason. Supreme Court rulings forbid it, and analysts say that the stock market could tank. They say that Trump would need to find some other cause or convince Powell to quit.
It's now 5:09, and today President Trump is going to Texas for a tour of some of the areas hardest hit by recent floods. It comes as questions grow about the timeliness of the emergency alerts across Texas. Right now, thousands of people are in search and recovery mode using drones and cadaver dogs as families share their stories of survival. One resident, his mother, and a family friend who clinged to her toddler all waited out the night on their roof as the waters raged. This morning, the number of people missing is still high, with more than 160 people missing. Authorities are now promising a review of the entire emergency response. And if you'd like to donate to help support the victims in the deadly flooding in Texas, you can do so directly through the QR code on your screen right now. Just open your camera, zoom in, and click the link that it gives you. You can also find it on the featured area of the homepage of weareiowa.com. Heartbreaking to see all that destruction and still a lot of that recovery efforts going on, but we have our own rain to worry about here now with flash flood warnings in effect this morning.
Right, we have a flash flood warning over most of the Des Moines metro area until 6 a.m. and then we still have our flash flood watch until 7 a.m. We are still watching this rainfall. This is a complete time lapse of everything that has passed through so far. Initially, that big area of blue lightning strikes was that severe line. We had more rainfall on the way to our northwest. We still have a weather impact alert day for this evening. We'll break it all down in a few minutes.
Also, after President Trump signed that mega bill really impacting your taxes, we're taking a look at some of the key changes and how it could affect you. It's now 5:11. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm glad you guys said something because I did not even notice when that came up. I was looking down trying to get the script.
I was looking and I honestly just froze. I was like,
I gave it about 2 seconds thinking that it would switch, and it didn't. I'm like, we got to run with it.
well, it's funny because, so I was watching the 5 o'clock news. I was watching KCTX 5 o'clock news yesterday. And a tornado warning came down during the 5 yesterday. And so they they had a whole mess. Oh my gosh.
Really?
It was honestly hilarious. They which I'm sure, it was like in the moment, but they I think it was like they wanted to go straight to radar, but I don't think they told the meteorologist, we're taking you.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden the radar pops up and Anne's mic is hot and she's like, I don't know if this is working. Is this working? And you can hear her talking and then all of a sudden she goes. And then they're clicking around, she's trying to talk, and then all of a sudden Jason steps in and they have Jason on, but I don't think he realizes he's on. And so he's just standing there while Anne's talking. He's trying to wait for them to wait to take them. And then they cut it back to the anchors. And Laura's like this. And Nicole is just like this. And they're both just slumped. And I'm like, oh, that's my biggest fear. And so they're slumped and then all of a sudden they just go and they're sitting on anchors.
Yeah.
A minute.
Oh, wow.
And then Laura tries.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Pretty busy overnight setup for us. We had one specific section, it's Bow Echo, that you'll see right here. All these lightning strikes had a big, strong leading wind gust. We got reports of 70 to 75 miles per hour for recorded wind gusts. Abundant lightning strikes and of course heavy rainfall with it. It was just moving fast enough that we didn't see a lot of areas spend a lot of time with that heavier rainfall. But we are seeing the bulk of the time with rainfall being spent on the northern side of 80 and then most specifically that northeastern side. But off towards the backside, still rainfall being formed. There's still a lot for this to work with. But this second line has just continued to add rainfall to our overall total. So we had the main one pass through, another one form behind it, and then we had another one form right behind that. The grand scheme of this whole setup will be continuous lines of rainfall passing through, but we are at least through the time period where it does to be very quick recessions of these lines getting through the area. Now, taking a step back, we do have a slight risk or a level 2 risk for tonight. We're talking 5 to 10 p.m., maybe favoring that 5 p.m. time frame for a lot of us, but once it starts getting down into the extreme southeastern corner, that is where this could really take off. But for us in the local 5 viewing area, we could expect some severe storms, but overall organization is on the lower end of things. So we still have that weather impact alert day for tonight. Of course, heavy rain and severe storms still a possibility, but now we can switch that emphasis over to seeing severe storms where all the severe risks do kind of fall into place for that. And unfortunately, that does include that tornadic risk, even with it being on the lower end. But right now, outside, it is 70 degrees. It is still very humid. We are going to sit in the 70s for a while, but it will be a very humid 70s just due to the fact that we have so much cloud cover. Now, to say precipitation from yesterday does make this a little interesting because that cutoff line is just after midnight. But what we have seen is a fair amount of rainfall around Fort Dodge to Waterloo. You get down toward Ames and Des Moines, of course there was more rainfall that came down, but the bulk of that rainfall happened just after midnight. So we need a little bit of time to clean that up, but we have all seen at least some resemblance of rainfall. But at this moment, upper 60s to low 70s, pretty standard start. We get into this evening, and that is where we're going to start seeing these storms fire up around 2 to 3 p.m. These won't have a whole lot to work with, except they will have plenty of moisture. So this is another factor for that heavy rainfall. These all continue to move off towards the east. It's not until that 5 to 7 p.m. time frame that we see a few of these have the chance to get to that fairly strong setting. But once that moves off, we essentially just start waiting for the sky to clear up. We already have the northwest wind, and the cool down does arrive on Saturday as we only get to a high of around 80, but it is short-lived. We're easily getting back into the mid-80s by the end of Sunday, and then the 90s by Monday. We can just skip over this. This is just, either way, weekend looks good. 80 for Saturday, 84 for Sunday. We get to the start of next week, and that is where things really take a nice turn. Unfortunately, Monday is at 90, but Tuesday's rainfall is driven in by a slow-moving cold front, and that will put us in the 70s on Thursday, Friday, and even Saturday. And that is without the major influence of rainfall, even seeing a few mornings in the upper 50s. Joseph?
All right, thank you. We're going to get out there on the road again. We are looking in our Local 5 storm tracker, and I believe we are headed toward Grimes right now going west. And you can see those clouds definitely telling quite a bit of a story this morning. But the good news, according to Megan, so far she hasn't seen too much on the road in terms of debris and things like that. Just the path that she's been going, her and our chief photojournalist, Don Smith. Now, I will tell you, as we take a look here at 235, here in the metro, we do have a lot of wet roads, but things have calmed down much more than what they were maybe a couple of hours ago. I know when we were driving in, we saw some ponding and things like that. But Keogh Way, 42nd, 63rd, Aurora, those areas looking good. Again, slow it down this morning, be careful, but no crashes to report. It's now 5:17, and President Trump's mega tax cut and spending bill aimed to fulfill a campaign promise that he made to workers last fall.
But no tax on tips or overtime is more complicated than the shorthand implies. Karen Kafa shares a breakdown of who qualifies and when.
One shot.
And then I think we're back here.
Okay.
Yeah, we're back here.
So anytime we have one of those weird camera moments, I'm gonna make a joke.
Please
Yeah, because that just,
do.
okay, sure.
Please do.
Yeah, because
No,
like at that moment, I guess I'm coming back to like, hey, Dana, point to the rain.
No,
Please do. People love that.
lean into it.
Okay.
I truthfully, this wasn't, I zoned into space. I didn't
I can tell neither one of y'all were aware of what was happening because I'm sitting here like,
I like saw it eventually, but I was just so like,
I was looking down trying to catch up on the script, and I look up, I was like, oh, okay.
oh, airport reporting,
delays.
yeah. Cancellation for delay. That's like on that.
It's another jam-packed weekend of fun in central Iowa. So in a few minutes, Joseph and I share some fun events taking place. Your time right now is 5:20.
Because I read that, I thought you were trying to tell me that I'm on camera.
Joseph!
What? What did I do?
No coming back by today. Okay, what's your guys' go-to rainy meal?
Go to what?
Like rainy day meal? Like day like today.
That's a good question.
What's this thing still loud? I don't know if I have one.
Not in the summer.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I know the first like once we get to October, Steph will start asking when's our first like gloomy rainy weekend because she'll make chili.
There you go. Yeah, fair. Summer, I don't know.
Used to be a 12-pack of beer, but you know,
Yep.
like did that way too often. Can't,
Yep.
It's frowned upon.
Leaned out of that one.
There we go. That's all it. I'm gonna lose my mind.
Yay, Chase!
I
You said, do I?
You're so smart.
I've got to start realizing it's always the simplest solution. Because like when I called, when I called Chris about it, he had this like 10-step process. Like, you know what? I'm just not going to show it. I just don't care.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't want to.
Here we go. It's now 5:22, and we've made it to Friday. That feels really good to say, but it also means it's time for us to start, well, all of us, to plan out your weekend.
It sure does feel good, especially a Friday in the summer. What more can you ask for? Because our friends over at Catch Des Moines, they've got some fun ideas for things to do.
Yep.
So first, the Ankeny Chambers Summerfest returns to the district at Prairie Trail today through Sunday. So the free 3-day festival features a parade, live music, carnival, kids activities, fireworks, and so much more. I know this year is going to be an extra special year, so tune into Local 5 News Midday today to hear more about the event directly from the Ankeny Chamber of Commerce.
Sounds like a lot of fun. Also, Bondurant's annual Bondu Blues, Brews, and Barbecue returns tomorrow to its town square. It's going to be an evening of live music, brews, and barbecue, as you can imagine. So the barbecue tasting is going to get started at 4:30 p.m. This is followed by a tie-dye station, which sounds fun. You've got live music and plenty more. Best part of the event is free to attend. Sounds like a lot of fun.
A lot of bees.
A lot of bees. I was really surprised I got through that. Okay, let's check in with Chase.
So rainfall is slowly starting to clear out. We're seeing at least a dry setup in this moment. But we could be expecting more in a few more hours, especially this weekend or this evening where we have our weather impact alert day active. We'll talk more about it after the break.
Bees, and bees. We had a bit of a tough
Brie, 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 brie. It's all I
I
can
was
do.
worried about the free 3-day.
Cool.
Good.
Take it away, my friend.
Didn't want to talk anyway.
I think next I should stand in front of the video wall with news behind me and y'all talk.
Ha! I actually think if like someone were to make
You just
graphics
wait.
for me, I think I could, I wouldn't do it well. I think I could do it. I think I could do it.
You talk about the weather? Oh, a calm day where there's no like complex things going on for sure.
Right.
You just
It's just the graphic making and the actual forecasting itself.
the whole like science of it.
The actual like job,
So that I trained a production person to do our weekend weather because we couldn't find anybody. So yeah, it's very doable.
Can you
Like,
train me one day?
yeah, why not?
If we have like a boring day, I actually really want to learn.
Okay.
Just to say I did it. Just to learn.
I mean, I could set you up a very basic show.
Okay. Let's actually.
Honestly, that would be really funny. I saw WGN do it once, where for National Weather Person's Day, the guy just sat back and kicked his feet up, and all the anchors took turns doing weather and made it a big funny joke.
That was very much a WGN thing, too.
Yeah.
I don't know if Tyga would be happy about that, but we could stream it.
We could.
Good idea.
Okay, so they've got 4 delays and a cancellation at the airport.
Did they have a slug on that?
Huh?
Did they have a slug?
No, I was just looking through this just now. That's why I said that. But, let's see. Okay.
So far, the majority of our rainfall for this current setup has moved off towards the east and is just about getting out of the Des Moines metro. Now, we do have more forming down towards the southwest, but it is getting into an environment that is pretty worked over, so not a whole lot of energy to get this off the ground and gain a lot of strength. Now, off to the northwest, this is all, of course, going to continue to move to the northeast and east, staying away from us, but this whole section is where we saw all of our severe warnings overnight into very, very early this morning. That has at least started to move off, but for tonight, we do have a level 2 severe risk. All the factors are present for this. Our ground is completely saturated, so flash flooding will be an issue with that. We could see large hail, damaging wind gusts, and of course that tornadic risk is there, but it is on the lowest level. But this is where the bulk of our storm reports came in. For example, the Waukee report of a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, 4 or 5 of these were 70 to 75 miles per hour. We do have a few that started to trail off as we get off towards the east in Altoona. but we've also seen our fair share of rainfall. Des Moines seeing nearly over 1.5 inches of rainfall. Not for everybody, but this, of course, setting the stage for that flash flooding risk. So weather impact alert day for tonight. Heavy rain, severe storms, a possibility. At least right now, it's fairly comfortable, at least for the setup that we're given. And rainfall later on this evening could reach that severe status. Unfortunately, we're watching this evening time frame for that to pass through. And then, of course, once that moves off, cold front settles in, things look a whole lot better once that cold front gets here. So the weekend, pretty nice, 80 to 84 for Saturday and Sunday. Then we get to the end of next week, and we've got a treat. We've got the upper 70s. We'll be right back.
Do we know exactly where in Guthrie Center anything is? Any of that damage was?
Let me... What time did I get here? 12:30.
Because Megan's asking on the chain about this.
Adair and Guthrie County EMA 5 hours ago said
At 12:22, oh, go ahead, sorry.
a tornado was located near Casey or 7 miles south of Guthrie Center.
At 12:22, Dallas County Skywarn, large limbs and whole trees down in Stewart, Panora, and Guthrie Center.
She's just going to have to search. Yes.
Yeah, yes.
Is there a way?
Yeah.
Oh, snap.
I'm
Chase,
surprised
is
it's
there
taking
a
this
way that
long.
You can find where the debris was on the radar? Like coordinates, like latitude, longitude? I mean, you don't need to do it right now. When
I
you
can
get it
try.
reset. So I think that's how we found damage in the past is like
Okay.
Chris has found where the debris shows on radar.
So with a tornado, that's very easy to find, but when you're talking about a wind situation where the debris gets pushed to the ground, I can try. Okay.
We're now seconds away from 5:30. Thank you for joining us right here on Local 5 and We Are Iowa Plus. I'm Joseph Holloway.
And I'm Dana Searles. Today is a weather impact alert day. Right now, we have live team coverage to keep you prepared as you head out the door this morning. Megan McPherson is live inside the Local 5 storm tracker. She's right there on the left of your screen. She's keeping tabs on your morning drive, looking for any damage that we may have seen overnight. But first, we want to send it over out to Chase Bowman with the first check of the radar. Chase, what are you seeing right now?
What we're seeing currently is that our rainfall is moving off towards the east. The flash flood warning is still in effect for the next 30 minutes over most of the Des Moines metro area. But this overall radar loop giving us the next line of storms already starting to take shape, but it is east of the majority of us. We do have a lot of lightning strikes being recorded within that. So the intensity is still there, but the overall organization is something that's fallen off. But keeping our eyes down towards Creston as this area is trying to form something, but it's just not able to really get anything off the ground to build up. So light rainfall is definitely a possibility. With this flash flood warning expiring at 6 a.m., we could easily see that expire a little bit sooner. But our setup is already very saturated. We've seen more rainfall, and we've got more on the way. Now, off towards the west is where we're going to watch near Nebraska, because that is what will start shaping up what will be here later on this afternoon, carrying over into this evening. But 70 degrees outside, very cloudy sky, different kind of a scenic morning. These clouds are fairly menacing, but at this point, they are not a threat. They're just kind of cool to see in my eyes. So weather impact alert day for tonight. Severe storms, heavy rainfall. Both of these are a possibility, but now we switch the focus more towards the severe side of things. We do have a level 2 risk that covers the southeastern part of the Local 5 viewing area and, of course, the southern or the southeastern corner of Iowa, and that is where things can really start to take off with all the risk coming into play. 80 degrees for Saturday after the front passes, and then 84, a little bit drier, warming us up a bit more. That will lead us to a good warming trend for the start of next week, but we have a treat coming after we get through that heat wave. Joseph.
Okay, Chase, thank you. I'll take it away. Let's check in with our Megan McPherson now. She is out in the Local 5 storm tracker. Megan, where are you right now, and have you seen any damage? What are the roads looking like?
All right, Megan, thank you. And I want to give you a look at the roads right now. Looking right here in the metro, and you can see that right there along 8035, things are moving along pretty smoothly. We do have some wet roads out there, so just be looking out for that. But again, like we were saying, things have calmed down. Things should be looking a little better. We're not seeing any crashes to report, so that's certainly good news. And this morning, Local 5 is also keeping an eye on power outages across the state from those storms. So right now, you're taking a look at the power outages. This is from the website poweroutage.us. So this site is reporting thousands of Mid-American Energy customers who are in the dark here in Polk County. And specifically, I want to give you the live update here. We've got about just around 8,500 customers in Polk County that are still in the dark right now. Madison County, you're looking at about 389. Jasper County is looking at just under 1,650, and in Guthrie County, just over 200 customers. But it looks like the majority of what we're seeing right now is Polk County. But again, this is better than what we saw a few hours ago. I mean, we were talking about really high numbers earlier this morning. We're going to keep checking in periodically, and we'll bring you those updates throughout the morning.
Public Works crews are on guard in Des Moines for any possible flooding threat. Adam Smith, the city's Public Works director, says they install a variety of equipment throughout downtown to reduce flooding dangers and damages. So as far as plans put in place, Smith says theirs is extensive and that they're ready to go in an emergency situation. And Local 5 is working hard for you to keep you updated on this Weather Impact Alert Day. So in order to report damage and tell people what is going on to show the impacts of these storms, please send us any photos to news@weareiowa.com, and then be sure to stay with our coverage on air, online, and on We Are Iowa Plus. You can download We Are Iowa Plus for your TV and watch for free.
In a developing story here at 5:35, police tell us that a young man is in the hospital after a shooting on 10th Street. This is over in the Cheatham Park neighborhood. Des Moines police tell us that someone reported hearing gunfire in the area just after 4:30 yesterday afternoon. And around the same time on Thursday, Mercy One Des Moines Medical Center reported a person with a gunshot wound was in the ER. The MPD says the summer months tend to bring more violence, and they've already had a busy time lately with responses. Police say the boy is luckily expected to survive. According to police, evidence shows that this was a directed incident and there is no ongoing danger to that area. With the 2024 election now in the rearview mirror, some politicians are now looking forward.
Now, Iowa Democrats are pushing to return to first in the nation in 2028. It's after South Carolina went first last year. State House Minority Leader Brian Myers says he wants to see the in-person caucus return, but also wouldn't mind a few changes. Governor Tim Walz have already held town halls in the state. Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego is scheduled to appear at the Iowa State Fair next month. And Iowa Republican leaders tell Local 5 they don't foresee any changes to their process at this point. Your time right now is 5:37. Winnebago Industries, an RV manufacturing company, will close 3 more facilities in September and laying off another 121 employees. That's according to Warn, which is a database that tracks layoffs across Iowa. So it's the 4th round of layoffs since October of last year. Nearly 200 employees lost their jobs last month. The latest layoffs are for facility closures in Waverly and Charles City. They'll be effective between early September and December of this year.
Okay, now switching back here to weather on this weather impact alert day. It seems like a lot of our storms, they've moved off to the east, but maybe are they just not as strong right now?
Our impactful storms have moved off to the east, and they have lost a fair amount of strength, so no concerns for our viewers at this moment. So we can move our focus now to what's coming in later on tonight, which is, of course, another round of severe weather. We do have the flash flood warning over the Des Moines metro area until around 6 a.m. Expect those to stick around or become a few more, or expect to see a few more around later on tonight as we are looking at another round of heavy rainfall. Have a full breakdown of that in a few minutes.
Also, if you'd like to donate to help support the victims in the deadly flooding in Texas, you can do so directly through the QR code on your screen right now. Just open your camera, zoom in, and click the link that it gives you. You can also find it on the featured area of the homepage of weareiowa.com. Your time right now is 5:39. We'll be right back.
Never gotten that deep in that music.
What?
Never gotten that deep in that cart music.
Rolling in the deep.
Kind of. Start to lean into the 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it slowed down a little bit. It's like, dang, I didn't know we were going with all that. Okay,
Okay, so their dispatch says there's damage all over.
sounds like it. But yeah, I mean, I can't tell you how many times if I've been looking for damage, I just called dispatch and see, hey, what are you guys seeing? It's like you're not asking them to like confirm something or anything. It's just where you getting calls.
They're on the ground.
Exactly. Lovely.
Yeah, it sounds like it's more south.
Yeah. Well, it said what, 7 miles south. Lordy, I was southern there.
You know you want to do it.
I know. Let me enjoy my cake pop real quick.
All right, check out the scud clouds that were moving through Knoxville from our Sky Tracker 5 camera in Knoxville. This is one of those menacing cloud looks that can be, honestly, a little terrifying, but ultimately, it is truly just clouds leading the way from the bow echo that we saw earlier. Essentially, without rotation, that's all we're going to get out of it. So very menacing look. It does kind of serve as that initial indicator of a strong line of storms coming your direction, but it does not mean anything tornadic. So this is that line as it moves through the Des Moines metro area and gets further east. We have seen this really start to fall off in a positive manner, but we did have our fair share of severe thunderstorm warnings. We had wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour come out of that, and we're at least in a break from the rainfall at this moment. That last line forming doesn't have anything else coming in behind it until you look down towards the southwestern part of the state, and even then, it's not here yet, and it really hasn't taken off. So level 2 risk for this evening, southeastern third of the state. To call it a fourth seems to be a stretch, but it's not exactly half. but all severe weather risks come into play for this one. The tornadic threat is low. It is the lowest one, but it is still present. Large hail, damaging wind gusts, especially the wind, and then of course on top of that, the heavier rainfall. So storm reports that we have seen mostly around the Des Moines metro areas where this line or this bow echo really peaked in its strength. For example, the one in Waukee was 70 miles per hour. Most of these were between 70 and 74 miles per hour. Once you get east of Des Moines, that's where like Altoona was a 60 mile per hour, then Ankeny was 60 miles per hour as well, along with the standard 40 mile per hour wind gust that was, or 40 mile per hour wind that was on the leading edge. And then heavy rainfall came in with it. Des Moines recorded almost 1 3/4 inches of rainfall. Ames just under 1 inch of rainfall. Carroll just a little over 1/4 inch. Further east you move, rainfall starts to die off, but this is still a lot of rainfall. This doesn't even consider all the areas that had the more dense pockets of rainfall as that line of storms really started to drop off in speed and stuck around a little bit longer. But weather impact alert day for tonight now. Heavy rainfall once again. Severe storms, a lot more focus on the severe storm part of this moving forward. But of course, we are all completely saturated. Any added rainfall will start aggravating things. 70 degrees outside right now, still very cloudy. A lot of us will hold in the mid to low 70s for a good portion of this morning because this cloud base is just so dense. We're not going to see a whole lot of chance for sunshine. But earlier this afternoon, or later on this early afternoon, that's where we could see that first round of potential storms. And this is what we're looking for in terms of seeing that flash flooding risk really start taking off. But it's not until 4 or 5 p.m. when it starts moving eastward that it gets into a much better environment for those to reach the severe standards. So 7:30, looking at that moving east of Oskaloosa and Ottumwa, that's where we could see any strong severe weather. Once that moves off, cold front takes over and we are in the clear. Saturday clears things up. We stayed at a high of around 80, and then Saturday night to Sunday, dropping down into the mid 60s. Now this dry air will lead to a bit of a warm up for next week, but we also have a cool down. 80 and 84 for your weekend forecast. Not a whole lot to complain about there, but we will get to that extended outlook in about 30 seconds. Monday puts us back in the 90s, but a cold front bringing rainfall on Tuesday gives us a nice cool down to where we are looking at the mid to upper 70s for the end of next week.
Love to hear that. Thank you. Look at traffic this morning, and right now we can see the traffic is moving along smoothly. So good news despite all of the rain that we've had overnight. And so you're going to see wet roads. That's pretty much the big story here in the metro. You do have some areas, especially toward our west, that do have some downed trees. So if you're toward Guthrie Center and places like that, Casey, maybe be looking out for those things. But if you're here in the Des Moines metro, you should be fine. We will keep you updated if that changes. It's now 5:45, and this weekend marks 1 year since that brazen attempt to assassinate President Donald Trump in Pennsylvania as he was running for his return to the White House.
And as ABC's Nicole D'Antonio reports, the Secret Service has announced a series of reforms, and the president is now opening up about them. Turning now to a recall alert here at 547, Walmart is recalling 850,000 Ozark Trail 64-ounce water bottles with black screw cap lids. So at least 3 people have reported getting hit in the face by the lid after it forcefully popped off when the bottles are opened. The Consumer Product Safety Commission has received reports of people suffering permanent vision loss after being hit in the eye. So the bottles were sold across the country since 2017. If you do have one, you can return them for a refund.
Coming up, Newton will be the center of the IndyCar universe this weekend. A look at what to expect from the Iowa Speedway. It's now 5:48. That sounds a little intense.
AKA people didn't go to physics class. Me, when you pour something hot into a vessel and it wants to expand and it can't expand, it's gonna blow up?
Yup.
You don't say.
Yup.
That was my favorite part of training new people at the restaurant. Was on Monday night was wing night, and we kind of set up these buckets to shake the wings in with the sauce.
Yeah.
I'd give them like some fresh, especially the jerk sauce. It always had to be at extremely hot. They would put the wings in there, slam it shut, and I would just start taking a step back, like, it's gonna blow.
Yeah.
Pick it up and the lid flies off. I start laughing. Servers are yelling at me.
Yeah.
Good times.
Ashley texted me just to check in. I updated her on everything. She's good with the cut-ins, being normal.
Cool.
I mean, she hasn't said that, but she did say everything was a problem. So, I told her, we got Megan going to her Guthrie Center for the damage and, the minor flooding in the metro receded. So,
Yeah.
I think that was a good call. The Guthrie Center. It sounds like there's a lot of damage there.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I think compared to, and I will say that you do have to be careful with that sometimes with dispatch because
Yeah.
people in small towns, man, that's a lot of damage out here, and then we'll get there and it's like, nah, it ain't that bad. But when nothing happens in your area, yeah, it may be bad. Yeah. Yeah.
Guys, it's a Friday. We're forgetting that.
Oh, I don't.
Oh, I do.
Well, you gotta stop. I got this.
It is now 5:51, and hey, happening today, race weekend is back in central Iowa. The Sioux Cup IndyCar race weekend returns to the Iowa Speedway in Newton. That's starting today, and it'll go through Sunday. It's a highly anticipated weekend. So besides race cars, this year's event will feature local musicians throughout the entire weekend. And for more information about the Sioux Cup IndyCar race weekend, just visit weareiowa.com and click the article about it on our homepage.
I know it's going to be a lot of fun out there. I want to look ahead to this one. This is going to be big for those rock and roll fans out there, or just big music fans in general. Paul McCartney is making a stop in Des Moines this fall as part of his Got Back 2025 tour. So McCartney will be at the Casey Center on October 14th, and he's going to be there with the Hot City Horns. Now, general tickets go on sale next Friday at 10 a.m. You can also visit the Iowa Event Center website. They've got more information there. Those are going to be some hot tickets there. Let's keep looking ahead here because Italian Americans will soon have a new space to celebrate and honor their heritage and history in Des Moines.
So the Italian American Cultural Center of Iowa held a groundbreaking ceremony on Thursday. The center will be open to all no matter their heritage, and it will hold educational programming and house a museum, cooking classroom, a cafe, and a wine bar. So the center will be located at the historic Butler Mansion over on Floor Drive. Let's get back to Chase on our Weather Impact Alert Day.
Rainfall has moved off for the morning time, but we are still expecting more later on today. So far, it looks like the roads are starting to dry up. Good news for us this morning, but this evening might be a bit of a different story. We'll have more for you after the break.
How you feeling, Chase?
I'm all right. My crash is just going to come earlier, so as soon as we're done with cut-ins, I'm probably going to go up to like Target or something and just walk around.
There you go.
Resist the fall.
See, I could never just walk around at Target.
You could buy things.
I probably, if I were to just walk on to Target for a walk, I would probably be out about $200.
Oh gosh.
Oh, in high school, that's what we did. We walked around like when Best Buy was still popping,
Yeah.
Target, Kohl's, Borders, the old bookstore.
Borders. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, right?
Are you a mall
That's a
walker?
throwback.
Not anymore.
Okay.
Steph and I had about a year of big money troubles because she did retail therapy and she
Yeah.
was selling insurance. So it was a commission job. So I'm still very hesitant about that kind of, like I'm getting better now, but
Yeah.
I will resist going and walking around places. So moving here has been very good for my mental state of
Yeah.
being able to just go through a store. If I like something that's under $20, I'll just buy it.
There you go.
But I can easily like grab a coffee and just mosey through Target and just,
Yeah.
I'll look through the toy section. I'll get Christmas shopping started. Doesn't faze me.
I've always been really good about, or I won't say always, but I can talk myself out of buying anything.
Oh, same.
Yeah.
It could be a $1.50 water. Like I could just get it out of the
I
faucet.
don't need that.
We're just waiting for this last little section of rainfall to move off, and then we can start trying to dry up as much as possible. Now, this has really dropped off in intensity, and a lot of this has started tracking to the northeast. Good news for us, especially since everything to the southwest is struggling to get organized or even, honestly, formed at this point. So we still run the chance of maybe some light rainfall throughout the day, but all that will do is give us a benefit for later on this afternoon when we are looking at our next risk for severe weather. Any more light rainfall that we see is just going to limit any kind of energy buildup that it could have. But we do still have that slight risk. Now, storm reports mostly around the Des Moines metro were between 70 and 75 mile per hour wind gusts. And once it got to Altoona, this is where things really started to drop off, because after this point, it all dropped to around 50 to 55 miles per hour, and that overall boat echo just completely fell apart. But we got our fair share of rainfall, anywhere from half an inch to, like Des Moines, nearly 2 inches of rainfall. And once again, we're not done with rain. We still have more to come later on tonight. So weather impact alert day for that heavy rainfall. A lot more focus on the severe storm potential with this whole setup. So later on this afternoon, we could have a few spots that really try to fire up and have some strength. Now by 7:45, we look at this storm cluster. This would be the peak of it if we were to see one for tonight. We get to Saturday, things clear up, the north wind takes over, and then we can start looking at what we'll bring next week. But 84 tomorrow and then 84 on Sunday, that's a solid weekend. Now, we get to the next weekend, and that is where things look even better. We do have to get through a day where we're at 90 for Monday and some rainfall on Tuesday. But at the end of this week, looking at highs in the mid to upper 70s for Thursday through Saturday.
All right, Chase, thank you. We're going to get you out there on the roads right now. We're going to start off in the Local 5 Storm Tracker, our Megan McPherson and our chief photojournalist, Don Schmidt. They are driving toward Guthrie Center right now, and you can see that thankfully just in this area where they are, things are looking pretty good, but we do have plenty of reports of damage up that way, so be looking out for that if you are in Guthrie Center this morning. We're going to work to get some more information on all of that here in just a second. Now, I do want to give you a look here at this next camera here at Max 2. This is looking here in Ankeny, so going to the east side of the metro, I-35 at Corporate Woods. Traffic is moving along smoothly. You still do have some wet roads out there. You're going to see a lot of wet roads because we did get a lot of rain from overnight. The good news, any of that minor flooding that we had has receded. So things here in the metro are moving pretty smoothly. We will keep you posted if that changes, but we're not seeing any crashes to report. Dana?
Well, just ahead, scary moments at a Des Moines golf course after an improvised explosive device is found. What officers are now sharing in the investigation. It's now 5:57. I think that scripting was still there from before the tease. That's why I took that out. I feel like I don't want.
What?
Slurpee Day. Slurpee Day.
Are 7-Elevens here?
I don't know. That's the thing.
I just thought about that.
Don't you get a free Slurpee?
Yeah, I think that is the thing they do. Because we had them in North Carolina. I only went in a couple times. I've never had a Slurpee or whatever they call it. Like,
But I noticed some things. I don't know why.
You'll get a slushie from Sonic. It's the same thing.
that's what I figured.
I am so sad that I don't have a Sonic. I don't have 8 Sonics within 5 miles of me anymore.
Yes,
Like
that is
that
the
was-
thing about that part of the country.
Rare around here these days.
Yeah.
Like
Being
that-
in Tulsa, I mean, we had a Sonic and a Quick Trip on every corner. It felt
Yeah.
like.
I love it.
My
we-
mother-in-law is like Sonic's biggest fan.
Really?
Yes, this woman is at Sonic like for a drink probably twice a day.
Dang.
Wow.
So much so that
What'd she get?
it's like a it's like a Diet Coke with light ice.
What?
She's a teacher. All teachers drink
There
Diet
you
Coke.
go. That makes sense. Route
So that's why it
66.
didn't work for me.
I think that is the problem. You are drinking the secret sauce. Because that's what they do.
I was walking in with my meal prep bag and my
And they look
Water
at you like
hazers.
beginner.
yeah, like, rookie. He's trying.
This rookie over here, he didn't learn the secret.
It's. I think it's moving more towards instead of Diet Coke, it's now Dr Pepper.
As it should be. I love Dr. Pepper.
Because Charlotte's had 2 teachers in her 3 years of school that were obsessed with Dr Pepper.
Especially down south, you're saying more.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. It is now 6 o'clock on your Friday morning. Thank you all for waking up with us here on Local 5, and we are Iowa Plus. I'm Dana Cyril.
And I'm Joseph Holloway. As you can tell, today is a weather impact alert day. And right now we are going to bring you that live team coverage throughout the morning just to keep you prepared of what's going on, not just this morning, but also things happening later on today. So as you can see, we've got Megan McPherson there on the left. She is in the Local 5 Storm Tracker, keeping tabs on that drive. But first, we have to check in with meteorologist Chase Bullman. The good news, we have this set of rain right here at Chase that appears to be moving out of the metro.
Correct. This is our overnight to morning rainfall moving off towards the east. And even this last line, this wasn't even the severe section, but it was still producing a fair amount of lightning. That has started to weaken and is now moving off in a more northeasterly fashion, whereas what we saw overnight was a west due east bow echo storm, which of course produced very strong wind gusts. As we were looking at that, it reached 70 to 75 miles per hour. But the backside of this, still trying to form some rainfall. We're watching for these little boundaries as those move towards us and we start getting some daytime energy build up. Even if it's just a little bit, it will use up every bit of that to give us our next round of storms. Now, what's coming in tonight will be associated with the cold front, so there will be plenty of lifting mechanism with it. It's just that the atmosphere is unstable enough for that to actually really take off. But 70 degrees right now, very humid. Weather impact alert day for today. This has been a 2-day setup. We're now on the last round of that. It is for tonight. Heavy rainfall, but a lot more focus on the risk for severe storms as we get later into the evening between 5 and 8 p.m. Slight risk covers that southeastern third of the state, just outside the Des Moines metro. We still have a marginal risk or a level 1 risk for nearly everybody else, but we're not going to see that organization really take off until it gets to that southeastern part. So 80 for Saturday, 84 for Sunday. This is a pretty solid weekend. We will have some very light rainfall early on Saturday. The cold front passes, clears things out, cools things down. That dry air does heat up nicely, so the start of next week is on the warmer side, but the end of next week looks so much better. We'll cover more of that in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you very much, Chase. And now let's check on in with our Megan McPherson, who is again live out in the storm tracker right now. Megan, first of all, where are you? What are you seeing? It seems like things have improved from where we were just a couple of hours ago.
Can you make 18 a full screen full instead of a one-shot full screen? Because I got to get to the weather center. Then I can go there that fast. Okay, yeah,
Which one? 18?
the night train.
Okay. Okay. 15. Sabriel, you're listening? 15. Flip the reads. So, yeah, back to how they were. And then you read, Dana, you read 16. I will read 18. All right, Megan, thank you. And a quick look at the roads right now. And you can see that things here in the metro are moving along pretty smoothly, so that's good news right there. So we're looking at the East Mix, not seeing any issues. Same there along 8035 and then 235 at Keogh, moving along pretty well. Ankeny drivers there along I-35, you're not going to see too many problems. The wet roads, again, that's the big thing at this point. It looks like we're seeing a much less ponding, so you should be okay, but slow it down and just be safe as you're getting out the door.
And Local 5 is in your corner this morning. We are keeping an eye on power outages across the state. We have seen them pop up because of these overnight storms. So this is a look at power outages from the website poweroutage.us. Right now, the site is reporting thousands of Mid-American Energy customers are dark in Polk County. However, it has improved over the past hour. Last hour when we checked in with you, it was over 8,000 people without power. Now that is down to just over 7,000 people without power in Polk County. Down in Madison County, you're seeing just over 400 people without power. Jasper County has improved. That number is now under 100 people without power, but there are some customers in Guthrie County. Just about 205 customers are without power right now. So the power outages are kind of widespread across central Iowa right now, but the good news there is that is improving. We are seeing crews are out there clearly working on that because those numbers are improving. We will keep checking in periodically for any updates. And ahead of the stormy weather, Des Moines Public Works crews took numerous precautions. They shared this video online of an exercise testing several portable pumps. Now it's to ensure that they're working properly and to see how they tackle flash flooding or sewer overflows. And we're working hard right now to keep you updated on this weather impact alert day. So to be able to share with you guys the damage and the impacts of these storms, please send us any photos to news@weareiowa.com, and then be sure to stay with our coverage on air and online and on We Are Iowa Plus. You can download We Are Iowa Plus for your TV and watch for free.
Developing here at 6:05, an investigation now underway after officers say that they found an improvised explosive device at the Des Moines golf course. They found this over near the 8th hole on the Waveland golf course Thursday. They decided to detonate that device on scene. Sergeant Paul Parizek says the department has some theories as to what happened. The course reopened shortly after being closed for a few hours. We'll give you updates as we learn more about all of this. And Mayor Connie Boson is now responding to the situation, commending the police department for their work. She sent a statement saying in part, quote, "I want all of our residents to know that the city is analyzing this incident with the utmost care. As mayor, I will continue to emphasize the impact of our public safety officers and the security they bring to our communities, end quote. Meanwhile, Governor Kim Reynolds attended a groundbreaking ceremony for the Italian-American Culture Center in Des Moines.
But amid that event and amid a lawn watering ban because of the nitrate levels, protesters showed up on Thursday to raise awareness about what they see as shortcomings. They say they wanted to send Reynolds a message about factory farm waste and its contributions to poor water quality in Iowa. According to a water quality report commissioned by Polk County, agriculture plays a major role in high nitrate levels in Iowa's water. Protesters are advocating for a factory moratorium and a Clean Water Act for Iowa. Reynolds responded to the protesters, saying the state is working to try and find a solution to high nitrates in source water.
And this morning, we're learning more about the nitrate levels from source water through Central Iowa Water Works. Treated drinking water coming from the Florida Drive treatment plant is just under 8 milligrams per liter, while water from the McMullen treatment plant is just under 7. Source water coming from the Raccoon River is just over 12 milligrams per liter, and then it's just over 11 for the Des Moines River. Now keep in mind, EPA standards says that anything under 10 milligrams per liter is safe to drink.
It's now 6:09 today. President Trump is going to Texas for a tour of some of the areas hardest hit by the recent floods. It comes as questions grow about the timeliness of the emergency alerts across Texas. Right now, thousands of people are in search and recovery mode, using drones and cadaver dogs as families share their stories of survival. One resident, his mother, and a family friend who cleaned to her toddler all waited out the night on their roof as the waters raged. This morning, the number of people missing is still high, with more than 160 people missing. Authorities are now promising a review of the entire emergency response. And if you'd like to donate to help support the victims in the deadly flooding in Texas, you can do so directly through the QR code on your screen right now. Just open your camera, zoom in, and click the link that it gives you. You can also find it on the featured area on the homepage of our website, weareiowa.com. Okay, let's turn to our weather here in Central Iowa because we have a lot to talk about, Chase. I know you tracked a storm this morning, but now we're kind of focusing on our eyes too tonight.
Right, we're kind of seeing everything, try to recharge for this evening. We do have a severe risk for tonight, but any rainfall for this morning has moved off. We do have some light rainfall on the backside that's going to try to work its way through. Honestly, that would be a good benefit for us.
Who's tracking?
Somehow it got muted.
It got muted.
Oh, it got muted. It got muted.
I don't know how that happens to me so often right now.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing. My bad.
The thing with the mute buttons can be real sensitive.
Yeah.
That's what I always hate about certain microphones.
Well, blip.
Oh, we're gonna do it again. So
Run it back!
it is. And it broke out a window. It'll be in the next clip. she edited it together too.
Yeah, wait, what?
Yeah, I guess Teams just does that.
That is crazy. I didn't know that.
AI is everywhere.
I'm always learning something about Teams. It's good and bad. What's just that?
It's now 6:13. Take a look at this incredible video from our SkyTracker 5 camera in Knoxville, giving you that menacing scud cloud. This was right before Knoxville experienced the bow echo that was severe warned all the way from western Dallas County and just continued on that path until it was out of the local 5 viewing area. Scud clouds lead the way on severe storms. They are typically a very good indicator of severe storms on the way, but by on the way, I mean within like the next 4 to 5 minutes. Looks menacing. The clouds themselves, not a severe risk. They just lead the way for it. But we are not looking at any severe storms at this moment. Even our flash flood warning has expired, but we still have a stream of some light rainfall still trying to work its way in to central Iowa. Now this will continue to bring us light rainfall. The more light rain we can get throughout the day, the weaker our severe chances will be, and we might even see an adjustment in that severe weather outlook where that yellow risk, the slight risk, gets pushed even further to the southeast just because we've seen so many areas get some rainfall this morning. But here's how it lays out right now. The level 2 risk, the slight risk, on that southeastern third of the state, and just north of that, we have the level 1 risk. So what we can expect for anyone in the level 1 is just your general thunderstorm risk with, of course, that potential for strong to damaging winds is what we've already seen this morning. We could easily see that again tonight. You get into the slight risk, and that is where you're looking at all those risks coming into play. But plenty of wind reports around the Des Moines metro. This is where that bow echo reached its peak strength. Don't want to call it a line of storm, but it was a linear storm, and it started bowing out right as it got towards Adel and Dallas Center and just pushed 70 to 75 mile per hour wind gusts throughout the entire metro area. Once it got to around Altoona, that's when the structure of it started to fall apart, and that is where we saw this really start to drop off. But our best rainfall over Des Moines, over 1 3/4 inches of rain. Just north of us in Ames, just under 3/4 of an inch, and then Grinnell, just over 1/2 inch of rain. So we've all gotten at least a fair share of rainfall, which is just going to continue to keep us in this flash flood risk throughout the night tonight as we get into this next round of severe storms. So weather impact alert day for the heavy rainfall, a little more focus on the severe storms this go around because there will be a little more organization in the atmosphere for these storms to use up. But right now, it's a humid setup. 70 degrees, it's cloudy. That will keep us at least a little cooler throughout the day. We're only looking at high in the low 80s, but it will still be very humid, and those dew points are a very prime factor in severe weather getting its strength. But for the moment, upper 60s to right around 70 for everybody. We're looking at this afternoon around 2:15, seeing that first couple of storms take off. It's not until it gets east of Des Moines and essentially south of Newton that it gets into an area that will be more conducive for these storms to take off in strength. But that's also where it starts turning into a good cluster of storms and moves off towards the east. The backside ones, probably not near as much strength, to be honest with you. There's not going to be a whole lot for it to work with, but it will be added rainfall. One last outflow boundary around 2 a.m. Once that moves off, it's nothing but a north wind and a cooling setup. The Saturday morning does still have that humid feel, but that afternoon we dry out. We only get to around 80 degrees, and things look so much better going into Sunday. But we do have a bit of a heat wave coming our direction for a little bit. But this weekend, not a lot to complain about. Cold front passes, keeps us in the mid 80s, but we'll talk about extended outlook in about 30 seconds.
Cut-ins are normal, so cool. Nothing special.
Next week, we do hit 90 on Monday in the upper 80s by Tuesday. Then a good, strong cold front passes. That leaves us in the mid to upper 70s for the end of next week. Joseph.
All right, Chase, thanks. Look at the roads this morning. We are looking in Des Moines, starting off here along 8035 at 14th. You can see the traffic is moving along smoothly. As more people have been getting out there, it appears that the roads are also a little bit less wet than they were, and that's pretty normal. Once you get more traffic going, it kind of dry some things up. So that's certainly good news right there. Now I want to show you over at 235 at University. You're seeing a lot of the same traffic moving along smoothly there. Also, according to Iowa DOT, we are not seeing any crashes to report. The metro should be good to go if you are getting out the road or getting out the door right now. Well, here at 617 is another jam-packed weekend of fun here in Central Iowa.
So in just a few minutes, we're going to share some fun events taking place. We'll be right back.
Okay. Yep, I do too. I do too. You know what I want? Coffee.
Me too.
I want some today. I think I might get some.
You should get some. What kind of coffee do you want?
That's a good question. I might get a little frappuccino. I might just get like a normal iced caramel coffee.
Love it.
Yeah.
From where?
Low key, McDonald's actually has some pretty
High
solid
key.
coffee. Yes.
Oh, McDonald's has great coffee.
Yes. Like,
Stuff on the side.
Cool.
smart. Very underrated.
I love this, honestly, their straight coffee.
They do have good, just black coffee. Welcome back. It's now 6:20. You have finally made it to Friday. We have finally made it to Friday. So now it's time for us to start planning out our weekend.
It's been a long time coming, and our friends over at Catch Des Moines, they have some ideas and fun things for you to do. So first, the Ankeny Chamber Summer Fest returns to the district at Prairie Trail today through Sunday. The free 3-day festival features a parade, some live music, carnival, kids activities, fireworks, and so much more. Also, tune into Local 5 News Midday today to hear more about the event directly from the Ankeny Chamber of Commerce.
Also, you can join Cubby Bear over at Principal Park on Sunday. This is going to be a lot of fun. There's a family-friendly Cubby Bear 5K and kids run. So the run will take you through downtown Des Moines with the final stretch happening there inside the Principal Park. That actually sounds really, really cool. So the 5K run starts at 9 a.m. The kids run will start at 10:15. You don't want to miss that. Also, our Local 5 digital team has compiled a list of fun events for you to take advantage of this weekend. So you can find the digital guide right now over at weareiowa.com. let's go ahead and check in with Chase. We'll look at this very interesting day of weather.
Yeah, overnight we saw a fair amount of strong storms, but now we're looking at light rainfall for this morning. But we've got another round of potential severe weather coming in tonight. We'll talk more about it in a few minutes. I don't know why, but the way you said Cubby Bear just made me giggle.
I know.
Like, Cubby Bear? It's just like,
That was actually what kind of got me distracted. Just saying Cubby Bear.
yeah, I was just like,
But that's not natural.
No.
Who says cubby bear?
Cubby Bear. Cubby. What do they call him? They just call him Cubby?
I thought it was just
Cubby Bear.
I mean, I would just call him Cubby.
Oh boy, oh boy. I think today's a Chick-fil-A Friday.
You go get that Chick-fil-A.
For lunch.
Yeah, that's a great idea. That's a great way to celebrate the end of the week.
And it's gonna be, you're telling me it's gonna be peak storms at 2 p.m.
If
Hey,
no,
music.
I did not say 2 p.m. I said 5.
That's when things are really gonna start fire up.
I said that's when we'll see things fire up at first, but 5 p.m. is where things will take off.
Oh,
So
even
it
better.
will still be a little stormy, but like 5 to 8 is when things are gonna, if they take off, that's when it'll be.
Hey, might just be my best friend today.
But
That's the perfect Friday nap.
yeah,
And then I'll wake up and I'll be able to watch the takeoff. It'll be perfect.
If only we were not driving to Oklahoma.
You're going to Oklahoma this weekend?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it's my nephew's 4-year-old 4th birthday.
Your nephew's 4th birthday or
Yeah.
your nephew's, wait, what?
My nephew turns 4.
Oh, I thought you said my nephew's 4-year-old's birthday.
That's why I had to think about that. I'm like,
I see.
that sounds weird.
Wait,
Yeah.
that's so exciting.
So,
I
yeah.
love young kid birthdays.
I know. We'll be fine.
you'll be fine.
Yeah, I figure.
There's some pop-up potential in 49, but it won't be.
Okay.
All of our strong to even severe storms have moved off or weakened, and all we're looking at now is this stream of light rainfall coming out of the southwest. If we even see rainfall from that, we do have a few spots that are seeing it, but that is not what factors in to directly our severe outlook. Now we have a level 2 risk for the southeastern third of the state. That is all for storms this afternoon and evening. But we did have our fair share of storm reports this morning. We've had plenty of wind reports of 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts, especially over towards Waukee. Once they got to Altoona, that is where they start to drop off to more of that 60 mile per hour range, which of course is still a dangerous wind gust, but is a sign of that whole setup that was weakening. But rainfall amounts, favorable. We've all seen nearly 1 inch of rainfall. Some areas like Des Moines saw over 1 inch and 3/4 of rain. Carroll on the lower end, but we really didn't see this line, this Bow Echo storm really take off until it got east of Carroll. But we are expecting more rainfall later on tonight while we have the weather impact alert for the heavy rainfall and, of course, the severe storm setup. Now, just after 2 p.m., we'll see the first couple of them try to start taking off. And then once we get to this evening, that is where it could turn into more of a linear storm situation. Moving off to the southeast, and after that, front passes, things start clearing up. It looks a lot better. 80 degrees for Saturday. Sunday looking at a high of 84 with some dry air working its way in as well. Then we go in a bit of a heat wave. Monday and Tuesday, 90 to upper 80s to 90. But once our front passes on Tuesday, we are looking at only getting into the mid 70s for Thursday and Friday. Joseph.
All right, thank you. A look at traffic this morning, and we're going to give you a look here along 235. The good news is things are looking better. We still have the wet roads, but they're not as wet as what they were, especially a couple of hours ago. So here at Keogh and 63rd, you're not seeing any problems, and you are seeing traffic is moving pretty smoothly. The same just down the road here, 42nd Street, for any of our folks going toward Windsor Heights, those areas, you should be good. Aurora Avenue, not seeing any problems there either. And no crashes across the metro, so central Iowa, you should be good to go. If you're in some areas, especially off toward the west, you've got like Guthrie Center, Casey, those areas, you do have some down trees. So be looking out for that this morning. But here in the metro, you should be good to go.
Well, ahead of the next half hour of GMI, Iowa Democrats are looking to regain going first in the presidential nominating process. Some of the other changes they're now hoping for. Your time right now is 6:26.
I also need to rewind. Is Paul McCartney wrong?
Yeah. different time. But yeah.
Technically,
Yeah.
Not like hard rock, right?
No.
Perfect.
But also, like, keep in mind, like, I think about the Beatles, like, when the Beatles were a thing. Whatever, like, modern rock wasn't a thing.
Maybe a concert I'd have to go to.
You would enjoy that
I
one.
think I would. I enjoy that one more than rap.
More than Rat. You would enjoy that more than Rat, more than LA Guns. You know, there is nothing like riding around with
Yeah,
a
what's up?
photog with some interesting music choices. Which makes me ask this. So, someone goes out, yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Is Robbie typically like blasting that kind of music?
No, he doesn't even.
Okay.
okay.
But like if he's out with a reporter, he's not
He
going to
doesn't
have that.
even do it around me.
Really?
He's a radio guy when he's like around other people.
Okay.
He only
Okay.
does it when he's alone. Because he's like, if he's listening to it, he needs to like crank it up and blast it.
Okay.
Relatable.
That's fair.
So,
That's fair.
yeah, he's a radio guy.
I still listen to radio.
Yeah, he wants to get a whole new car
Yeah.
because he wants to get Sirius XM.
I'm glad you said that because last night, so
Brand new car. He wants to get a brand new car.
yeah, I need to go activate Sirius in my new one.
For your roadie. For sure.
Yeah, because it was still on the truck, and I went in last night to try to redirect it and get it moved over, and you have to like go outside and do like a ping and you know
Yeah.
whatever.
I guess his car doesn't have it. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, it's not hard to do, but yeah. Got it, thanks. We are now seconds away from 6:30. Glad you're here with us on Local 5 and We Are Iowa Plus. I'm Joseph Holloway.
And I'm Dana Searles. Today is a weather impact alert day. Right now, we have live team coverage to keep you prepared. Our Megan McPherson has been live all morning out on the road. She is surveying the damage for us from overnight. But first, let's send it out to Chase Bowman with a check of our radar. Chase, I know things are kind of out of the way right now, but tell us what is going on your front.
So while the storms off to the east are starting to move off, what we're seeing is this line of light rainfall down towards Creston that's really starting to show some signs of having a little bit of rainfall associated with it. Not saying that this is going to be our severe threat, but we're just watching how this evolves and how it continues to hold on to see if it's going to have a bigger impact on what we see later on this evening, which is, of course, a risk for severe weather. Not much else is extending out further past, call it that eastern side of Nebraska, but we're just very early in the morning still. We have a lot of time to see how this is going to pan out for us because our severe risk is holding off to the southeastern part of the state. But 70 degrees right now, very humid, very cloudy. And of course, we are still under a weather impact alert day for severe storms and even heavy rainfall. We put a lot more focus on the severity now. But of course, with all the rainfall we've already seen, heavy rainfall could just aggravate that situation even more. So level 2 risk for the southeastern part of the state. And then we have that marginal risk just north of that. Everything will start forming just off towards the west between Creston and Fort Dodge, and that is where it will start dropping to the southeast and at some point taking on a more linear fashion. But once we get to Saturday, maybe some light rainfall to start the day off, and we're talking 3 to 5 a.m. Then the front passes. We only get to a high of 80. It dries things out, and we're down the mid-60s for Sunday morning. That afternoon, getting to around 84. Dry air does heat up very nicely, so that will put us in the 90s by Monday. But another cold front's on the way for Tuesday. Of course, that does bring more rainfall, but the impacts of that afterwards are going to be much more enjoyable. We'll show you that in a few minutes. Dana?
Chase, thank you. Now let's check in with our Megan McPherson. She is live in Guthrie Center, which was hit hard by those overnight storms. Megan, I know you just got there, but I can see there's some damage behind you. Tell me, what are you seeing around the town?
All right, Megan, thank you. And I want to give you a look at traffic right now. The good news here in the metro, things are moving along smoothly. You can see these 4 areas right here, and we are not seeing any problems. I do want to let you know about this really, really quickly. We do have some cancellations, or some delays rather, over at Des Moines International Airport, and there are 4 of them to be specific. There's also 1 cancellation, so make sure to check your flights this morning just to make sure that everything is on the up and up, but we'll keep you updated when it comes to traffic throughout the morning. Also this morning, Local 5 is keeping a very, very close eye on those power outages across the state from the storms. You are taking a look at outages from the website poweroutage.us, and right now the site is reporting 5,500 Mid-American Energy customers in the dark here in Polk County. There have also been outages reported in Madison, Dallas, and Guthrie counties, among others. So we'll keep you updated on this as well, but it looks like things are at least coming down when it comes to the outages.
Also, public works crews are on guard in Des Moines for any possible flooding threat. Adam Smith, who is the city's public works director, says they install a variety of equipment throughout downtown in order to reduce flooding dangers and any damages. As far as plans put in place, Smith says theirs is extensive and that they are ready to go in any emergency situation. And Local 5 is working hard for you to keep you updated on this Weather Impact Alert Day. Make sure to send us any photos to news@weareiowa.com, and then be sure to stay with our coverage on air, online, and on We Are Iowa Plus. You can download We Are Iowa Plus for your TV and watch for free.
A developing story here at 6:35. Police tell us that a young man is now in the hospital after a shooting on 10th Street. This was over in the Cheatham Park neighborhood. Des Moines police tell us that someone reported hearing gunfire in the area just after 4:30 Thursday afternoon. Around that same time, Mercy One Des Moines Medical Center reported a person with a gunshot wound was in the ER. The MPD says the summer months tend to bring more violence, and they've had a busy time lately with responses. Police tell us the boy is expected to survive, and according to police, evidence shows this was a directed incident and there's no ongoing threat to the area. Now with the 2024 election in the rearview mirror, some politicians are starting to look forward.
Iowa Democrats are pushing to return to first in the nation in 2028. It's after South Carolina went first last year. Now, State House Minority Leader Brian Meyer says he wants to see the in-person caucus return, but would not mind a few changes.
Rigmarole.
There are some early indicators that potential candidates do see value in Iowa. Former Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz have already held town halls in the state. Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego is scheduled to appear at the Iowa State Fair next month. Iowa Republican leaders tell Local 5 they don't foresee any changes to their process at this point. It's now 6:38 and Winnebago Industries, which is an RV manufacturing company, will close 3 more facilities in September, laying off another 121 employees. That's according to Warn, which is a database that tracks layoffs across the state. Now, it's the 4th round of layoffs since October of last year. Nearly 200 employees lost their jobs last month. The latest layoffs are for facility closures in Waverly and Charles City. They'll be effective between early September and December of this year. Your time right now is 6:38, and the family of Emma Cardenas has kicked off an initiative to empower women in her honor.
Emma was hit and killed while walking home from school in April of 2022 here in Des Moines. And 3 years after Emma's death, her mother, Anna Campos, launched a nonprofit in an effort to support young girls and help herself to heal at the same time. Simply Loved is a mobile closet that offers hygiene products and also used clothes for girls in need, with a focus on helping first-generation students. A family member of Emma's tells us that this is the best way to honor her memory. Now, in addition to the nonprofit, Emma's family also pushed for the city of Des Moines to update school speed zones. In July of 2022, the city council approved an expansion to those zones to include areas where children frequent. And now I want to give you a look at video, or actually this is a photo from our Megan McPherson. This was taken in Panora, and you can see this tree down right there. And here's the thing. We're seeing a lot of that, especially on the west side of the metro. So we're talking about Panora, Guthrie Center, Menlo, Casey, some of those areas. Many of you may be waking up to that this morning, but the good news, Chase, is that things appear to be getting better, at least for this system right here.
Right, what we've had this morning has moved off, and we have the morning time frame through pretty much lunchtime to at least kind of regroup and refigure out. And for me, it's more look at what's coming in later on tonight.
Okay.
This will be that final round of potential severe weather. That will be in here later on this evening. But at this moment, some light rainfall to the southwest could give things a little bit of a twist for this evening. We'll show you that in just a few minutes.
Also, a quick reminder, if you would like to donate to help support the victims in the deadly flooding in Texas, you can do so directly through the QR code on your screen right now. Just open your camera, zoom in on that QR code, and click the link that it gives you. You can also find it on the featured area on the homepage of our website, weareiowa.com. Your time right now is 6:40. We'll be right back. Darn it!
Okay.
IFB is dead.
Great. Yeah.
We're coming straight up.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah. I'm really glad you told me that.
No, my IFB was dead. I was changing the battery.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you told me at that time.
Thank you. For a second, I thought that was cute.
All right, check out this video of the storm clouds that were rolling through Knoxville, or more specifically, the scud clouds leading the way of the Bow Echo line of storms that passed through early on this morning. Not very often you get a shot this close, and of course, that is a lot of scud clouds. These, of course, form on the leading edge of especially Bow Echoes, but they also can form on the backside of it. Essentially, once we don't have the rotation, they just kind of form and just kind of make a mess of the sky. But that was roughly around 1 to 2 a.m. That is moved off. Plenty of time has moved off. It's way off over in towards Illinois at this point. But for us, looking at everything nice and clear for the most part in terms of heavy rainfall or even moderate rainfall. We have some light rainfall that's still trying to work its way in. Could make for just an aggravating commute this morning. But going into tonight, this will have an impact, especially how long this light rainfall is sticking around. It's really going to use up a lot of energy, even though it's fairly light. We still have the slight risk or the level 2 risk for the southeastern part of the state, and then a marginal risk on that northwestern edge of that slight risk, all for this evening. Now, that could start as early as around 2 to 3 p.m., but the true strength of this doesn't take off until around 5 p.m. But wind reports throughout the metro hit between 70 and 75 miles per hour. It wasn't until it got east of Ankeny into Altoona that it really started to drop off to that 60 mile per hour range, which of course is still a very strong wind gust. But that was our first indicator that this Bow Echo was going to start weakening. It lost a lot of its structure and a lot of its organization and finally started to die off. It still took until it was well east of Colfax before we saw things really start to drop off. But we are past that now. We've gotten our fair share of rainfall. Just in the last 24 hours, we've seen almost 2 inches of rainfall in Des Moines. Ames just over half an inch, Grinnell just under half an inch. So we definitely saw this peak between Dallas and Polk County in terms of its rainfall rates and, of course, its intensity. Now, well off towards the west in Sioux City, nearly 2 inches of rainfall. And this is why we have been talking about flash flooding for the last couple of days. Weather impact alert day, yes, still active for today. Tonight, heavy rainfall, severe storms, all a possibility. More emphasis on the severe storms for tonight, though, or should I say more later this evening, if not late afternoon. But outside right now, sky is still trying to clear up. We're going to have a cloudy sky for the majority of the day, but we will have those high-level clouds, so it will allow the air to warm up a bit more, and we can cycle some of the air out, but it is still going to feel extremely humid. Upper 60s to low 70s for everybody at this moment, and then just after 2 p.m., that's when we'll start to see these initial storms take off. These could still have some strength, but we're not looking at it getting into that truly good severe weather setup until it gets over towards Oskaloosa and Ottumwa. And that's where this is going to spread out into probably a broken line of storms. Now, anything on the backside of it could have a lot of noise with it, but we're not looking at a lot of structure or organization. That all moves off. The cold front passes by Saturday morning. Now we have the northwest wind and a cooling setup. That will lead us to a high of around 80 for Saturday, if not even seeing a few spots favor the upper 70s. But overnight into Sunday, we already see that dry air starting to not cool off near as effectively, and then, of course, get us back into the mid-80s. So a standard 20-degree warm-up for Sunday, even though it is a cooling setup and a drying period, it still allows us to get back to around 90 for Monday. Now, after that, we are looking at the next cold front coming in Tuesday. That will bring us a chance of rainfall. Not a clear indicator of how that setup's going to pan out, but one thing that's for sure is the cooler air arriving with it will put us down into the mid and upper 70s for the end of next week. Joseph?
All right, thank you. We'll give you a look at traffic this morning. We are looking at 8035, and you can see the traffic is moving along smoothly with all 4 of these areas. So right there at Northwest Beaver, we've got University, and then we've got, to be entirely honest, the screen's far enough away I can't see the other 2. Looks like Hickman and 14th, or I can't tell.
Hickman
Either
and
way.
14th, yeah.
Which one is it?
Hickman and 14th.
Hickman and 14th, perfect. Apparently I need to go check my prescription for my glasses. But anyway, traffic moving smoothly in those areas. I do want to let you know about this. We do have some issues over at the airport this morning. So there are now 5 delays. Earlier I told you there were 4. Now there are 5 delays. We also do have a couple of cancellations out there. So make sure that you check, if you have a flight going out this morning, make sure to check in with the airline. Make sure things are still going smoothly because we do have some issues starting to pop up. It is now 6:47, and this weekend marks 1 year since the brazen attempt to assassinate President Trump in Pennsylvania as he was running for his return to the White House.
And as ABC's Nicole D'Antonio reports, the Secret Service has announced a series of reforms, and the president is now opening up about them.
I want to tell you about the heartbreak I had this morning.
Heartbreak you have?
I did.
Oh no, what's wrong?
I woke up and I still had like my little sleep mask on. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go back to sleep. Wait, let me check the clock, see what time it is real quick.
Oh no.
1:55.
Oh, yeah, that's tough.
That hurt.
Yeah, that's tough.
That hurt.
It's great when you wake up at like midnight. 'Cause
Yes.
You're like, oh,
I got time.
sleep.
Yes.
But when you do that, and it's like, oh, never mind.
Yeah, it had been a little bit since I woke.
Turning now to a recall alert this morning at 6:49, Walmart is recalling 850,000 Ozark Trail 64-ounce water bottles with black screw cap lids. So at least 3 people have reported getting hit in the face by the lid after it forcefully popped off when the bottles were opened. The Consumer Product Safety Commission has received reports of people suffering permanent vision loss after being hit in the eye. So the bottles were sold across the country since 2017. If you do have one, you can return them for a refund.
Coming up, Newton will be the center of the IndyCar universe this weekend. A look at what to expect over at the Iowa Speedway. It's now 6:50.
I just set a rag on fire under a burning pot of water right there, and literally had no complaint. And then I threw it into this water here that I'm actually gonna microwave, and I put the fire out. But we had no complaint for a minute, and I apologize for that. Hey now, if you're watching this.
So first road trip with the car.
I'm excited.
I'm excited for you guys.
Very excited.
I love that you guys are able to
So easily.
do this now.
I love it.
Because, like, I bet in North Carolina you can never be at these things.
I mean, we would see everyone maybe once, twice
Yeah.
a year, and
like,
you know,
that's so cool that you guys
yeah.
are able to do that.
now we need to get some time to go see my side of the family here pretty soon.
Yeah.
Given us, we saw some of them, you know, in Dallas, but to go to Little Rock and see
Right.
the big portion
And
of
on
the
a
family.
different note, probably.
Exactly,
too.
on a different note. But yeah. Yesterday I was gassing up the car for the first time. Oh my gosh.
It's a lot better, isn't it?
Oh, so much
Oh
better.
my gosh.
So much better. Like I almost cried. I looked at this thing. I was like 30 some, like $34
Yeah.
compared to
those Honda, and it'll
compared to
last you.
almost 70.
It's now 6:52 and happening today. Race weekend is back in central Iowa. The Sioux Cup IndyCar race weekend returns to the Iowa Speedway in Newton. Now it's going to go from today through Sunday. And besides race cars, this year's event will feature local musicians throughout the entire weekend. So for more information about Sioux Cup IndyCar race weekend, just visit weareiowa.com and click the article about it on our homepage.
You gotta get over there and get in one of those cars, Dana.
Vroom vroom. Take me there.
I can see it now.
Sign me up.
I can see it now. You know what? Don't tempt Dana with a good time. Okay, so we got some exciting news for our rock and roll fans this morning as Paul McCartney is making a stop in Des Moines this fall. This is going to be as part of his Got Back 2025 tour. He will be over at the Casey Center on October 14th with the Hot City Horns. Tickets will go on sale, and these are the general tickets, next Friday at 10 a.m. Those are going to be some hot tickets. Go check that one out. Also, make sure to visit the Iowa Events Center website. They've got more information over there. Italian Americans are soon going to have a new space to celebrate and honor their heritage and history in Des Moines.
So the Italian American Cultural Center of Iowa held a groundbreaking ceremony on Thursday. The center will be open to all no matter their heritage, and it will hold educational programming and house a museum, a cooking classroom, a cafe, and a wine bar. So the center will be located at the historic Butler Mansion over on Floor Drive. Chase?
Right, it is 6:54 at this moment. Looking outside, not a whole lot for us to worry about at this moment, just a good cloud base, but we are looking at more severe weather potential for tonight. We'll cover that in a few minutes. Okay.
So Lou did tell me one day, he was like, do you want to ride in one of those cars? And I was like,
Okay.
yeah, because Lou has all these racing connections. I was like, yeah. And he's like, can't tell the higher ups about it. I was like, ooh.
Ooh.
But he never followed
Okay.
up with me on that. Said he was going to get me in a car.
I mean, you got.
I think it was a possibility up until they got the Cup Series. Because there's a lot more eyes and a lot more rules around it now. That
Gotcha.
could be why.
That would make some
NASCAR,
sense.
but I'm talking IndyCar.
Fair.
Speed player. But you're right. The Iowa Speedway did get a lot more eyes when they got the Cup Series.
Cool.
This one's easier for me to stand on
Yes.
and stay on.
And this one's a little bit smaller.
Got my leg workout got in for the day.
There you go.
For my Chick-fil-A Friday. Now do I get nuggets or a wrap? Now the tough questions start. Are you gonna get anything at Target?
I don't know yet. Most likely. I need food.
Kylie always lets Target talk to her. I don't like
That's
that
what
formula.
I say.
I don't like that formula. I think it's a bad formula.
I think it's a great one.
Set you up for failure.
Tell Kylie different. I agree.
I will not.
All right, one final look at what the radar is showing us, and most of our rainfall has moved off, at least in terms of moderate to heavy stuff. We see down towards Creston, that's kind of bringing in some light to moderate rainfall. Could make for a bit of an aggravating morning, but at least it's not the heavier stuff. We are still looking at a risk for storms later on tonight, so we still have that weather impact alert day. But going into this weekend, a bit of a cool down before we get into the 90s on Monday, but after that, we have a nice cool down on the way that'll put us in the mid 70s for the end of this week. Joseph?
All right, let's give you one last look at traffic this morning, and we're taking a multi-camera view right here. So we've got I-35 there at Oral Labor Road and Ankeny. Traffic moving along pretty smoothly there right now. The same just over there on the eastern side of the metro. So we've got I-80 at Hubble. You're not having any problems. Camera's shaking a little bit, but everything looking pretty good there. Merle, hey, 8035, you are good to go. But again, as you can see, the roads are drying up, so good news there. And 235 at Polk, it appears that everything is moving smoothly. We are not seeing any crashes to report across the metro. Let's keep it that way. I really do feel like, for the most part, we've avoided a lot of trouble today.
Oh, for sure, definitely.
Good news.
Absolutely,
All right, thank you all for joining us.
Have a great day. I was gonna say, nobody's out on the roads. Is no one working today?
So where y'all at?
Did you see that? It was so empty.
Yeah, it was not what it normally looks
I was
like.
like, what the heck?
Everybody sleeping in? What the heck?
Apparently so.
I don't blame them, but none of y'all work around here anymore.
None of y'all work around here?
Bro, half the people on my street work from home.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Ton of people work from home now.
That's the future. I saw 3M, and it's a big company in Minnesota. They're going to a 4-day work week.
We're still going to get our tape at the same
Yeah.
clip, right?
I would hope so.
I hope one day we get there as an industry. I think we will.
Even
Maybe.
here? Even news?
No, that's what I'm saying. I
Oh.
think one day in news, maybe we will get there.
Because I guess if everybody else's weekend, if there's, you know, their weekend starts on Friday, they're gonna, it's just like how, you know, not as many people watch the news on the weekend.
Exactly.
I see.
Are you running it?
Yeah.
Okay. False start.
The ultimate tease.
Oh.
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 Okay, Midwest.
I never. That was my favorite thing I picked up.
Oh. Wait till you say pop.
Nope, never.
No.
Pop.
Will not say pop or you guys.
I just call it the brand. Monday on Good Morning Iowa, Newton was the center for, hold on. Newton was the center for, oh no, something feels weird about that. Okay. We'll work with
Intrusive
this.
thoughts just took over.
It's not a sentence.
Here we go. Monday on Good Morning, about to say Arkansas. I'll even I'm thinking about home. I'm thinking about home. I was thinking about family and
Aw.
Well, family. Easy, Vin
I
Diesel.
know. Let's try this again. Monday on Good Morning Iowa, Newton was the center for IndyCar racing.
Some of the big moments from the Iowa Speedway.
While we have a pretty warm start to next week, the end of the week gives us a nice treat as we're down into the upper 70s for highs.
Sweet. We did it, guys. On Friday.
Yes.
We did.
This felt like the longest show of the week for some reason.
You think?
It was
At least
been
for
an
me.
extra long day for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, for you probably. I feel like looking back now, it does feel long, but in the moment it didn't.
It's fair.
I do like the setup Chris made for when he does wall-to-wall weather overnights. Yeah. That's pretty sweet. He did like it looks like something out of Oklahoma. He had like a big box and then like 3 little boxes too.
Honestly, that's the hard thing this time of year because, like, I'm ready for Kylie to get back to school because she doesn't understand sometimes that, like, I've been up since 2. I don't want to go do something right now. Like, I'm tired.
No, like, I can see, I will expect stuff as an insurance as a workshop.
Yeah.
I would say, give me till 2.
Yeah.
Let me have till 2 o'clock. Don't bug me until then.
Yep.
Let me get a solid 90-minute, 2-hour nap, sleep mask on and everything.
Yeah.
And I'll be fresh as a day. So we'll go
Exactly.
through everything.
That's it.
And honestly, those naps got better. One of the best when Charlotte was under a year old.
Yep.
Because I would fill her up with milk. And then
That's smart.
she was a very still sleeper.
Uh huh.
So I had the couch we had, I had a spot where I could just like kind of cave into it a little. And I would just like, I got used to sleeping with my arms like this, and she would just lay right on top of me.
Yeah.
And we would be dead to the world for 2.5, 3 hours.
Yep.
Brr. Guess I'll cut the fan off.
I suppose. Let me get my small man ready. The next minute or so. I will say, walking in, you can even feel the difference with the fan, at least.
Yeah.
Good Friday morning, everyone. It's now 7:25. I'm Joseph Holloway. We do have some breaking news as Des Moines police tell us that they have arrested someone in connection with improvised explosive devices found at a golf course in Des Moines. They found those over near the 8th hole on the Waveland golf course on Thursday. They decided to detonate the device on scene. Then police tell us that a second IED was found by golfers. Now, police tell us that they have arrested Michael Valento. They arrested him this morning. He is now facing several charges, including arson and possession of an explosive or incendiary device with intent. I'll look at your traffic this morning, and you can see that things are moving along smoothly. Roads starting to dry up, especially as we've had a little break in the rain now, and more people getting out there on the road. So again, with these 4 cameras, traffic moving smoothly. No crashes to report here in the metro. Chase.
All right, still just keeping a close eye on our radar as what we see off towards the west is starting to gain a little bit of density. We do have some spots of at least decent rainfall forming. We are not looking at anything severe out of what is now starting to move in to our Local 5 viewing area, but everything from this morning has moved off towards the east now, putting down rainfall off towards the east away from us. We aren't getting a lot of dry time, but some areas are at least getting that necessary dry time. So tonight we still have that risk for severe weather. That's why we have the weather impact alert day for today. Saturday, cold front passes. It doesn't cool us off for the morning time, but the afternoon only getting to a high of 80. Sunday, we start warming up as the dry air really settles in. Mid 80s for Sunday, 90 by Monday. Tuesday brings a chance of rainfall and a cold front with us that will have a lasting impact as we are down into the 70s for the end of next week.
Good morning, everyone. On this Friday, I'm Joseph Holloway. Des Moines police tell us that they have arrested someone now in connection with improvised explosive devices found in the golf course in Des Moines. They found those near the 8th hole on the Waveland Golf Course Thursday. They decided to detonate the device on scene, and then police tell us that a second IED was then found by golfers. Police say they arrested Michael Valento this morning. He's now facing several charges, including arson and possession of an explosive or incendiary device with intent. Now let's check in with Chase with a look at your forecast.
Later on tonight, we are looking at a risk for severe weather, but with the cloud cover and the rainfall settling in, we probably will see at least a little decrease in that. So that sets us up for a pretty good weekend. Early rainfall for Saturday morning, and we're talking before sunrise, only getting to a high of 80 as the cold front passes. On Sunday, 84 in the afternoon, 64 to start the day off. A little more seasonal for this time of year, but also a fairly sunny setup. Once we get to Monday, the heat takes off. We're looking at a high right around 90 with our overnight temperatures holding in the upper 60s to even low 70s for Tuesday. But Tuesday brings us the next chance of rainfall. No clear indication of how that's going to shape out for us, but it will be driven in by a cold front that will keep some rainfall lingering around through Thursday or into Wednesday. But by Thursday, that's where that cold air really settles in and we get our first good, strong cool down for the summer. We have highs in the mid 70s for Thursday and most likely again on Friday. But going into the weekend, that warming trend does come back, but we at least have 3 or 4 days of a below average setup.
Good Friday morning, everyone. I'm Joseph Holloway. Police tell us that a young man is now in the hospital after a shooting on 10th Street. This happened over in the Cheatham Park neighborhood. Des Moines police tell us that someone reported hearing gunfire in the area just after 4:30 on Thursday afternoon. And around that same time, Mercy One Des Moines Medical Center reported a person with a gunshot wound was in the ER. Police tell us the boy is expected to survive, and according to police evidence shows this was a directed incident, and they believe that there is no ongoing danger to the area. They also mentioned that the summer months tend to bring more violence, and so of course that's something that they are keeping a very, very close eye out on. Let's check in with Chase with a look at our forecast on this weather impact alert day.
So what we see later on tonight will directly dictate how this weekend pans out. We're looking at timing being a factor in all of this, but by Saturday morning, the cold front passes. We might have some early rainfall, but that would be right around sunrise, if not even before that. And it doesn't keep us from staying warm overnight, but it keeps us from getting too warm in the afternoon, a high of 80. And by Saturday afternoon, we are looking at a sunny sky. 64 for Sunday morning, showing signs of that cooling trend. Unfortunately, it just doesn't last too long, as we have a high of 84 on Sunday, and then of course a high of 90 by Monday. Now Tuesday does start to drop things off, but we also are looking at our next chance of rainfall, along with a cold front coming with it. Now it does take some time for it to take good impact from the cooler air, and we could see some good rainfall for Tuesday, but by Thursday, high of only 76 and down into the low 60s that morning, and even getting into the upper 50s for Friday morning, but then we are back in the mid 80s by Saturday. Isn't that it for now? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just doing this midday.
I'm just slowly losing it.
Yep. Yep. You feel free to go hit the couch. Okay. Yeah.
Ugh. I guess you would go capital for that since caucus is focused on presidential. So yeah, go DC. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Ahead on Midday, overnight storms over. Do it again. Do we not have video? Like, we could just use Megan's video from earlier. Yeah, let's do that. What, I sent that in after 6. I know that much. It ran in the 6:30, in her 6:30 hit. good. Yep. Ahead on midday, overnight storms knocked over trees and caused flooding across Iowa. A look at some of the damage as well as what to expect again tonight. Plus, Iowa Democrats are starting conversations about regaining the state's traditional first in the nation caucus status, what party leaders are now saying. And Des Moines police have arrested a man in connection to a pipe bomb discovered at Waveland Golf Course yesterday. What we're learning at this point. We'll see you at 11 on Midday. All right. Thanks, Phil.
So what is your vision for like severe weather coverage in the morning? It's like mine was, I need that whole monitor to be cleaned up anyways,
Sure.
the wires.
Yep.
That pulled over.
Last one.
Another thing that's frustrating for me is right now, like I posted that Scud Cloud picture
Yeah.
before he did.
Yeah.
He's got like almost 200 shares on it.
Yeah.
Granted, I have 10
Mm-hmm.
to 15 Iowa followers now.
Yeah.
He's got
He's got more.
well, he's got 14,000 followers. Like they're not all from here. They're
No, you got, yeah.
so.
Well, I mean, with a lot of his also, it's just, what, 20 years of covering Iowa and Minnesota.
Yeah.
Primarily
That's the
Minnesota.
kind of crap that rolls through my head is like, I'm not good enough.
Yeah, no, that's just
I also have to remind myself this is my third
third
full
week.
week on air.
Correct.
No, second. Less than a
Third?
week. It'd have to be the
Third?
third because
Because you had last week, then you were off the previous week.
and then a week before that. Yeah. So third.
Yeah, yeah. So like 3 weeks in a day. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay. Good Friday morning, everyone. The time right now is 7:57. I'm Joseph Holloway. Police tell us that a young man is now in the hospital after a shooting on 10th Street. This is over in the Cheatham Park neighborhood. Des Moines police tell us that someone reported hearing gunfire in the area just after 4:30 yesterday afternoon. Around that same time, Mercy One Des Moines Medical Center reported the person with a gunshot wound was in the ER. Police say that the boy is expected to survive, and according to police, evidence shows this was a directed incident and there's no ongoing danger to that area. Now let's get a quick look at traffic this morning, and right now we are looking along I-8035. You can see everything seems to be moving along smoothly at all these locations: 14th, Hickman, Northwest Beaver Drive, and then also that camera there at University Avenue. No crashes to report across the metro. Let's check in with Chase on this weather impact alert day.
Now at this moment, we are in the break between our rounds of potential severe weather. We already had, of course, the one early this morning. Now we're watching for this afternoon and evening, but we still have some rainfall forming. Could have a few light downpours, maybe even good moderate rainfall, but we're not looking at anything severe out of what's forming off towards the west. Now this weekend, The rainfall ends. We only get to a high of 80 on Saturday, 84 on Sunday. Nice below average setup, even with Saturday morning having a little bit of a humid feel and some warmth to it. But this will lead us into the 90s for Monday and potentially again on Tuesday. But Tuesday is where we have our next chance of rainfall and also our next cold front. That is going to give us a solid cool down. We're at a high of 80 on Wednesday, and even sitting in the mid 70s for Thursday, Friday, and even again on Saturday. But by Sunday, back to that seasonal average and, of course, a return to our rain chances.